So, but yeah, as of now, she's completely nonverbal. Right now, she's doing what they call stimming. Yeah, yeah. She's running around. Oh, yeah. At Moonlight View says she was buffing her nails too. Women of Steel, that's such a good question because now they've adjusted them many times for different levels for her. Because UCLA does it to see how she reacts, but she just does not like wearing them at all.
There we go. Your granddaughter is so cute. Oh, there's Kresha. Hey, Kresha, do you want me to try and get Margaret back on the phone to talk to her?
No, I was getting ready. And so I was like, I can either drop what I'm doing and not be ready for two, and jump on. And then I was like, because I caught her, I don't even know how long she had been on. So I want to go back and listen. I've been dying. And I mean, like before I came on, right? Before I even, I went and got my hair cut earlier and then I came back and I didn't have it turned on or tuned in to your channel. And so I clicked on and that's when I heard her and I was like, oh God, and I had just been thinking before that, like, I would love to hear from his school, his teachers,
Yeah.
Well, and you know what? Here's the thing. I don't think anybody was surprised to hear how loved he was, how much fun he was, and pretending like he's going traveling, with a suitcase and just going traveling. Oh my gosh, that is so adorable. And, I don't think we were surprised to know that when he was unhappy, he would show it. All of that, and because we've heard Kay and Larry, we've seen some videos, but it's just nice to know he was such a bright spot at that school. And it must have been difficult, to try and explain to some of the kids who had the realization that, hey, where's JJ? Did he move? I mean, what happened? It must have been very difficult. And then to have it be such a evil thing. My God.
She is. I think we can all agree on that.
Now, in case you haven't heard, Kresha, we believe is going to be allowed to make a victim's impact statement and in Arizona. And I just can't wait. As they said last night, Kresha, gut puncher, just everything, give everything you can to her because she deserves it. Now, she'll just sit there and just be all smug because she's thinking, Jesus, you're on my side. Where are you, Jesus? Of course, it's never going to happen.
Right.
But,
I know. I want to. I want to like break her shelf or at least put a big crack in it. But,
well, and you know what? And you may not be able to, but at least she'll hear your words, and and just. And this is going to sound terrible.
Let it roll.
Okay.
Let it rip.
I just want everybody to know how much we hate her, how we despise her, what a piece of evil shit she is, and nobody believes her bull. And
standing ovation.
And her enchiladas suck.
Yeah, and her enchiladas suck. And I'm glad her brother didn't remember them. They were so bad. So, yeah.
And Colby said they taste like cardboard. So.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
I believe them over her any day.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I know you've been working on it. And do you think you have it ready, or you still got a lot of work to do on your statement?
Oh no, I don't have that much to do. I mean, I've just been tweaking it, really.
Yeah.
And so when I'm not driving, I'll do some more.
Okay. Good.
I have to ask real quick. Did you take your shot?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
I'll take one.
You want one? I'll give you one too. I'll give you a shot.
Okay. All right.
It's Minjaro, the shot for diabetes. It has changed my life, you guys, and it doesn't work for everybody. Check with your doctor, but it has absolutely changed you can take a look from last year to this year on my videos, and you can see the difference in my face, everything.
I can tell.
Yeah.
And I mean, you feel better?
A million times better. And I don't overeat anymore. I eat mostly blueberries and cream of wheat, and it's made a huge difference. Everything. And again, it's not for everybody, but I did take my shot. So it's all good. Hey, guys, I'm here, but if you could keep talking, again, I apologize. I have to do my other job really quick. I'm listening. I can hear, but
I don't think Pressure and I have a problem talking.
you know,
Yeah,
I think you're
for
both pretty
sure.
shy. You're both pretty shy and don't talk much. So, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? That's right. My trance, you should end with, and your enchiladas suck. I think everybody would
Right?
stand.
There's so many things I want to end with, though. You know, like
I
the
know that.
evidence shows, the evidence shows, the evidence shows,
Yeah.
and then just
Evidence
use.
shows your
I love to
enchiladas.
use her words against her. Like that's my thing. That's
it.
where I
Okay.
go.
Your
The
evidence shows.
evidence shows your enchiladas suck. There.
The
Yeah.
evidence, evidence shows. Okay. Evidence shows. Okay. 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 Okay.
Thank
know,
God they
right?
didn't die. You know.
Oh man.
No, men trance. I don't eat Taco Bell anymore. I don't. I changed my life. But anyway, not about me. I want this to be about Pressure.
I
We'll
want to
talk
talk
Taco
about
Bell.
me. Want to talk about I want to talk about. That's Lori's song.
That's right. But
Yeah,
I'm listening.
there you
I just need to do something with this. So chit chat away, my darlings.
Well, I'm gonna send Joe a link, but I'm trying to look for it.
Well, here, I'll put it in chat.
Thank you. I'm like a lost goose. You know, I can't do two things at once ever. I try.
This is for Joe
He's
Schmoe.
driving, so he said he don't know if he can do the full hour, but he can jump on.
Gotcha.
So that's good.
Gotcha.
Okay, got it. Oh,
Uda says, tell her she
allegedly.
looks over 60.
I'm sorry, what? Yeah, oh, there you go.
Lori. Yeah.
Yeah. Say, Lori, you look so old. Your face is melting. Oh, wait. That brings up. Here's what you need to do. I will send this picture to you, and you can hold it up and say, "Here's your new mugshot, Lori."
Oh, I actually have a really good one. Look, it says YouTube when I pasted it. It says youtube.com and not StreamYard. Is that?
No, it should say StreamYard. Hold on.
Oh, wait, I see it right there. Okay, let me go back. I'm using my phone like a boomer.
Can you get it from chat, or do you want me to text? Do you want me to text it to you?
There it is.
You got it?
No, I'm gonna hit it again.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, there it goes. All right. We'll just blame it on the portal. It's a glitch.
There you go. It's the portal's fault. Oh, don't tell me I don't have it. Where is it?
Okay, there it is.
You got it?
Done.
I'm looking for a picture here. You have the Walter picture, Lori? I mean, Lori.
Oh,
Jesus,
yeah.
I just call you Lori. Stacy, do you have this Walter and Lori picture?
Oh, yeah, somewhere. Let's see. Let me look.
It's a good one.
Okay. That is so good. In the meantime, I'll put. Oh, I've got it. Never mind. I found it. Okay, here we go. Here's what you should show and say, look, here's your new mugshot, Lori. There you go.
Oh, my God. She needs to be the character. I kill you. Silence. I kill you, because that's her. That's her MO. There you go, Stacy. Made you laugh.
Good Lord.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
And then there's this one. There's her.
Ahmed.
Oh, Ahmed. Yeah, that exactly. Ahmed, the terrorist.
And you know the interesting thing about this picture, Rodney Alcala and Lori, is they both were pro se.
Oh, they were?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Well, it worked out well for both of them, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a great example.
It is. And they have great hair. What can we say?
Oh my gosh. It looks like ramen noodle hair.
Yeah, just for fun, here we go. Who wore it better?
Toad.
Oh God, that makes me
the other
sick.
guy did. He just needs a yellow tie.
There you go. Here's Joe Schmoe, everybody. Yay, good to see you.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me fine?
We can hear you great.
Yes. You sound very serious.
Yes, you sound very, very serious. Okay, guys, again, I apologize. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm here and I'm listening, but I've got to do one quick thing, okay?
All right, make it quick.
Go for it, you two.
Look,
So
if
what's
you
going on
share
with you
my-
guys?
Yeah, Joe, and then I'll share this picture with y'all because it's interesting. Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead with what?
You can talk. We'll let you talk.
I'm not as far along as I hoped I would be at this point. The next 48 hours is going to be nuts, but
Oh,
that's
no.
okay.
We'll catch up with you.
You hang in there.
Maybe the other way around.
Oh, crap. Oh, damn. That's bad. No, sounds like crush time.
Yeah, yeah. I've driven for 20 hours straight before. I may need to do it again to catch up. Not my preferred way to do it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That's how long it takes you to get there?
It's what's the overall time? I'm just a few hours out, in other words.
It's 19 hours for us, so we're
Yeah, it's quite a
leaving
bit
probably
longer
around
for me.
10 to 12 tonight.
Yeah, you'll be ahead of
sometime.
me, I think. Let me see.
I plan on. I don't. I'm gonna wake up and be like, "Where are we at? Texas. where are we at now? Texas. Texas.
That
Texas.
stretch
Texas."
of West Texas is
Yeah,
brutal.
it is
Takes
brutal. I was
forever.
gonna say that. And there's no grass. Or little grass, and I don't know. It's just foreign. I'm a grass tree kind of person, you know. So
Yeah, it's 26 hours for me total.
ooh gosh. Bless you, man. Bless you.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You used to think I was a rapper? Damn. Well, one that don't get paid.
TikTok. That's what Kesha.
Oh, Kesha? Oh
Yeah,
my
I
God.
think that's what they mean, Kesha.
That's
TikTok.
what I used when she came around finally.
Uh,
I was like, okay, because I'd say my name and they'd be like, what? I mean, at
yeah.
least 3 times, right? And I'm like, Crasha. And they're like,
Yeah.
Crasha? Yeah. Yeah, just go with it.
That's
But when
funny.
she came out, I was like, it's like Kesha. She has the $sign. I'm Kresha with the @ because I ain't got no money.
uh,
Yeah. Anyway.
Um, I do have a question.
No.
Okay, we have people here that that maybe don't know the whole history of JJ and how this whole case got started. And it was because of your mother, Kay, that insisted on a wellness check. Can you talk about that, how that happened, how it came about, to let everybody know, how this case got started, basically?
It was wild. I know that much. That's where it started.
Mhm.
I remember I have a memory of being at my mom and dad's house, mom and Larry's house. Okay. And mom, it's open floor plan. So the kitchen and the living room, you're in one room basically.
Mhm.
And mom, Uncle Charles, me, and Larry were at the bar. Mom was on the other side of the bar. And I heard Uncle Charles say something about a cult. And I was like, what? I remember my reaction to it was just so ignorant. My reaction was so ignorant. So me and Larry kind of broke off from mom and Charles talking. And I'm not I don't pry. I mean, I've researched, I dig, I'm a digger, but I don't pry.
Right.
And if that makes sense. But so we kind of tore off and went into the living room, still in the same room, but we were in the living room. And I looked at Larry and I was like, a cult like Charles Manson? And he was like, yeah. I mean, he was just saying, yeah, like cult, yeah. And I was like, the most ignorant thing I ever said was, but he didn't kill anybody.
Oh, no.
Like, and I
Oh.
mean, Larry looked at me and his eyes were throwing gang signs. Like it was, I was just like, I read the room. Okay. And I was just like, oh. And so as I've learned more and more and more along the way, I realized how ignorant I was, just anyway. So yeah, I remember that's the only time I remember hearing about cult. Okay. But in March of 2019, mom went to Arizona to help Uncle Charles pack. That's whenever I remember because she texted me. She took a picture of some blue spray cans, spray paint. I love painting decorations, things like that,
Right.
decor. And mom was like, you want any of these? I was like, yeah. And I just remember that. And that's when I captured the video of JJ singing on the bus and then Larry jumped. I mean, it was not planned. And I didn't even remember it when the kids were missing, but
is that available on YouTube, that video?
Yeah, it's on my YouTube channel. I'll fetch
Okay.
it as soon as somebody else starts talking.
Okay, I'll try and find it while you guys talk. Okay.
There's a lot of videos.
Yeah.
So actually, look, I'm right here. Let's see. Show all. And right here. I got it. I actually have it.
Okay.
That'll never happen again.
Good.
Okay.
Good. Okay, very good.
Okay, let me get back over there.
Can you put it up and
Oh yeah, I can pull it up too. Yeah, definitely, because that's a big
Perfect.
moment. And it was a big moment for Larry whenever I showed it to him. It was Christmas time. The kids, the police had just announced.
is this it? No, what's this? I don't know what that is. Never mind. Go ahead.
That's Lori's arm.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay.
Good.
Am I on?
I don't see it.
Okay. I shared my screen. It's down here, the bottom.
I don't see it. I see you. I see difficult
Okay,
research.
let me redo it then.
Okay.
Double tap, Honjo. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, now it's there.
There. Okay. There
All
we
right.
go. Okay, now you can hit play.
Hold on. I can't find my way out of these tabs a lot of the time. So where the hell is it? Oh, right there with the blue thing. Okay.
Papa, telling lies. Papa, open one.
That's my bonus thing.
The bus is coming. Passengers, and we're getting fuel up all the time. Along the lines of I got it again. And we're taking off the coastal cruise.
Thank you for writing.
Okay.
Oh, look at this. Oh, this is so adorable.
All right.
Coastal cruising.
Welcome to Coastal Crew Change.
Welcome to coastal cruising.
I'm your bus driver, JJ.
I'm the bus driver, Papa.
And I'm also your MC.
I'm also it's all side and
Woo! Thanks for riding Coastal.
and I can law. I could all coastal cruising. Coastal cruising is all. I want you all. I want to sing it all.
Look, pull it away from your mouth a little bit and we can hear you better.
Oh no! Oh,
No,
no! I could all.
Say hi.
Oh,
Say hi to Mama and,
hi, Mama.
and Dad.
Hi, Dad.
Say miss you.
I miss you.
We kind of miss y'all too. Just a little bit.
You too.
But we're having fun.
We're having fun.
All right. Say bye.
Bye. Papa telling lies. Papa open the one. Da 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 da.
Say welcome to Coastal
Watch
Crew
it.
Change.
Say, turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
You need to go on American Idol.
Johnny as Papa.
But you got to do the Coastal Crew Change.
It's roads come to Coastal Cruise Change. Welcome to Coastal Cruise Change.
Hey, and say, the driver is Papa Larry Woodcock.
Driver is Papa Larry Woodcock.
Say thank you
Thank you.
and come back.
Come back.
And pay your bill on time.
Yeah.
Pay your bill on time.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
definitely
Oh
don't
my
want to see him.
It didn't work for me. I was sitting there going,
difficult.
I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to
Yeah.
cry. I'm not going to cry.
Right.
Sometimes I can watch them and I'm fine, and then sometimes it just hits me, and I gotta remove
makes-
myself.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I learned a lot about JJ just through editing. That was the first. Wait, that was maybe the second video I ever uploaded to YouTube. So I wanted to humanize them
Mm-hmm.
Because I saw comments where they were like, basically dumbing him down, because that's what they heard Lori. We got echoes of that from Lori, from Melanie. Well, not from Lori herself. We weren't there. We didn't see it, and we didn't hear it with our own ears and all that good stuff. But yeah,
Yeah.
we can bet that she said that. But just people were surprised, whenever I uploaded just that video in the comments, they were like, oh no, it was whenever Mom and Larry went to his school and surprised him. That one, that'll kill you. That one's a clincher, because he's just so excited, and it's at Lawrence and or Life Academy, and yeah,
Oh my
it's
God.
very special. But people were just questioning, and so just to humanize
Well, I thought,
what I
honestly,
can.
when I first was following this case and the way Lori talked about him, I thought he was nonverbal
Yeah.
and that he just
No.
made noises the way she made him
kid-
sound,
The kid repeated everything you said.
And you know what?
And
That's probably one of the reasons
that's
why he's dead.
dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's dangerous to
Mhm.
somebody like Lori with a lot of things to hide.
Mhm.
Definitely.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
he's repeating things he saw. Oh, yeah. And
You know what's really so when I was editing home videos that I had, right? My son his birthday is January 1st every year. Okay. He was a millennium baby. So January 1st, 2000. Anyway, so we had just been reunited because we had been estranged for 6 years. So it's like Zach was like 16. I'm sorry. He was 12 when JJ was born.
Right.
So as JJ was coming into the world, Zach, I didn't know, but we would be estranged for the next 6 years. Okay, so he didn't interact with JJ or any of us because we were estranged. And and so as JJ was leaving the world, Zach comes back in, and it's just one of those weird kind of parallels I noticed. But so we had a birthday whatever for New Year's 2018 going into 2019, and that's when my Uncle Charles and JJ were with us. And then you go back, you find out in the text messages that Lori and Zalima are trying to hover over the vehicle when they were leaving. Like Uncle Charles and JJ
they're trying to hover over it.
They're texting each other because they're into that portaling remote viewing
that
crap.
Okay? Right.
Yeah. So I didn't know that then, but come to find out, they were leaving New Year's Eve and Zach's birthday with us. And it's just, it hits so hard, because it's like, that's my fucking family.
Right.
That's her family, but that's my family. Right. And I don't think so, like it's so eerie like that. But anyway, we had that celebration for Zach. We had a birthday cake, and so I have a little piece of video where JJ is like, "Happy birthday!" All you can hear is him singing to "Happy Birthday, Zachary." And also in that video, when I was editing it, I heard him say, and this blew my mind. It still does. So we're at my Uncle Bobby, who is a plumber. He's a master plumber, and he has his own business. So we were in his shop, and it's just us and the kids, and just they can run around and be crazy. And Uncle Charles was sitting out by the bonfire. So, he was having, I guess, a long time. I mean, he was going through a hard time, now that I know what was going on. And so there's like stuff all over the table. And so we sing happy birthday to Zach. And then, and then there's a lighter. And anyway, so JJ's like, flick the bic. And Jason's like, no, and then JJ goes, duct tape. And I'm just, I mean, my jaw hits the floor because he's just seeing things on the table and he's saying duct tape, not knowing that a year and a half later or however long later, he would be bound in duct tape. It's just really eerie. And actually my daughter showed my Uncle Bobby a bruise on her knee, and he's dramatic. We're all dramatic. And he was like, "Oh, you're going to die," and he was just picking at her. And he said, "Pulmonary embolism." And I was just like, "Oh my God, there's so much packed in this one little video." I mean, you don't know the freight train that is heading directly for you and your family. Like you don't.
Wow. Jeez.
Oh, you're
Trish,
muted. That's
muted,
why.
Trish.
I'm like,
I want people to know the background of this story. Sorry. When you saw Lori interact with JJ, and I don't know if you saw that happen very much.
not much.
No indication that she was a horrible, evil piece of crap human being at the time.
No. No.
Nothing.
I mean,
I know.
she
I know.
was
It's
very,
crazy. It's crazy.
love bombing. Now I know that. I know that. But looking back, we first met whenever Uncle Charles and Lori got married in Vegas. They got married in Vegas, and then they invited our family, the Vallow side, with the Cox side of the family, and we went and stayed at this. I've always called it a $10 million ranch. Okay, I don't know. It could be $1 million. It was
right.
I'm trailer park right here. Okay, straight up. So I'm just saying it was very nice. I just had my daughter in 2005. Tylie was 3, so I don't remember everybody's ages at that time though. So it was like 2006, and we all went up for the weekend, and we stayed in the guest house on this property. It was a friend of my uncle's. The lady had just gone through a divorce with her husband, and he had something big to do with Microsoft, which is interesting. But anyways, story for another day.
Yeah, okay.
And so we stayed at this guest house that's huge. I mean, guest house, you know what? I mean, it was my dream house. I even took pictures of every room because it was staged so beautifully, and we rode horses and rode 4-wheelers, and just the boys, like all our boys, because I mean, we had a lot of boys,
right?
Colby, Zach, Cole, the boys. And they had this where they would put the side by sides. They had like an apartment kind of built on top of it, above it.
Okay.
And it was really decked out, had every game station. It was bunk beds made out of real bark and stuff. It was really a lot. We didn't hardly see them at all. But they had a blast. We had a blast. And I was in the same house with Janice and Barry and Lori. But first meeting Lori that first night, and I mean, it's the Catholics meets the Mormons.
Right.
So it's like, whoa. But Lori always looked down her nose. That has not changed. Like,
I bet. Yeah.
I don't know, besides just being stuck up and full of herself. I don't looking down on everybody. I remember her parents the same way. I remember them like that. And you can kind of tell, but every time, like, she would go, she'd say, "Okay, I'm going to go for a walk." And they would be right behind her. Like, just follow the leader, and she went walking like 2 or 3 times in a day. And I was just like, okay, I'm all chunky.
She liked to exercise. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Or go plot. She's probably plotting. But anyway, so yeah, I noticed that. And it just real, I mean, it doesn't mean that they were judging me, but how, anyways, like, I just feel like they're judging you, but I can't, prove that. I'm not in their head, but yeah.
I just, again,
I think it started after Colby's dad. I really do.
Yeah, it probably did. And again,
it was so interesting coming into this and getting to know Kresha too, because I'm at the opposite end of the spectrum. I barely paid any attention to the first trial. And then, of course, we saw her, statements at the end televised, and that's where I really first started paying attention. And for me, it was just another one of those crazy Mormon cult things going on.
Right. Yeah. Just another one. Stories we've heard before. Right.
And then Chad's trial was televised, so I watched almost all of that. Paid a lot more attention to that.
I didn't know that.
But then coming to both of these trials and the pretrial hearings and being like within 5 feet of her and seeing the way that she acts in court. And I cannot imagine how she acted besides that. But then getting to know all of Kresh's research and her bringing JJ to life for me has just been such a blessing.
It is. I'm so
that melts
glad.
my heart. It melts my
Kresha,
heart
that you have those videos. Because again, we always talk about the perpetrators because that's, you know, that's who we're trying to figure out. That's what we're trying to find the story. But it's so important to remember JJ and Tylie. And I wish we had more video of Tylie.
I know. I don't.
I know, but yeah, exactly.
I mean, I've gathered some, of course. You know, I have her and Visaya swimming.
Right.
Look like they had the time of their lives. I have Tylie's artwork here. Can
you show any of it, or is it too hard to look at?
I mean, right now, yeah, I would have to find, you know.
I mean, was she a good artist? Was she a good artist?
I mean, it was just like a white, you know, plain white paper, a pad though, and it was her and Visaya, and it was like 2016 because they block lettered it, you know. But
yeah,
I mean, just like one of the things on it, they said pictures or it didn't happen. You know, I mean, because they're like, okay, like a bucket list, and it's eerie, okay? Because I mean, 2016, oh my God, you know, that girl is so young and has no idea what's coming for her,
happen. And the way she died was so horrific.
Yeah,
you know?
It's just so inhumane and cruel. And Lori wanted to delete her, erase her,
exactly, make her. Burn her up till there's nothing left. Yeah. Is what she wanted to. I just said there's nobody more evil than Lori and Chad. I swear to God. And Alex.
She makes it like she did her a favor.
Yeah.
She's ridding the world of zombies, and I'm just like, you're the zombie, you and your old. Why don't y'all go do us all a favor, and just, you know, drink some of that Kool-Aid.
Yeah, exactly. Drink some of that Jonestown Kool-Aid. I guess, and this is me just being angry. I just wish Lori's family, you know, like her brother and sister would come out and say, you know, I hate her. I just despise. She's evil. She's horrible. I just don't get the vibe from them. And again, that's
no, it's Chad's fault, and I'm telling you is very prevalent in this community. Period. I'm not trying to be ugly. This is just take it or leave it. It's constructive, or maybe like a little bit of insight from a not so diverse community. It's like, it's always the devil deceived me. Satan deceived me. If he's a good Satan, I mean, if Chad's a Satan, he sure is a good one. Right. That comment, you know, it's never their fault. Ruby Frankie. Okay.
Same thing. Right.
He said the same thing in her allocution statement. I'm just like, no. It sounds like they're being apologetic. It sounds close to it, but it's not quite. You have to really dig deep and look at it a time or two again to say, oh,
you are so right. And
it's
again,
really just slick talk or something.
You're right. And Friday can't come soon enough for you, I'm sure. And for us watching, because we're just so angry. I guess I just haven't heard the anger. I've heard the anger from Colby. Absolutely. The anger. I have no question from Colby.
Yeah, poor thing.
But, I know. But not like, I haven't heard it from Summer. I haven't heard it from the mom.
Right. They said some really rotten things about my parents.
They did.
And about Charles and about our family and about JJ. He didn't need his service dog. That's Charles. That's Charles. Okay, Summer. Not trying to start a fight right here, but come on, Summer.
Right.
You know, and I mean, that's why I feel like it's more of a family tradition to do what they did. Maybe I feel this is just my feelings. She can sue me. She can hate me more, whatever. I'm just saying, like, it's like Lori went maybe a bridge too far with the kids, or maybe Summer wanted to be there. I really don't know, but I know that the 4 months that Summer cries to Lori on the jail phone call, you know, that heart-wrenching freaking phone call, it's horrible. It's horrible. And you get it, but when you read the words, when you go back and just read the words, she's the 4 months that she's like, you shut me and mom out for 4 months, you know, and she's angry about that. But then you think, okay, no, but you go back and look at the FOIA docs. She was in communications with Lori and Alex the day of Charles being murdered, before Charles being murdered. She texts Alex the day of the murder and says, anything yet? Anything yet? And then she flies to New York, and then, you know, and then October 7th, she texts Lori and said, have you heard about the Tesla incident? Lori's like, the Tesla, the company, or, you know,
what are you talking about? Yeah.
Brandon, you know, the shooting at Brandon. And she's like, oh, I think they're trying to set Mel and Al up. So that's October. That we're all the way up to Tylie's dead, or Charles is dead. Tylie, JJ is dead. Brandon just got shot at. This is October 7th now. And then Tammy, 2 days later, they shot at her. And then on the 19th, they successfully murdered her.
Right.
And so Summer is talking to Lori at the most crucial times. Okay. Janice, she actually vouched for Lori. Shocker. She vouched for Lori on October 1st, even turned in a phone bill, a copy of her phone bill, to prove that she talked to JJ on October 1st. Now the kid's dead and cold in the ground, just like his sister. And, yeah, so somebody like took a black marker and redacted it, and it's Nate Eaton that had it. And anyway, so it does show a phone call, a 90-minute or so phone call between Janice, or that phone number, and Lori's phone number for 90 minutes. And that's the day that Lori went and rented the storage unit in her Lori Ryan name. Right. So it's not Chad's, is what I'm saying. Chad didn't have anyone. Either way, she rented it in her name. She's on the video. She was there. She saw it. She witnessed it.
Exactly. And this is true. From what I understand, that Summer ratted out the plan that Adam and Charles had to do an intervention. They let Lori know about it.
And Lori even commented in one of her interviews that she was, or whatever, that she wasn't even aware that of this intervention. And now that she, you know, she's like, my mom and my sister, they were the ones telling me. And she says that I don't think it was an intervention now. And I'm like, what, now that they're murdered and shot at? I mean, what? Yeah. It makes no sense.
No. Well, yeah, you can't make sense out of any of this. Yeah, out of any of this. But again, I think it's important that we understand this family to see how this happened, to see how Alex and Lori became the way they became. It's very, very, very important.
And how that denial and that just they're dripped in that perfectionist.
They gotta be perfect. Yes.
Yeah. Happy family. You know what Tylie said on that video, you know, holding JJ on the trampoline. Happy family. It's like, those are just words, unfortunately, because I know from researching, from the digging that I've done, the digging that Megan and other, you know, in this community have done, crowdsourcing, you know, just trying to find more
stuff.
I feel like it stems for sure. I think it goes back generations, but for sure it's born in the Cox family, for sure. That's my
opinion. And then you throw in the LDS aspect to that too. California Mormons are a different breed of Mormons.
Big difference, yeah, absolutely.
They're more permissive than a lot of the rest of the country is.
Lenient.
Yes, more lenient.
Yep. And then, I mean, so you've got the family traits, you've got the LDS aspect to it. So you said she took, you know, the Cox thing a bridge too far. Well, also with the Mormon thing, she slid off the deep end of that.
And then, and then like Ruby Frankie, I noticed a lot of similarities between those two women, Lori and Ruby. They are control freaks.
Yeah. Oh, that's for sure. Yeah.
It's like Ruby gave the judge permission to sentence her. She was like, like she gave him permission. If you just got to go back and listen to it, and you're like, wow. Yeah. I'll let you here, judge. I'll do whatever sentence you want me to do, whatever, for my part of the crime. It's like, and really in actuality, we found out that Ruby just wanted to be not as guilty as Jody.
Yeah, that was it. Yes,
she had to
you're
win
exactly right.
and be the best criminal of her children. I don't know. It's very
Well,
weird.
she wanted to blame Ruby wanted to blame her for
Yeah.
everything,
She
and
was deceived.
but Ruby was evil before Jody
Yeah.
Hildebrand
Oh
showed
my
up.
God.
So evil and
Yeah.
mean. So
Kevin
I
got
don't
out
buy
of
that.
that really, really easy, in my opinion.
I agree.
I will get down
Hamtramck's
to the bottom of all that too. I think there's like this movement in the church of inverted people. And I mean, it spawns from the Glenn Pace memo for sure. That's what me and Joe talk about basically, about how Glenn Pace back in 1989, 1990, he had interviewed 60 members of the church, no outsiders, all members of the church who were claiming that they had been ritualistically abused in the most heinous ways. Like 25 of them had witnessed actual human sacrifices. I'm like, Trish, how many have you witnessed in your life?
None.
Right. Okay, that's the normal.
Right, that's the normal. Exactly. Right.
So like 25, that's out of 60 people, 25? Are you 25 of them witnessed these allegedly? And so anyway, but that was a memo that was intended just for the church.
It wasn't intended to be public. Right.
Right. And so it was leaked. And so Bishop Glenn L. Pace, however, he was an accountant. He was not, an expert in that field, but, and he was looking at it from a doctrinal point, a spiritual point, I guess, perspective. And, he said that, and now he was an accountant. So I take him up on this. Okay. He was like, with however many victims he had interviewed, he could have interviewed more. And he actually did after that, report. But he said that he suspects that there were about 800 or so active coven members practicing Satanists up along the Wasatch Front. And I'm like, man, that's prime zone.
Yeah,
that's right there, Springfield, St. George, those lower counties right there for sure, where I've seen other reports come out about this very thing. So when they found Tylie and JJ in the conditions that they were, buried like they were, and where they were, it was like, and then I saw that news story in Utah, and I was like, no, that's so close with the manner, the condition of the crimes, the elements, they match so much. And so it made me dig in there, because, and I've learned so many things that are very uncomfortable, but they're necessary.
And this was that was what, 1990, 91?
Still not prosecuted, nobody held accountable, and since in 30 years, just same old nothing to see here.
Well, and the church kind of is too. I mean, at the top of that, so that was typewritten, and at the top of that, handwritten, was "Do not release,
do not copy,
right?
Do not copy." Yeah. And so it was turned over to the Tanners, Sandra and Gerald Tanner. They've done a tremendous amount of research, and that's what me and Joe have been digging into. Just, there's a lot of similarities this is the main one. Whenever, and this is reported by some alleged victims of an alleged perpetrator.
Okay.
In the church. And she says, and they actually corroborate each other's statements too, which is one of those weird things, where you can't implant things because anyways, but they say that whenever they are in the public, and when they say Jesus or Lord or Christ or Son of Man, Son of God, all the things, okay, just all the words that you use for Christianity's being, deity, okay, they say the same things too, but they are really they're really worshiping, and they say that worshiping Satan. And they have opposite day, and they have, I mean, it's just like it's like a psychological hornet's nest, just like Stacy Cox Cope alleged, as far as Steve, her husband at the time, in his paper, his court filings at that time about what was going on with him and Stacy's marriage and the Cox family and yada yada. And he said he wrote that Stacy had told him that her family is like a psychological hornet's nest. And I'm like, okay, chaos. It continues in this case over here too. And so it's the same playbook. And
so
it's like
can I
people
just,
that are
go ahead.
Yeah.
Can I just say, so basically what you're saying is the people like Chad and Lori, you're finding there are other people that believe like they do, is what you're saying. Basically.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And one of the alarming things is I talked to an investigator who investigates that case I'm talking about. He was hired to investigate it and to pull and corroborate geographical locations. You know, if the girl said that the abuse happened here and this neighbor did it, then he has tracked that down and corroborated. And he's not found any discrepancies by the girls yet, or he'd be the first one to tell you. He wrote a 490-page report on it. They have been trying to pass that bill in Utah for them to recognize ritual abuse. It almost made it. It fell by one vote. And so maybe next time. But I mean, that's how close Utah is to recognizing ritualistic abuse as not a phenomenon and a real thing.
As a real thing. And
so,
and you say this detective, when you say detective, you mean police detective? Was he working for the police force?
I mean, he's just he's an investigator. I talked to him before because I follow his work. And I mean, because that's when I latched on, and I would just read everything, but mainly from the girls' own reports. Okay. Their own victim statements that they turned in under, it's a grandma release from Utah, which is like a FOIA, but it's the Utah version of grandma. And like, people have been intimidated, myself included. I have a whole case file. I have videos, audios, all kinds of things, that interviews, but they intimidate you. They come out in full force.
Well, do you mind talking about what they've done to you as far as intimidation?
I mean, because I've been very careful. I've had one, that's all. I've had one show up on my Facebook messages, which I'm hardly on Facebook, but I saw it and I was like, oh my God, I know that name. Oh my God, And, like Tim Ballard, he actually blocked me on Twitter, X or whatever. So I was like, wow, now I have all the time in the world, buddy.
Right.
But,
well, the church helps to hide them too. The church refuses to come out and publicly
denounce them.
Yes.
Or say that there's a problem. There was a problem back in, this is 89, 90, and they dubbed it as a satanic panic. Or if you're Mormon, LDS, then it's a secret combination. And I learned that probably about a year ago. I was like, are you kidding me? So when a Mormon hears secret combination, it's like a satanic panic to us folks. So
it's the same meaning
in Mormon speak. Yeah.
So
and Melanie actually said that to Nate Eaton, and in a 6 or 7 page letter she wrote to Vallow that this is a secret combination. The doctrines of devils is what she calls it. And then I'm just like, and I mean, there's so many inferences. The recorded phone call, Melanie Gibb, Chad, and Lori, and she says you were messing with all that dark junk. She was right there too, though. So
right. Well, she was. Yeah, she. That's what kills me about that phone call between the three of them. She was all in it, all in it until they used her as an excuse, and then she's like, "Oh
CYA.
No." Yeah, exactly. That's what got her upset. Well, you and Joe talk about this, like you do this at least once a week, right?
We try to.
I live it every day. Like, I'm reading something every day for the past 6 years, or since 2021 for sure.
And it's hard when you hear it. It's hard to grasp, because we look at Chad and Lori as this is just these weirdos. There's
but
just
they were
there's
influential.
People, right. There's few people like them. There's people that still follow them, which is scary. But it's not a huge thing, and you're saying it's bigger than what we can imagine. Is
Yeah,
what your
I
research
don't
is.
know if it's really a following of Chad and Lori. I think it's more of this belief system is way more
Bigger than Chad.
widespread than we.
It's
when-
more widespread,
I mean,
and
so-
Chad and Lori weren't
yeah.
the leaders of it, is what you're saying.
No. I
No?
mean,
Okay.
Tom Harrison for sure. Visions of Glory he wrote, and I mean, you've had Kit on here from Wordwise, who is I freaking love her.
She's the best.
Like I want to. I'll dance at her next wedding. I'm just
Yes, I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? Like
She's great.
I love the way she digs in, and it's her profession. This is what she does, and she's not from that community, so she's looking at it as a nevermo, you know,
Right.
and just kind of analyzing it that way. And to me, it's like she, just like Dr. John is to the psychoanalysis of Lori and Chad and all the people. The same thing I think about Kit, how she's psychoanalyzing or helping us psychoanalyze.
She's doing great.
Chad's
She's great. Yeah. In fact, I'm going to put her.
Chad.
I'm going to put her link up to her.
She's amazing.
Channel. She
I love
reads.
Kit.
Yeah, she reads Chad Daybell's books and other crazy books, and then it digs deep and gives you the explanation. And oh my gosh, she's just brilliant. And the name of her channel is Wordwise. Let me grab it here really quickly and put it in chat. She really is. We've had her on before. She's great. Going back
to your original point about Chad and Lori being wackos to the rest of the world. Christian and I've talked a lot, and the way that I put it is they just slid a little bit off the deep end of the Mormon religion and doctrine.
They just got caught.
Right.
Yeah.
So now, are you?
I still have a lot of friends and family that are good LDS and that would never unalive anybody, but we've had some interesting doctrinal discussions, especially lately. Especially lately.
Well, can I ask a blunt question? Okay.
Gosh.
If there are kids that have been unalived, where's the reports? Where's the missing reports? What's going on? Why haven't we heard anything?
From what I've learned through that case I'm looking into, there's a lot of polygamous kids that are born
there you go. That don't have any record. Yeah.
They're expendable kids. And they're not all kids. The girls detail about going to this one man's house on the avenues in Salt Lake City, very upper class, and it's a punishment. It's actually her mom is allegedly like gifting her daughters to pay for the sins of their father. Their father was disgraced in this upside down church within the church. And she just, one of the victims describes being led out to this shop, and there's, trigger warning. Okay. There. And I mean, it gets you. It's just one of those stories where you're just like, what? Prove it. There was a man hanging from the rafter. Okay. And then there were skins, human skins, and they were stitched together, and they were made to put some of these on. Some of them zipped, some of them buttoned, and some of them had hair still on them. And that the guy said that's because, the person's spirit is still in there. They were R-worded, just severely, it's severe child abuse is what it is. Okay. But like Lynn Packer has reported on this, and I love Lynn Packer.
Lynn Packer is he's a reporter for the Deseret News. He's great. He's wonderful.
So I'm not just one-off and, by myself just saying, yep, no, it was a news story.
Right.
I saw it. And then I found Lynn Packer, and from there I found Goel, Investigations in Ritual Abuse, and I've followed the work. I've done my own research, and I'm just trying to size it up and learn as much as I can about it. I mean, you have one of the alleged perpetrators whose brother was a governor of the state of Utah a couple times, and you have his wife is allegedly working at BYU and teaching sex ed. And it's just like, what the hell? And they went and bought a castle in Scotland, and it's just crazy. They're chasing down this other guy, Nicholas Rossi, aka Arthur Knight. It's a wild ass story. And it's like, and he was, Nicholas Rossi, I want to say, was involved with Boys Town. I want to say it's one of those, I don't know. I haven't really got to research his side of it, but he faked his own death. I mean, he
Crazy
denied.
stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Well, do you feel that this is coming out more to mainstream now, that more mainstream people will hear this and it will finally get the correct attention?
I believe so because of, and I mean, this is before my time in this field, this area of study, because, there's Jeffrey Epstein. I didn't even know really, I didn't care who that was.
Right.
It whatever. And so now I can see where Jeffrey Epstein opened the door. And then I can see where Diddy
came in.
You fluff your pillows or whatever. Am I frozen or are y'all frozen?
There we go. We froze for a second there, Kresha.
Damn.
Chad's portal got us.
Yeah.
Well, I again, it's Kresha, you are an amazing researcher. And what you're telling us is terrifying.
It is
absolutely terrifying. And I want it to come out. I want the truth to come out. And who's ever involved in this crap needs to be held accountable.
Right.
And I hope it comes out soon. I really do.
I pray it does too. And so I know it's uncomfortable. This is what I'm gonna end on. Okay. I know it's uncomfortable. And what I do is I always send her back to Tylie and JJ. Okay. Because they weren't made in a vacuum. These crimes didn't happen in a vacuum. Okay.
Exactly
so many things contributed to this murderous rampage. Okay. And they're not the first people. Okay. There's a whole long line of people who've done this very same thing to follow the church of the firstborn. This idea of the church of the firstborn is not real. I have my theories, but anyways, just if victims are saying this kind of stuff, if it's that hard for me to read it and Joe taught me about cognitive dissonance, and it's real. Okay, it's real. And I'm skeptical too, but I'm not skeptical
I am too.
of Tylie and JJ.
Right.
That's
I can
evidence in my family. They're no longer here. And so I get it. And that's good to have a healthy dose of skepticism, right?
Absolutely.
But I believe people until they give me a reason not to.
Right.
Okay.
True. Good point.
I do. I don't have, there's no sides. It's not political. This is a world humanitarian problem. This is children who are just falling through the cracks because of all the politicking stuff, and it's not about that. Strip that away and just think about if it was your child, if it was your niece, nephew, cousin, student, whatever. Just be aware. There's nothing wrong with learning about these things. Yeah, it's hard to listen to, but can you imagine having to go through it and then not being believed?
Not being believed. And that's what I'm saying. With your research, you're getting this. Well, you're getting this information out. It needs to be out. And if true, people need to pay, and people need to come down hard and get to the truth. Absolutely. 100%. And JJ and Tylie were real, and we saw what happened to them.
We saw what was going to happen to Ruby's kids.
They
were on the chopping block.
Yep.
Melanie Boudreaux's kids, they were in danger bad.
Yes. They would have been dead. Absolutely. Absolutely. And
the Thibodeau kid from Arizona. Also,
same thing.
Thibodeau.
Yep. Thank God he got rescued too.
I know you gotta go.
No, you guys gotta go. That's the thing. You guys, I know you've got a lot to do and get ready because you're gonna be driving here soon, right? So listen, Kresha, thank you so much. Good luck. We're with you on Friday. We are cheering you on. Joe, thank you for going and being there for Kresha and just for standing up and cheering the victims on. Both of you, we can't thank you enough for everything that you do. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna go back and listen to Margaret too.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe, we'll meet up. Maybe have a gumbo or something. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and don't forget, we're going to be discussing this more. We're going to continue our Tuesday
Yes.
night series next Tuesday night. For
Next
all
Tuesday.
you
See you
skeptical
next
people, come and
Tuesday.
watch. Yeah.
Send me the link and I'll post it. Okay. Send me the link because I want to hear more. I really do.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank
Thank you guys.
Bye, y'all.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
And look who we have. Dun, 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 dun. Megan Connor. It's the end of the world again as we celebrate JJ, Tylie, Tammy, and Charles. Never to forget them. And this is the day that Chad Daybell said the end of the world is going to happen, but he said it was going to happen in 2020. We do it every year just in case he got the year wrong. Megan Connor, bless you.
Thank you.
And Megan, you are so generous with your time with us. I really appreciate you. And
well, I love you guys, and I love being here. It's always a welcoming space, and it gives me a place to vent sometimes. I appreciate that.
You can always vent here. And I appreciate Joe and Kresha. They're talking about a very tough subject, you know, and again, I'm it's not that I don't believe them. I do. But I'm also skeptical of everything. I want to see the proof, but I believe Kresha and Joe. I absolutely believe them.
Yeah.
And I just hope it comes out strong enough that something can be done about it, because we did see JJ and Tylie. We did see what was going to happen to Ruby Frankie's kids. These aren't made up people. This was happening. And what they're saying, I'm not trying to put words in their mouth, but what they're saying is it's going on in other places too, all over.
Yes.
And that's what they're saying. So yeah. And I why wouldn't we believe that? You know, why wouldn't we believe that? I get it. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I've talked to Kresha a little bit about my experience. I was trafficked from the ages of 7 to 11. And it was a neighbor babysitter. And it was, photos and videos being taken in the basement of that house of, myself and other neighborhood kids as well. And when I told her just a little bit about it, she's like, yeah, I mean, this was big in that part of the country in the time frame that you lived there. So, I've done some research into it. In fact, I really started digging deep into it. Excuse me. Right before I went to Salt Lake to do the Ruby Frankie episode with Mormon Stories, where we talked about Sherry Frankie's book. And I will never forget, I was on the train on the way from Salt Lake to my sister's house where I was going to stay. And I had come across, actually one of my listeners was sharing a lot of information with me about another YouTube channel that talks about it quite a bit. And through researching with them, one of the people on their show does a lot of writing on this topic over on Substack. And his name is Goel, and he has to use a pseudonym because he's talking about some very powerful people and, is worried about his safety. And so I started reading some of the things that he wrote, and I got to the point where I couldn't read anymore because it was too triggering. And I've done a lot of healing work from my trauma, and I can talk all about it in detail without any negative emotional repercussions. But reading about other people going through it really was hard for me. And I told Kresha, I was like, I'm on this ship with you. I want to study this and research it with you, but I have to be really careful about protecting my mental health around that issue. So I haven't been able to do anything with them. I'm just hoping that when this is all over on Friday, I'm hoping that will open up some emotional space for me.
I hope so too, for your sake. And I know you're being careful. For us, please be careful. We need you, Megan. So be very, very careful. Anyway, I just, it's just been an emotional day. I don't know if you heard, we had JJ's, the CEO of JJ's school on, and what a wonderful woman. It was just very, very emotional.
Yeah.
And wow, and we saw that Kresha played the bus video of JJ. And you look at that young man and you think, how could anybody hurt him? How could anybody look at him and say he's dark? I just, and this isn't healthy, but I don't have enough hate in my heart for Lori and JJ Vallow right now. I wish I could hate them more than I already do. And no matter what is said on Friday, I don't think it's going to affect Lori, and that makes me even more angry.
Right.
Because I want Pressure to rip her guts out.
Yeah.
None of this is healthy, guys. I agree, but go ahead.
I was actually talking with JJ Vallow shortly after Brandon's trial was over. We were talking about his victim impact statement, and he was, we were just talking back and forth about what we would say or should say or whatever. And I said, the thing that's infuriating, just exactly what you just said, Trisha, is that no matter what you say, it's not going to have an impact on Lori. So you say the things that you need to say, and you say them out to the world. And, Lori's listening, but this statement is not for her. It's for you, and it's for Charles. And, I know Jerry wishes that he could just say whatever he wants, but obviously there are guidelines. So
yeah, I'd love to hear what he really wants to say, because I would cheer that on.
He has agreed to come on my channel afterwards. We haven't talked about specifics, but I would love for him to say what he really wants to say.
Yeah.
We'll have to demonetize that video.
That's the best thing to do. That's one of the reasons I'm very happy we're demonetized. People can say whatever they want.
Right.
We don't need to worry about it. So I forgot. You're not going to Arizona, are you, or are you? I forgot.
I am.
You are?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I will be there.
Okay. And you're flying in.
I am.
Are you going to do any live broadcasts from there?
Absolutely.
Good.
Yeah, I'll do one. I'm leaving on Thursday evening. I wanted to make it as quick a trip as possible, so I'll do a live stream on Thursday evening after I get there. It'll be pretty late, but it'll be good for some of our European friends who will see it the next morning.
Right.
I'll be the voice of the past. And then on Friday morning, I'll do a live stream on Friday morning as well. I believe that the time is for 9:00, but whenever I go west, I just pretend like I'm on the same time. And so I will be up at probably around 4:30 or 5 Arizona time. So
that makes me tired just thinking about it. It really does.
Well, I mean, it's 4:30 to 5 Arizona time is 6:30 or 7 my time.
Mm-hmm.
So
true. Well,
yeah.
So I think it was Kresha that was saying, somebody was saying that you should be allowed to give the victim's impact statement, because no, you didn't know the actual victims, but Lori's actions have affected you greatly because you grew up with her. You were very close to her. And, again, it's a ripple effect of throwing a big rock into a still lake. Those ripples go far and wide, and they hurt so many people.
The victim that I represent is our family.
Exactly, the family.
She killed our family too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. What do you think you would say? Do you have any idea what you'd say in a victim's impact statement?
I've thought about it a little bit, but I'm sure that I will write one. Mm-hmm. And I don't know yet if I'll share it or not. It depends on how I'm feeling when I write it. One of the ways that I release my anger is that I write as angry as I want to be. I say everything that I want to say, even if it's terrible, and then I burn it.
That's a good idea.
I just release my anger with the smoke, and it's a good little ritual for me. So I may have to do that. Right. But if I'm in a more generous frame of mind, maybe I'll share it.
I obviously we'd love to hear it, but we understand if you don't want to share it, but we would love to hear it. So I just saw you were with the Latter Daily Saints. Is that
Latter Daily Digest?
Latter Daily Digest, yeah. How are those guys doing? I love those guys. They're great.
They're doing great. I saw Randy on your channel earlier this morning. I was in the chat because, can you believe it? I got 2 flat tires.
Wait, now how did that happen?
What kind of luck is that? I had a slow leak in one of my back tires, and then ran over a screw.
Well, that's Lori and Chad. That's their power. That's their power.
Have I have just terrible luck with cars, but anyway, so I was waiting to get my tires fixed, and and I heard Randy this morning, and it reminded me that I forgot to release the episode on my channel where he came and told the story of the haunted Garden of Eden's day spa.
Oh, good. Oh, so that's what was released today. That's okay.
Yeah, and you were looking for the video, and I was like, shoot, I don't think I posted it. The thing is, I scheduled it, but I had the wrong month or something. I mean, this is just my ADHD. And so I just went in there and went ahead and played it just right before I came on. And then most of my audience came over here.
Oh, good. Because I really want to hear that. I'll tell you what, Randy C. Watts has really helped me a lot, because I have a real hard time believing what happened to me. And he has helped me realize that I am not crazy. Again, I'll just real briefly, I got a text from my dead girlfriend who had died the day before, and she texted me. And and Stacy knows this, I have been researching, trying to figure out a way that this could be explained logically, somehow, some way. And there is no logical explanation. She texted me. It wasn't pre-scheduled. Nobody else had access to her phone, nothing. I had her phone on my coffee table. And he helped me realize that, you just got to kind of accept it. You can't explain it, but it is real. You're not crazy. There's not a logical explanation. Not now. Maybe in 150 years, 200 years, we will, but not now. And there was a very good reason why she texted me, I have decided. And someday we'll tell that story, but he really, really helped me because I was really struggling with that. Because it's just not logical and I can't explain it. And the thing is, it's not like, seeing something that, I can say, oh, that was a ghost. I mean, this is tangible. This is a text message that I heard the text message come in. She had an assigned sound when she texted me, and it had a specific message, and she was dead. And I had her phone. Nobody else had it. And I hadn't touched it. It was on the coffee table. It makes no sense logically. Yeah. And he just helped me realize that. I still have trouble with it. But I don't know. I mean, Megan, what do you think about things like that?
I, being raised Mormon, of course, always believed in an afterlife. And always believed that the spirits that had left their bodies were just here among us. I just always believed that. When I had my faith crisis and I completely lost my faith in everything, I went all the way down into the hole of nihilism for a while. And it was really, really difficult to get out of.
Right.
And it's surprising me that this is emotional for me right now. It's okay.
I don't mean you to cry. I'm sorry. I do that. I am so sorry.
It's okay. I'm a crier, and I just want to normalize having normal emotions. It's normal to feel grief over losing your faith and changing beliefs and everything. But so for a while, I just didn't believe anything. But I think I've started to sort of correct back to the idea that what I was taught was corrupted, and what I really felt about spirits existing and being here with us, I think is true. I don't personally have visitations from spirits, but I have dreams. And I was telling you, I'm going to come on your woo-woo show at some point and share some of my dreams, because they've been really profound. And there are dreams that I had as a child that I still remember. I told you guys about dreaming about Stacy the night before her funeral. And I've had dreams that have been warnings, and I've had dreams that have been revelations. And I don't mean that in the Chad Daybell sense. I mean it in the way that, oh, that's what that's about, just revealing to me things that I needed to understand better. And I do believe in spiritual manifestations like that. I I can just also say I have, other people would call it deja vu, but I have these moments where I know that I've been in this exact situation before. Mm-hmm. And it's not anything like, I seem to remember this restaurant. It's kind of familiar to me. Right. It's like I was driving down the road in the right-hand lane, and the car in front of me was a black sedan, and it put on its right turn signal. And then I continued to the stoplight and turned and looked and saw a school bus next to me. Mm-hmm. It's that kind of stuff. It's that's very, specific. Very detailed and specific. Mm-hmm. And so I can't deny that there's some kind of something. I have no idea what it is. We don't know. I don't know what to call it. I just, I believe it. I believe in your experience. I believe in Randy's experience. And I believe in my dreams. That sounds so corny. And I know, and I can't wait for you to come on. We'll do a special woo-woo just for your dreams. That would be great. Constance Niemacher, I love that. I hear her be me message, and that was the text that my friend who had died sent me. Just said, be me. Be me message as her passing the torch to you and Stacy after reading her letter. You know she heard the letter, and she's passing you both the torch and the love. I agree. I had read a letter to my friend, and Stacy knew her because she had helped Stacy. And my friend had died, and it was just her body there. And I had Stacy's letter because I didn't have time to read it to her before she passed. So I read it to her after she passed. And in the letter, Stacy said, I want to be more like you, talking to my friend, Janet. And so then the next day, I got that text that said, be me. And again, I will keep searching for a logical answer, but there isn't one. And I do think I just need to accept that whatever form she was in, she was somehow strong enough to do that. And from the people I've talked to, that just usually doesn't happen. That's a real strong, energy there that she really wanted that message to get to us. And I do know why now, but I can't wait. I can't wait to hear your dreams. Let's. Well, what JDR just said in the chat is exactly what I believe. We're all energy. Energy can't be created or destroyed. It can be changed from one form to another. Yeah, and you're right. That's basically what I believe. And that makes, to me, that makes scientific sense. You know, that's not woo-woo. That's just science. Yeah. And I believe that. Absolutely. I also want to hear, what was Kresha saying about black and white feathers? I just barely caught that. She said something about we're finding black and white feathers everywhere. It's Uncle Charles letting us know that he's nearby. You know, I think there was a part where I told him I couldn't listen, that I had to take care of some business. Stacy, were you, did you hear that?
That wasn't posted in chat or something.
It was posted in chat?
Yeah. I can't remember. She might have said it on screen, but I did see it in chat as well.
Okay. I think she said it because I had my phone on the table and I was walking into the kitchen and I heard her say something about that and I just froze because for the last 2 mornings I've had black and white feathers on my lawn.
Are you serious? Oh my God. See?
Yeah. I had to cut down a beloved tree the other day, and the day before I cut it down, I found a black and white feather on the lawn right in front of the tree. And that's where my daughter's 2 little pets are buried. She had a guinea pig and a hamster that both are buried under that tree. And it unfortunately got attacked by carpenter ants. And so it had to come down before it fell down. And the day after it came down, I found another black and white feather.
You got to wonder, you know,
right there.
You've got to wonder again.
The portal got me.
They did. I know Chad's portal. I mean, he's a busy guy. What can we say? But yeah, they say that birds are a big sign of this. And
Kresha just sent me this.
There. Oh my gosh, look at that. Are those the feathers she found? I mean, those are very specific. What kind of bird would that be from?
Probably an eagle of some kind of eagle.
Yeah, it'd be a big bird, right?
Yeah, or else it could be, I'm trying to think of what are those big, I don't know. I'm going to have to look it up. But yeah, I didn't touch the feathers because I was like, I'm just going to leave them there. I left, I'll have to go out and see if they're still there.
Right.
But yeah, that was wild. I've never seen a black and white feather in my yard, and I've never seen a black and white bird. I used to have a hawk that lived in one of my taller trees, but it's not here anymore. It's been gone for a couple of years. So,
you guys, this is giving me chills. I mean, and yeah, you're right. You just got the reason why it's hard for me to accept, like somebody posted in chat. It hasn't been my logic. It hasn't been what I've known to be logical, and maybe I just need to decide this is logical. It's just different. You know,
yeah,
just different. It's not woo-woo. It's just different. Anyway, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think Kresha and Joe are live right now, are they? I don't think so. They're going to go live tonight,
right?
Yeah, tonight.
They usually, Tuesday nights is usually their thing.
Right.
Oh, also, do you like my mug?
Oh my God, where'd you get that? We've got to get.
I did a little pop-up shop to raise money for my nonprofit that pays for therapy services for people who can't afford it. And we had this mug, and then I'll have to show you my t-shirt.
Let's see. I can't read it. It says, what does it say?
It says nonchalant, but the non is crossed out because I wanted people to know that it's the opposite of Lori. If Lori's nonchalant, then I'm the opposite of that.
Then you're chalant.
I care. I'm chalant.
That.
I care.
I love that. Do you have a link to your shop, and we'll put it up?
It was just a pop-up shop, and it's not up anymore, but there are still mugs available. And I honestly don't know. You know what? Let me go check my email really quick and see if I have a link in there.
What did the mug say? I missed it.
It says, "Are you done?"
Are you done? That's the judge. Are you done?
I want that.
And then the other shirt that we did says, "I'm going to take a pass on that."
Come see me in jail, Judge. Come see me in jail.
You could come down to the jail and check on me.
You sound just like her. Oh my God. Just like her. It's weird. I love it. Yeah, I think she's going to say something on Friday, don't you? I don't think she could pass up the opportunity to talk about how Jesus is going to save her.
Yeah, she can't help herself, you know. To be a little bit crude, you know, it's, I heard Dr. Romney actually describe this. So I got this from her. This is not my original idea. But she said people with these narcissistic traits, they cannot help themselves.
Right.
In the way that they behave and what they say and how they act. And she said, it's like when you have diarrhea, there's nothing you can do to stop it from coming out. And that's exactly what Lori is like too.
That's a very good point.
Diarrhea of the mouth.
She can't stop. Her brain is just going straight ahead. Well, I think we're going to hear the same bull that we heard before, that you know, it was a family tragedy. That's going to be the big thing, you know. And she didn't, and they didn't. I didn't have anything to do with Brandon. I can just hear it. But thank goodness, there's going to be so many people down there for the victims, for Brandon, for Charles, and for JJ and Tylie and Tammy. They're all going to be there. Again, I get so mad because I want Lori to feel the hate. And I know that's probably wrong, but I really want her to feel it. I really want her to know that she is hated by everybody.
Well, here's the secret. She does know.
You really think so? I go back and forth. Yeah.
Narcissistic people are the most deeply insecure people that exist. She probably knows that she is the most hated woman in America at some points. You know, she probably knows that on a deep level, but she can't admit it to herself. And that's why she doesn't change. So somebody made a comment about the t-shirts, and these are actually very comfortable. I will never buy those cheapy ones. These are the Comfort Colors t-shirts. And it was just a pop-up shop, so the shirts aren't available anymore. But I will do another pop-up shop. I just can't do it all the time. It's just too much to manage, but I will do another one in the future with some other lovely things on them.
Good. Well, I do want to get a mug. That's are you done? I just think that is so perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay, so you're going to go down to Arizona. Then what happens when you come back? What direction is Megan Connor going to go?
Well, I've been talking about this on my channel a lot. Anywhere that there's an intersection of narcissism, true crime, high demand religion, I'm going to be there for all of those things. I'm really interested in the dentist case that's going on right now because
I was going to say that's just the one I was going to bring up, the one in Colorado. Yep.
Yeah, and
James
I couldn't. James Craig. I couldn't cover all of it because I just have been so swamped with other things. But when I reached out to John DeLynn at Mormon Stories, originally it was because I was like, oh, hey, they're covering my family's case. And I was like, I can answer that question. So I reached out to him to say that I could add something to the conversation. And we kind of messaged back and forth a little bit. But when James Craig's case broke, I was absolutely furious. And I texted John and I was like, please, we have to start talking about this, how this religion warps people into these weird ideas that make them think that it's okay to kill their spouses. Like it is just absolutely crazy. And I think it was around the time, I can't remember if Corey Richins was around the same time. She's not Mormon, but I think her husband was raised Mormon or something. But anyway, I was so angry and upset because, it was not only him, but there was that father who killed his entire family and then killed himself. And they were Mormon. And in the obituary, all they could talk about was what a good Mormon he was.
Yeah. And I read that and I was furious. Like, really? Is this what good Mormons do? I don't think so.
So anyway, I'm going to continue to talk about these things. Mainly, Midlife Revolution was born to talk about small changes that become revolutionary. And we've incorporated that into almost every interview that I've done, no matter what it is, because the whole point is to help people imagine that their lives could possibly be different than they are right now. And, I talked about the flooding situation in Texas and how so many mistakes were made and so many people lost their lives because of bad decisions. And I want to talk about, extreme weather events are on the rise and people need to be prepared for them. And they need to be aware of, like, am I building my house in 100-year floodplain? I mean, usually if you're getting a mortgage, they make you get insurance, flood insurance, if you're building in the floodplain. But why are we building in the floodplain? Why are we anybody who rebuilds their house along the river, anywhere close to where the water came up, it's nuts. Don't rebuild. The weather is getting worse. And I read a report the other day. I did a video on emergency preparedness, and I came across a blog from a guy who was a meteorologist for like 20 years. And he said that the two weather events that he is the most terrified of are, first of all, lightning. And I don't think any of us are scared enough about lightning. He was talking about how lightning can strike 25 miles ahead of a storm. And
really?
then,
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah. And then the second one was falling limbs. And
that's the big one. I agree.
People don't really pay attention to dead trees and falling limbs, but we had a big freezing storm here in San Antonio twice in 2 years in a row. And there are a lot of dead trees around. And I have to thank Samuel for giving me my healthy fear of dead trees, because he's always pointing out, well, that branch is about to come down. Well, that tree's, don't park under a dead tree. Look to see if the branches are intact. My daughter was on her way home from a camping trip. They left early because there was a storm coming, and a tree fell on their car and cracked the windshield really bad. And put a huge dent in their hood. So anyway, there is a lot that I'm passionate about. My channel doesn't have, there is nothing that you can point to it and say, oh, she's the one that talks about X. Lately, of course, it's been Lori. And I'm so glad we're almost done. I started to make a video this morning because I don't know if you saw the interview that I did with the family friend who, her mom, her name's Kirsten. Her mom was Janice's visiting teacher for the 10 years that they lived in San Antonio. And she confirmed what we found out, that Janice was telling Lori that she was the reincarnation of her dead sister, Lolly. So I was going to make, that video was about 2 hours long. So I was going to make a condensed version for people who don't want to sit through the whole 2 hours, because it's a lot.
Right.
But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I've been wanting to do it for weeks, but it's like, I just can't, I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's so gross, you know, but I'm grateful for the last interview that Nate Eaton did, because we learned some things, you know,
From
some
Lori,
important
yes.
things. And unfortunately, whenever she opens her big fat mouth, we're going to learn something. And that's the only comfort that I have I'm just preparing myself for the wildest allocution statement ever. The last one went on for like 20 minutes or something, and I was infuriated the entire time. Now I'm in this state of mind where I know Lori's going to Lori, and
Lori's going to Lori. She'll always Lori. Yep.
She always will. We're not surprised. It's probably going to piss me off a lot. I'm probably going to be very angry, but I'm going to take it as, what is she really saying? And I'm going to be listening for what is in between the lines of what she's saying, because has started to slip in some real information.
What do you think we learned this last one with Nate Eaton?
Well, the main thing for me was that she finally confirmed that she allowed Alex to take care of the kids, and that he was going to keep them safe. I want to go to my notes, because I wrote down exactly what she said. Alex put them in a safe place, is what she said. To me, that sort of means there's some plausible deniability there, where I just really don't think that she was the one who got her hands dirty in any way.
Oh, I don't think she did either. I agree.
I think that she enjoyed the power of telling Alex what to do and knowing that he would do it. And so I think that was an important point to learn. I still have a lot of big questions in my mind about exactly what happened to Tylie.
Me too. Where is the rest of Tylie? What did they do to her? What was she alive for?
Well, I have some information about it that I don't know if I can share publicly, but you and I can talk about it later, and then maybe we'll do an episode if we can share it. But so here's what's confusing to me. When Detective Pillar was testifying in Chad Daybell's case, and he was giving the timeline of events of where the cell phones were located at different times, he said something to the effect of, they left Yellowstone at this time, and then they showed up back at their house at this other time. And he reported that there was no significant data or no significant stops or anything like that. But we know that Alex stopped. There were 2 places that he stopped that were really significant. One, he was there for 20 minutes. The other one, he was there for 13 minutes. And I want to know who lived in those houses at that time where he stopped,
Good point. Right. Who was he visiting,
anyway,
and why?
I have some data points and some cell phone pings that I want to go over, because that's really kind of the last question in my mind. And I think probably some of your community can help me fill in the gaps, because I missed out on a lot when I didn't really, I listened to everything in Lori's trial, but I listened to it, just the audio on 2x speed. And I know there were some things that I missed because I was traumatized by it, and then Chad's trial, I was more detailed in what I watched. And what I said to one of my cousins, Rex's daughter, outside after Brandon's trial, is that if I had known how healing it was to learn all the facts of the case, I would have done it from the very beginning. Just to have the truth, and because everything from Lori was lies, and everything from that part of the family, Janice and Summer, was covering things up and whitewashing things, and I just got lied to my whole life.
You did.
And I'm so tired of it that it's, it was really healing to learn the facts.
Right.
And to put those things together. And as much as I hated listening to Lori in court, the thing that was really vindicating is that you can't use your manipulation bullshit tactics in a court of law. There are rules about what you can say and what you can't say. So that was I just had the word and then it left me. That was very satisfying.
Right. Good. Well, and hopefully we'll learn something on Friday, because we know it's going to be excuses, and she didn't do it, and she didn't do it, and she didn't do it. That's all it's going to be. But then we're not going to hear from her except for her filings, I think. Yeah. And that's going to kill her. And again, I'm going to predict she's going to get fat. I believe we're going to see bloated tick Lori at some point. So I
have a question for Megan. Yeah. There are some places we know. Do you have any of the places that Alex stopped on the way back from Yellowstone? I have some of them.
I have all of them.
Okay. Just not the two that you were wondering about, or?
Well, no, I have the GPS locations, and I've gone onto Google Maps and I've looked at those spots. Yeah. And Lauren Matthias even went out there physically to a couple of the spots.
Nice.
This is a good question. Megan, what was the purpose of Yellowstone? Was there a purpose? Was it to give them one last hurrah, the kids, because they knew they were going to kill them?
Who knows what went on in the bag of cats that is Lori's brain. We can't put anything, logical to it. So I don't know. People have speculated that, they wanted to, people die in national parks all the time. And it's a place where it's very easy to die because you're very close to some very toxic, very hot water, things like that. There's also this speculation about the no man's land where no court has jurisdiction.
Yeah, that's
because there aren't enough people, and that is located right next to Yellowstone or in Yellowstone. I don't know exactly. Because I've never considered doing something like that.
Exactly.
But I think it's a part it's really difficult to get to. So, maybe that was a plan and they gave up on it because they, or maybe Yellowstone was too crowded and they couldn't do what they wanted to do. I don't know. Yeah. I don't think that Lori is the sentimental type that would have said, let's all go out for one last outing before we kill the kids.
Yeah, I don't think she'd care enough.
I mean, it does sound kind of warped, like maybe she would do something like that, but I don't know. I don't think. Let me just let me reset and default to everything that Lori does is to serve Lori.
Yes.
So if she wanted to go to Yellowstone, it was making it easier for it to look like an accident or something like that, because that was Lori and Alex's MO as well. Right. So
and maybe
I don't know.
They did want to go to that place and kill them there so they could say, well, they can't prosecute us because we killed them in this one square. But
there's no jurisdiction here.
Yeah. Or maybe they wanted to push them into a hot stream or into a,
that's what I think would be logical, off a cliff or into a waterfall or something like that. Right. But again, part of the reason why we don't know what the deal is with Yellowstone is because we're not psychopathic murderers.
Well, that's just it. We can't go there. Right. We can't go there and try and figure out. And I apologize for yawning. I'm getting a little loopy.
You're fine. I don't know how you do it. I considered doing a 24-hour live stream at one point, and I was like, I don't think I could do it. Well, I did see that you were sleeping this morning. I'm glad you got some sleep.
I did sleep, but I woke up like every 2 hours, so I didn't get a lot of good sleep. But thanks to what the hell is your name? Stacy. Yeah. Stacy and Ping for taking over the middle of the nights. That was great. And it was fun. It was really fun. So Cat Wright says, Trisha, take a nap. I might take a nap, but I've got literally guest after guest after guest until about 8:00 tonight. So I don't want to take a nap. But I'm getting just a little bit loopy, everybody. Hang on here.
Well, if you need to take a break, Stacy and I can talk.
Stacy, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, because Stacy doesn't sleep. she's a vampire in real life. So, actually, I actually need to do a little work, you guys. Thank you for offering, Megan, and I know Stacy,
Of course,
would agree. So thank you. I do need some. I got to get a few things done. I'm just going to step off camera here and I got to fix my pillow. My big fat butt has pushed my pillow up to my back, and so it's I got to fix that. So I'm actually going to come off stage for a little bit, and then I'll be back shortly. Okay.
All righty.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, of course. No, go ahead, Trisha. Okay, I was just going to say that I have my May 1973 Reader's Digest here.
Oh, that's right. We got that.
To
yeah, why don't we read that story?
That'd
article. Be great. Yeah, tell that story. That's a great story. And read the story. Thank you.
Yeah. So for those who
I'll be back in a minute.
Don't know, Janice and Barry had a baby that died in infancy. Her name was Laura Lee. They called her Lolly. That's, I believe, why Lori's email address was Lolly Time, because she believed that she had a special mission. And I think the reason why she believed that, I think Janice literally told her that she was Lolly, that Lolly's spirit had come back to Janice in Lori's body. And I think that's why she's so similarly named. Why would you name a child Laura Lee, have that child die, and have the next child be named Lori? I always thought that was really, really weird.
You know what's interesting about that is
what?
My grandmother's name was Laura, and my mother married my sister Lori after my grandmother.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. So Janice often told the story. And by the way, this is not just crazy Megan telling family stories, because when I interviewed Kirsten on my channel, who was the family friend, Kirsten confirmed this story. Janice said that Lolly died of sudden infant death syndrome, and they called it crib death back then, and they didn't really understand it. But Janice claimed that she had written an article about it, and it was published in the Reader's Digest. And I know that story from growing up because I remember thinking how cool it was that I had an aunt who was a published author. So I had that story in my mind all growing up. It's one of the reasons I took a creative writing class in high school, is because I was like, maybe there's writing genes in the family, and maybe I'll be good at this. So when all of this started happening, I started questioning every single family story that was told to me. And this was one of those mysteries I wanted to get to the bottom of. And so I think the first time I came on WebSleuths, I asked if anybody in the WebSleuths community could help me find this Reader's Digest article, because I had always wanted to read it. And one of your mad chatters, AA from AA, contacted me and put me in touch with somebody who, well, she didn't put me in touch. She told me that they knew somebody who ran the Reader's Digest archive. Oh. And they said that the only article around that time frame that even would have come close was in this May 1973 Reader's Digest. And so I went on eBay and I ordered a copy of it. It says 60 cents right here, but I think it ended up costing me $10. But it is in pristine condition. Everything is intact, including a 10-cent coupon for allergy medication, a 5-cent coupon for shake and bake for pork. I read this thing cover to cover. It was so fascinating to read, like how different things are now. But there is an article in here. It was not written by Janice.
Oh.
Let me get one other thing I want to show you that I have right here. I went on the website and I ordered Lolly's death certificate.
Yeah.
And I have it right here. She died of a congenital heart defect, not of sudden infant death syndrome. So this is the article that it's called Battling Mysterious Crib Death, and it's in the medical opinion section. And when I saw it, I thought, oh, cool, maybe the doctor who treated Lolly wrote about her case. Well, no, that's also not it, because this is a doctor who said that he had a long career in medicine, and this was one of his very first cases. So this case would have been back in the late 50s or something like that. So the case isn't even about Janice. But I will read you this article. So it's called Battling Mysterious Crib Death, condensed from medical opinion by Frank N. Medici, MD. And again, this is May 1973 Reader's Digest. And Lolly died in 1971. She was just 6 weeks old. And she was born June 24th, 1971, and she died August 5th, 1971. And it said that she died at 4:25 p.m. So that probably would not have been a crib death. Now, some people have said, oh, she could have, the heart defect could have caused her to die in her sleep. Well, sure, that's possible, but it's not the same thing as sudden infant death syndrome. And they would have noted it differently on the death certificate, as far as I understand. Now, I could be wrong about that, but what I'm not wrong about is this article. So this says, mysterious crib death is the number one cause of death in infants after the first week of life, yet only recently has it been recognized as a specific disease for which preventative measures must be found. So Frank Medici, MD, writes, fear of losing a life entrusted to his care is a nightmare that haunts every young pediatrician when he first hangs out his shingle. For me, the crisis came in 1966 and centered on Susan, one of my first patients. I examined her the day she was born and thereafter at regular intervals. I well remember her 6-month checkup. Her weight and height were proper. The contour of her chest was good. The soft spot on the top of her head was closing nicely. Her heartbeat was strong and regular. Her development is right on schedule, I told her mother. She is in excellent health. That night, Susan was put to bed about 7 o'clock. At 11, her parents looked in and found her on her back in untroubled sleep. The mother placed an additional blanket over her, kissed her, and tiptoed out of the room. At 2 minutes past 6 the following morning, my bedside telephone rang. As I came groggily awake, I heard Susan's father saying, his voice high and strained, "We can't wake Susan up. We can't wake her up." Fortunately, they lived only a block away, and I ran the distance. Susan lay limp in her mother's arms. There was no heartbeat. Instructing the father to call for an ambulance, I injected adrenaline directly into the baby's heart and then began to give her mouth-to-mouth respiration. All my efforts were fruitless. The tiny body had been cold when I took it from the mother, and at the hospital, Susan was pronounced dead on arrival. The young parents, overwhelmed by feelings of guilt, consented to an autopsy. The 24 hours of waiting for the medical examiner's report were gloomy for me as well, for I wondered what it would reveal about my own incompetence. At last, the report arrived, and I read it through quickly. Then, unbelieving, I read it a second time. The medical examiner could find nothing to indicate the cause of death. There was no evidence of lethal disease or injury. It was, I realized, a case of crib death or sudden infant death syndrome, something I had heard of in medical school, but never seen firsthand, for its victims are not sick children to be found in the hospital, but presumably well children who die suddenly at home. When I showed the report to the baby's mother, she stared at it, then said in a flat voice, "I killed my baby. I put too many blankets on her, and she smothered to death." I assured her this was not the case, for the coroner's report ruled out suffocation, but she wasn't listening. A few weeks later, the young couple moved out of town, probably hoping to leave their feelings of guilt behind. As for myself, I began to study all the medical literature available on crib deaths. Sudden infant death syndrome is the number one cause of death in infants after the first week of life. Each year in the United States, approximately 10,000 babies die of this mysterious malady. This means that each day some 27 families find a child dead. Although SIDS has been with us since recorded history, only recently has it been recognized and cataloged as a specific disease. These deaths seldom occur before 4 weeks of age, rarely after 7 months, and there is an immutable pattern to them. The baby, apparently healthy and normal, is put routinely to bed and drops into an untroubled sleep. Sometime during the night, the infant dies. There is no record of a baby crying out in pain, nothing but sudden, swift death. Over the past 2 decades, a variety of theories about the problem have been developed and discarded. Suffocation was ruled out. Research proved that a normal amount of covering cannot deprive the infant of sufficient oxygen. Cow's milk allergy was considered when antibodies were found in the blood, but a child highly sensitized to milk would have shown other evidence of such intolerance. In several cases, enlarged thymus glands proved to be the result of quick death, not the cause. Similarly, occasional hemorrhage into the cervical cord was shown to be a side effect of death, not the cause. In short, we now know many things that SIDS is not, but we still don't know exactly what it is. And in this darkness, the affected families are beset by fears and suspicions and unwarranted feelings of guilt. Some parents, convinced that they passed along faulty genes, refuse to have more children. Others turn to divorce or spend a lifetime of recrimination, each blaming the other. Sometimes the people that the frantic parents reach out to for help, such as police and fire department rescue squads, become accusers. When these men arrive and find the baby dead, the parents riven by remorse and guilt, and even the family physician bewildered, it is not surprising that suspicions are aroused. How many times did you hit the baby? May be a policeman's opening question. There are today 3 major volunteer health organizations in the United States dedicated to the eradication of SIDS. The International Guild for Infant Survival has headquarters in Baltimore, where it helps finance research, distributes educational material, and aids stricken families. The Andrew Menschall Infant Survival Foundation, based in New York City, has established a research laboratory in the Department of Forensic Medicine of New York University School of Medicine. There, forensic pathologists probe for the secrets of SIDS under the direction of Dr. Milton Halpern, Chief Medical Examiner, City of New York. The largest of these health organizations is the National Foundation for Sudden Infant Death. With headquarters in New York City and 40 chapters from coast to coast, NFSID is oriented toward public education and parent counseling. Under a successful pilot program in Seattle, every SIDS baby is autopsied at a teaching hospital. The parents are immediately given full report by the attending pathologist, and a visit is made to the home by a public health nurse. If necessary, the parents also receive supportive therapy from a mental health professional. That's really progressive for 1973. While proud of its Seattle plan, the NFSID is convinced that only the federal government can supply sufficient funds and momentum to force a medical breakthrough, and there is some indication that NFSID's hopes may soon materialize. In January 1972, a public forum for both medical and lay leaders in the fight against SIDS was provided in a hearing held by the Senate Subcommittee on Children and Youth, chaired by Senator Walter Mondale. Appearing before the subcommittee, Dr. Abraham Bergman, president of NFSID and professor of pediatrics at the University of Washington, said, "It may well be that the common cold virus acts in a strange way on the nervous system of the sleeping baby. We feel that the viral infection somehow causes the vocal cords to be more sensitive and susceptible to spasm, and that SIDS occurs when the vocal cords suddenly close during sleep, shutting off the airway." Dr. Bergman and his colleagues, Drs. J. Bruce Beckwith and C. George Ray, have studied every SIDS case occurring in the Seattle area since January 1965, more than 500 cases. Autopsies revealed that the common cold virus was present in twice as many SIDS babies as in the other ones, and many mothers reported that their babies had a slight cold when they were put to bed on the fatal nights. Though further research may or may not confirm the Seattle group's theory, it is a welcome navigational light in the twirling fog of ignorance and fear. At the end of the public hearing, Senator Mondale's subcommittee presented a resolution to Congress directing HEW's National Institute of Child Health and Human Development to designate the search for a cause and prevention of sudden infant death syndrome as one of the top priorities in research efforts. The senator passed the resolution, and Senator Mondale requested $10 million for research and education relating to crib deaths. Although President Nixon vetoed this HEW increase and others as excessive, there is hope that substantial research funds will be appropriated when the 1974 budget comes up for consideration in this year. And then it gives some tips about what parents should know about SIDS, but I'm not going to read them because they're very outdated, and I don't want people to listen to this and think that this is how you handle this problem.
Right.
So if I was really prepared, I would have done some research on SIDS, but I can just really quickly look up to see what the medical professionals are saying about it. Now, there is still no cure for SIDS, but measures can be taken to reduce the risk of SIDS, such as placing the baby on their back to sleep. I even knew that 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Avoid smoking during pregnancy and breastfeeding. Duh. Use a firm, flat mattress. Keep the room temperature comfortable. Use a pacifier. And immunize the baby according to recommended schedules. It's important to note that these measures are not guaranteed to prevent SIDS, but they can significantly reduce the risk. Research is ongoing to better understand the causes of SIDS and develop potential treatments. That's from the Mayo Clinic.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, and it's baffling to me that you know, even so many years later, you know, it's just baffling that they still don't have like 60 years of medical advances. We've come so far in so many ways. It's baffling that we still don't have any real answers about this. And I was terrified of this as a parent, you know.
Yeah.
And I can imagine, and I speculated a little bit about this with Kirsten when I interviewed her. I can imagine that Janice was probably consumed with grief over that, you know, having a baby die and not really knowing that they had a congenital heart defect. There was, you know, no testing for those kinds of things back then. And even now, it's hard to know when to do those tests.
Yeah.
You know, my son is a type 1 diabetic. There's no family history of type 1 in my family or in my former spouse's family, except for, you know, Adam, but he's a cousin, and that's not close enough for it to be medically relevant for type 1 diabetes. So it's very, very troubling. And I'm sure I said this in the video that I did about Barry. My parents and I went to California when my dad's stepdad died, and Janice and Barry were there because he lived just a block away from them in California. It's actually very sad. My dad's parents, Janice's parents too, died very, very young. Both of them did. My grandmother was only 52 when she died, and
no.
she had a brain aneurysm.
Oh, jeez.
And here's something woo-woo for you.
Uh-huh.
She had a dream that she was going to die, and she prayed and she begged God to let her live until Rex graduated from high school, and she did. She died about a year later. And then my dad's dad was a colonel in the Air Force. He was a World War II flying ace, and he went down behind enemy lines, was in a POW camp. He was able to escape when the camp was abandoned. He and 3 of his Air Force buddies escaped, and they had to find their way to the front lines. And they found an abandoned rail car to sleep in, and it was full of food in various stages of, you know, some of it was spoiled, but some of it was still good. And my grandfather just said he just couldn't eat. He just couldn't bring himself to even eat the good food because he was so afraid it was going to be spoiled. And the other men did, and they ate so much that their stomachs burst and they died.
Oh, wow.
So my grandfather was the only one to survive. And I can't imagine how that must have affected him. But by many accounts, he was a very heavy drinker, and he and my grandmother divorced. And then he remarried, and he was in the hospital for some kind of a routine surgery. It was either, I don't think it was appendix, but it was something similar, kidney stone or something like that. And the nurses who were caring for him failed to change his catheter bag, and the urine refluxed into his kidneys, and he went into kidney failure and died.
Oh my God.
And he was only, I want to say he was only like 57 or something like that. I mean, he was young.
Oh.
So Janice didn't have any parents when she became, you know, so her mom died when I was a baby. So she had at least 5 of her children. Lolly had already died, so she had 4 living children when her mom died. And, you know, she was a young mom. She had lots of kids. Stacy, Alex, and Adam were all born within 3 years of each other. And then Lolly was born 2 years later. So, you know, she had all these kids. She was really young. And I can imagine that back in those days, Barry, you know, probably could have maybe, you know, blamed her for what happened to Lolly. But what I was going to say is that when we went to go bury my dad's stepdad, who had remarried my grandmother, Janice and Barry lived close to him, so they were close. And so that's why it was just Janice, Barry, my parents, and me. And Lolly's grave was there. And Janice had brought some baby wipes with her to clean off the headstone. And Barry said, he told us, you know, the story of finding Lolly, and she was, you know, she was already cold. And he said, nobody on earth can imagine that grief, even after all these years.
Oh, gosh. It's so awful. And
so I'm just imagining that scenario of having a baby die. And then, you know, Janice was happy to get pregnant again and have another baby. So when Lori was born, I think almost from the time she was born, she was probably told that she was Lolly's spirit, and that Lolly must have had a really special mission for her to be able to come back a second time.
Right.
And that's why when I heard that her email address was Lolly time, I think she activated that email address when she was like, okay, it's time for my special mission.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
So can you imagine growing up? It's almost like she didn't even have her own identity. She didn't get a name that was just for her. She was told that she was someone else. Like you're not Lori, you're Lolly. You just came to a different body. I can't imagine growing up with that kind of idea in your head, and how weird it must have made everything for her, you know?
Yeah, and then that kind of primes her for the easy to believe that she's something special, or a goddess, for example.
Right.
You know.
Right. And somebody in chat said maybe Alex killed the baby, not trying to be weird. I honestly had the same thought. I had to go and look up and see, like, how old was he at this time? Because I remember my mom telling me a story about my brother getting in my crib and sitting on me, because he was kind of not happy that I was
Oh
I was
my
around.
goodness.
You know, he was jealous because he'd
Oh.
been the baby, and then, you know, now someone else is getting attention. He was jealous, and so he sat on me.
How dare
So,
you,
you
Leah?
know, I was wondering, you know, kind of the same thing. I wonder if Alex felt similar. I don't know. He was only 2, though. That's the whole thing. It's like, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, congenital heart defect, determined cause of death. So it definitely, I don't think that's something that Alex could have caused. But I did look into it because like I said, I questioned everything after the details of this case started coming to light. Because I was like, who even are these people? These are not the people that I thought they were, you know?
Oh yeah, you know, you'd go back, I can imagine, through everything and question everything. Literally, like you're saying that. It makes perfect sense, because just because something was told to you or ruled something, you need to find out why and how. Is it like it appears, or was there something more to it after all this? Jeez.
Yeah. And I have a really, really vivid memory. And so I remember details of so many things, you know, all of the stories that I've told about growing up around the Cox family. These memories like live with me. And, you know, not just because of the case like that. When I think about my childhood, a lot of the memories that I have from my childhood are times that I spent with my cousins, not just the Coxes, but with my other cousins and the cousins on my mom's side, we just were around cousins a lot. But I have a lot of very vivid memories, going back to, I think my earliest memory is probably when I was 4. And I just have a very detailed memory. And so whenever this stuff started coming out, I really did have to pick through everything, every single one of those, and go, what did I not see? And where did I get it wrong?
Right. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. How old is your oldest child, Megan?
She's 30.
Okay, see, because my oldest is 33, and when you said that about back to sleep. Remember, I'm sure
Yeah.
when she was born, that was the big thing, back to
Yep.
sleep, put them on their back to sleep. So when you said 30 years ago, I'm all, the kids must be close in age together. I was
Yeah.
thinking, but yeah, we did know that 30 something years ago,
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So, yeah, my oldest is 30, and I did have kids like in pretty quick succession. I feel like that's a pretty Mormon thing
mhm.
um, to have happen, and certainly Janice was that way too. She was pregnant with Stacy when they got married, and then I'm trying to remember exactly, but it was like it really was within 3 years, Stacy, and then Alex, and then Adam. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, so I'm just thinking that's a lot there. That kind of gives a different perspective on it, knowing that about Janice's parents and
Yeah.
so forth. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't think that, I said it on my Barry video, but it clearly was not the biggest bombshell or feature of that video, obviously. So
Yeah.
probably a lot of people didn't really pick up on it.
Yeah.
Not to mention the fact that, I started with Barry's parents, and didn't really, I just stated about Janice's parents that they died young. But just remembering, or thinking about how she must have felt,
Mhm.
as a young mom with no mom and no dad. So
Right.
yeah, Shirley, Sally. So my oldest daughter has 2 sons, so I'm actually a grandma, but they call me Mimi.
See, I was Mimi at first, and then we decided to switch it to Gigi. So it's Gigi now. That's funny. I mean,
Somebody
yes.
just rang my doorbell, so give me a second.
Okay. Yes, MS says having large families was a Catholic thing as well. Yes, I can remember. I told Trish this a while back, but my husband and I were in a grocery store, and we have 4 children. So we're walking through the store, and we took our kids everywhere with us, and so we had the 4 kids behind us, and an older woman. I mean, she was at least in her 70s, came up to me or us and said, "Are you Catholic or Mormon?" And we go, "We're neither." And she goes, "Well, I know what you guys like to do at night." And,
That's right.
it's like, what? Oh my gosh.
One of my daughter's friends actually made a similar comment.
Yeah.
They asked her how many siblings. She said, "I have 5 siblings," and they said, "Is she Mexican?"
Oh my gosh. Oh, God.
Hey,
Yeah.
Megan,
Yes.
you're welcome to stay on. I'm going to bring up somebody named Phrase, who is our guy on WebSleuths.com. You're welcome to stay with us, or if you need to, go take a break, because you've been on like constantly. You've done so much for us, but it's whatever you want to do. I don't want to say you have to go. You have to go. You're welcome to stay if you want.
Thank you
Okay.
so much. I probably will go ahead and go. I've got a bunch of work to do to get ready to leave on Thursday. But if you need me to come back, if someone bails on you and you need someone to fill space, I'm a great space filler.
You
Oh,
are.
thank you
You
so
are
much,
wonderful.
Megan.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Megan. And guys, I'll be right back. I just got to grab one thing. Megan, I will be in touch a little bit later, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
I'll
Thanks,
be right
thanks,
back.
guys. Thanks, Mad Chatters. It's good to be here with you guys.
Bye.
As by my count,
Hmm.
the world has not ended yet. We are still spinning. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. You never know.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I wonder, there are I'm not going to name, but I know there's a religion in the past that predicted the world ending in a certain year, and then it doesn't happen, and then what do they say? I mean, I can think of all sorts of things they could possibly say to convince people, but I wonder, what do they actually say? Why their prophecy didn't come true?
Stacy, how are you doing? Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
You sure? Because I don't want you to get overtired, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Guys, I'm going to bring somebody up. He goes by Phrase. He is, and he's so much more than this, but he's our big tech guy on WebSleuths.com. Now, I know there's some people in chat that are going, WebSleuths.com, what the heck is that? Well, I'm going to show you real quick. I'm going to bring him up here in just 1 second, but let me grab this. The reason why we are here, why this live stream is here, is because of WebSleuths.com. It's a true crime discussion forum, and I'm very happy to say I'm the manager of it. And it is just an amazing place where members for over 25 years have joined in to talk about true crime. And it has evolved over the years. It is tightly moderated, meaning that you can't go on there and just say whatever the hell you want. You go on and you have to, why is this screen not sharing? What the heck's going on? There we go. You have to follow our rules, and our number one rule is don't be a jerk. Okay? This is websleuths.com, everybody. We have Lori Daybell sentencing. We have over 17 million, I'm not exaggerating, 17 million posts on all true crime cases. And there are
over 18 million.
Oh, is it over 18 million now? Oh my
Over
gosh.
18.5 million, yeah.
Good Lord. Like, one of the big places is our On Trial. And this is where we have discussions about Lori Daybell, Koberger, all of those cases. The Angela Craig case, James Craig, that Megan was just talking about. And I want to bring up a gentleman now who is part of the DNA Solves Othram Web Sleuths family. And here he is. His name is Phrase. And I've actually turned off my ring light for a while because it needs to cool down. But Phrase was so kind to come in a few weeks ago and set up my new YouTube look. And now I don't look like I'm in the dark, and I don't sound like I'm underwater. So it is fantastic. But
microphones and lighting.
It's all about microphones and lighting. But Phrase, I like to talk about Web Sleuths every time I do a live stream, because Web Sleuths has really it changed the way people looked at true crime. It's a place where media comes, law enforcement comes, everybody comes to read. And you have been a huge part of this, because you have made websleuths.com a much easier place to navigate than it used to be, and it's much more user friendly. Yeah. And just talk a little bit about that, and then I want to talk about the Web Sleuths Guardians, and then we're going to talk about DNA Solves. So I want to talk about these two things right now, but just talk a little bit about it while I bring up Web Sleuths, and then we're going to talk about the Guardians, okay?
So yeah, I have the memory of a goldfish. So you're gonna have to remind me what your first question was. It was about Web Sleuths.
Just websleuths.com in general. You joined in here, and you have gotten to know us. You again, you're so much more than an IT guy, but you're the guy that we go to with all of our technical problems. And now I'm turning to you as my psychiatrist. I mean, you are just wrapped up. You have it all. You have it all.
Yeah. So I joined Web Sleuths in December of last year. I spent the first couple of months just sort of looking around and poking at things and looking at the code and trying to understand the enormous potential that this audience has. I mean, you really don't. No one has a clue, let alone the people at Othram that I talk to on a regular basis. When I tell them that Web Sleuths gets about 2.5 million page views a month, they have 164,000 active users a month. Those numbers are enormous. So I have a feeling that the folks in this room understand, or they know who NamUs is, namus.gov.
Yep.
Right.
That website gets less than a quarter of the traffic that WebSleuths does. It's insane. Yeah. So really, there's so much potential in this platform to do good, to reach people, and to support victims and victims' families, especially. But running these websites and paying everybody's salaries is not cheap. So we have to. One of the things that I was tasked to do was to figure out how we can generate a little bit of money so that we can be self-sustaining. Like we've been, frankly, we've been a bit of a drain on the boss's wallet for a little while, and he's happy to pay it, but he'd rather not. You know what I mean? So looking at the audience and looking at the people that visit the website and love it so much, we've tried a few things. We tried selling merch. We've tried getting people to donate to causes that we would otherwise be supporting elsewhere. And we thought, okay, well, if we can show that we're supporting causes, then we can show that we don't have to pay that money elsewhere. So if we support it, then that's less money that we have to cover. And the only thing that really worked, the only thing that we found that the audience really gets into is supporting WebSleuths directly. So we came up with the WebSleuths Guardians program to pay $3 a month. And the one thing, when Trish and I were talking about this, the one thing that we both agreed on was we were never, ever, ever going to take the functionality that people were used to away and put it behind a paywall. That was not going to happen. The only thing that we would do is say, okay, well, what perks can we give people who donate money? What kind of upgrades can we provide? So if you've been going to WebSleuths for 25 plus years, and you don't want things to change, they won't. They'll stay the way that they always have. All the access, your ability to post, everything that you read, all the search, everything will remain as it is. But if you do decide to donate, and $3 a month, that's one coffee out a month.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, and
less than 10 cents a day.
Right. Yeah, I know. I hate to make this into a Shriners commercial, but it's so cheap, and it goes a long way. So we have a goal to try and show the bosses that this stream and this audience is so valuable to WebSleuths.com. So we know that there's the WebSleuths YouTube Live that Trisha runs, and then there's WebSleuths.com, and those two are kind of separate things. And we want to show that the YouTube channel loves WebSleuths.com, and we can show them by getting people to sign up for Guardian. That's like the easiest thing to do, and it's so cheap.
And here is the link to sign up for $3 a month. And again, this YouTube channel would not be here if it weren't for WebSleuths.com. Okay, they are separate entities, but they are, it's all about helping people. They're separate entities, but they do the same thing. On WebSleuths.com, people can discuss by posting about cases, and they have to follow along and follow the rules. Our biggest rule is don't be a jerk. And I'm putting the link in chat right now, where you can just join for $3 a month. It's right there. But when you go and read at websleuths.com, and I tell everybody to do this every day that we do a live stream, just go and read. Even if you don't sign up, just go scroll and click, and you will find pretty soon it's 4 and 5 in the morning, and you've been on there all night reading because it's fascinating. And now the posts they should go all the way back to 1999, but they don't, because of a crash that happened, and all the posts were lost before we had anything to do with it. The posts go back to 2003. So we've got some of the really old cases up there that are still absolutely fascinating to read about. And once you read, then you can join. Upper right-hand corner is the register button. Click on that. It's free to join. it's free to post. It's free to be involved. The only thing we ask is that you do become a WebSleuths Guardian for $3 a month. And, you know, $3 a month, I think, is something that is affordable, and it will really help us keep things going. And the other thing, John, I am so happy about is we don't have any ads on WebSleuths.com anymore. Now, when I owned it and ran the whole thing, it was Ad Central because that's all I could do. There was nothing else I could do. And thank God we don't have any ads. And that's because of our bosses and what they do and how much they appreciate what WebSleuths does. So if we want to keep it ad free, if we just have you join for $3 a month, it would mean the world to us. It really would. So I've just put a link in the chat and I've pinned it to where the WebSleuths Guardian subscription, $3 a month, boom, you're done. That's it. And that will keep WebSleuths.com going, which is such an important part of so many people's lives. When I took it over in 2004, one of the main goals I had was to let people know that they mattered. Because one thing I found out digging in the true crime world when I started during the John Bonet case was there was a lot of people in the world, in the US and all over, that felt like they didn't matter. They were alone, they didn't have anybody, and they just felt like they didn't matter. I want everybody to know that you matter. You matter. Your ideas are welcome. As long as you follow our rules, your ideas are always welcome, and we want to hear them. WebSleuths.com is a true community of people, and it becomes a way of life for a lot of people. So if you could, it would help us keep it ad-free. It will help keep this YouTube channel. We are no longer monetized. We don't ask, for donate. Like, remember before when I get on there and beg and it would be so obnoxious and people would go, good God, woman, get a job. And I'd be like, well, I have 2 jobs and this, and I'm still not making it. So we're just very, very lucky that that we have what we have. So I love it. I love the fact that phrase that you came on, and you weren't familiar with WebSleuths before you came on, right?
No, that's the funny thing is that my my background has always been in product merchandising. So I used to make merch. And when I came on board, it was the intent of building or generating revenue by selling merch. And one of the very first things I learned was people aren't really all that interested in merch. And
well, they're not. They don't come. Yeah, they don't come to WebSleuths to shop. They don't.
Right. Yeah, they want to support the victims. They want to find the perpetrator. That's what motivates them. And being part of this community helps them do that. And a T-shirt with a WebSleuths logo on it is not the way to do it. I mean, if you guys want, I'll make them. There's no problem. But I know I see Lorena the Red in there, and I know that Lorena the Red wants some new merch. But yeah, I immediately wrote myself out of a job as soon as I started. I'm like, well, this is not going to work. But I do know how to connect a passionate, focused audience towards a goal. So that's what I'm doing now is I'm just sort of redirecting using a different vehicle.
And you're doing a great job. And again, it's such a pleasure and a delight to have you on. I've never said this to you, but David Middleman, the CEO of Othram, said to me, I hope you laugh at this. He said, Fraze is here to do what you want him to do. You tell him and he'll do it. He is yours to do with what you want, basically. And I'm like, I like that. I like that in a man. Yeah. So, and you've been so helpful. I just can't say it enough. And again, WebSleuths does make a difference. It really does. And it's all because of the wonderful people like you. And
it's funny. I got a support email from somebody this morning who wanted to change their username, and I'm like, that's kind of a policy question. Let me ask the boss, and CC Trisha on it. And I'm like, that's kind of the first time I've called Trisha the boss, but it's true. Trisha is the boss. We do what she says.
And normally, a lot of times people will pick a name and they may use it for years, and then they realize, oh, that's too much like my real name, or my ex knows that name. I don't want him to have it. So we let them change as long as there's a good reason for it. So we go, well, thank you for calling me the boss. That's good. And I'm the boss as long as there's no problems, and then I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. So, but there's another arm of this. And, maybe, just maybe, being a guardian isn't what you want to do.
Spunky. Stop.
It's McSpunky. What's he saying? Well, some sports bra. Oh, McSpunky. At first, I thought it said sports bar, but knowing McSpunky, it's sports bra.
That could be fun.
Well, that actually could be fun. No question, it could be. Well, wait, but before that, and Praise, I didn't ask you this, and you don't have to. Can you tell people what you did that I have just been so amazed at? The merch that you did, or you don't want to? You don't have to.
Oh no, I have no problem with that. So yeah, my background is merch. I try not to talk about it because it's a huge departure from true crime.
Mm-hmm.
But I was the lead buyer at ThinkGeek for 11 years.
ThinkGeek. And who did you supply?
ThinkGeek.com. We were one of the very first e-commerce websites that sold exclusively to nerds, geeks, fans of Star Wars, fans of Star Trek. In fact, this is a Star Trek shirt that I made.
Oh my God.
And the funny thing is that I have it right here. This little sphere is how David and I met. David used to run a company called Trance Metals, and it sold metal spheres. This is a kilogram of tungsten, and you don't understand just how heavy a kilogram of tungsten is. It's half the size of a baseball, but weighs like 20 baseballs.
Okay.
But this is a perfect sphere of tungsten, very expensive, like $300 because it's a very rare metal. They use it for bullets. They use it for in place of depleted uranium. But this kind of geeky stuff, this is an elemental product, and this kind of geeky stuff is what David and I used to do.
Yeah.
God, 15 years ago.
Oh, really?
And we just stayed connected on LinkedIn one day, and he reached out to me and said, "Hey, I've got a crazy idea. Do you want to fly down to Houston and talk about it?" And I said, "Well, I'll take a free flight, sure."
Right.
And he pitched me on this idea of using or leveraging the true crime community to support victims through revenue. And I thought, why not? That sounds like a cool idea. In fact, I first just wrote him a paper saying, "Here's how you do it," and I gave him a roadmap. And I expected, well, he can just take this and run with it, and he doesn't need me. But he said, "Okay, the department's yours." What? Yeah,
he just gave it to you, really?
He just gave it to you, gave it to me and said, "All right, this is yours to run."
That's so cool. That is so cool.
No pressure.
Wow.
No pressure. Yeah, you just run the whole thing, and it better work, or else. Yeah, exactly. But no pressure whatsoever. Miss Mojo, I'm going to send you my email here. I'm putting it in chat. There are a few technical issues, has nothing to do with you, but email me at websleuthsvideos@gmail.com.
She'll end up forwarding it to me anyway.
I'll just give it to Phrase. So I won't.
Did you send him the ones I sent you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. Yes, and I replied back to you as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got all of those. So, but can I tell them what TV show you supplied stuff for, or no?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you want to, go ahead and tell them, and I can fill in the details.
Okay, you've probably all seen this great show called oh my God, my mind just did with Sheldon and Leonard and my mind just went.
Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory. You've all seen the Big Bang Theory. I mean, do you remember Leonard in the shower with his girlfriend Priya, and they've got the elements on the shower curtain, and there's this, Rubik's cube. There's a Kleenex box that's a Rubik's cube, and all these things, and Raj with his shirt that played, the dun dun dun, and the theme from Law and Order. You made that stuff. You made those things for the Big Bang Theory. Yes, you did. Stacy, it's true.
I've got a question. I gotta know, did you do anything for Harry Potter?
I mean, not the we did make some Harry Potter stuff. I don't have it here, but I do have some wands that I worked with a wand company to make. In fact, a lot of ThinkGeek alumnus ended up working for the wand company after thinking folded. But
Oh.
no, yeah, the stuff that we did for Big Bang Theory, one of their producers called us and they said, we're making a TV show that we're doing, it's pilot season, so we need to like fill up a nerd's apartment with stuff. It looks like you've got stuff. Can we have some stuff? And we're like, sure. And we filled a giant box full of stuff. In fact, the Rubik's Cube tissue box was a product sample that someone sent us that they didn't have a license from Rubik to make. And so we said, do you want this back? And he said, no, keep it. And we're like, we'll send it to Bill Prady. He'll make use of it. And he did.
Right.
It's been sitting in this. It was sitting in that set for the entire time.
Oh, that is so cool. That is just absolutely
We had no
wonderful.
idea how big that show was going to be. And then later, a few seasons later, they called us and they said, hey, you know that T-shirt you make with the speaker? Can we have one? And we're like, can you have? Yes, of course you can have one.
That is so cool. I love, that's one of my favorite episodes. Well, I think Raj wears it twice, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe 3 episodes. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it was only 1 episode, but yeah.
My mind just, kind of just stretches it all out. So yeah. So when you see those things on the Big Bang Theory, it is our friend Phrase that got them all of that. So I was so impressed. In fact, I was watching the Big Bang Theory on my cell phone when you told me that story. I couldn't believe it. So now there are some people in chat that are Latter Day Daily Digest. Good to see you. That are saying, I don't want to support WebSleuths. Not that they don't want to support WebSleuths, but not their thing. There is a great organization. We want to give you choices here. And it's called DNA Solves. And DNA Solves is part of Othram. And somebody just mentioned that David Middleman did a great interview this morning about Othram. And Phrase, I'm going to let you talk about Othram, and then we're going to roll it over to DNA Solves. So tell us about Othram and the amazing things they do.
So David and Kristen Middleman, they both have PhDs in. I'm going to screw this up, I know, but I know they have PhDs in biochemistry. They worked in labs that did DNA testing, and they said, okay, well, we want to have a company that does DNA testing for law enforcement, to help identify victims, to help identify perpetrators, or exonerate victims exonerate potential perpetrators. So they built a lab, and as they built this lab, they realized that there's a lot of technology that the labs that exist don't use.
Right.
When you do DNA testing, there are about 20 genetic markers that they typically connect you to. Or like when they map out your DNA, they'll point out 20 genetic markers and say, okay, this is a person. And it's very rare for 2 people to have exact same genetic markers across those 20, but it's not impossible. And they know there's technology that can handle up to 200, maybe 300 genetic markers. They have that technology. And so they offered their services to law enforcement and to other entities who need to do this kind of identification, and saying, look, all of these labs can do great work. We can do better work. So they created Othram to do that work. But they are so focused on trying to find missing persons, to identify victims, to identify perpetrators, when all they have is a very, very tiny speck of DNA. In some cases, they have DNA that's almost, in fact, I think there was one case where there was DNA that was over 100 years old, and they could not identify this victim. But one of the things they're especially good at is reconstructing DNA that's been damaged. They have technology that can rebuild it in a way that is bulletproof, essentially. So like a good lawyer will look at this technology and go, well, this is unproven technology. This can't possibly be accurate. And no, the 2 of them will go to court and take the stand and tell and explain to the jury and explain to the defense, no, this works. Here's how it works, and absolutely shut down that argument. The technology is amazing, but there are still laws in books all around the United States and the world that prevents some of this technology from being used in trial. So they will try and lobby states, senators, and representatives and congressmen to pass laws to allow this technology to be allowed. We can find more people that way. We can find more perpetrators that way. So yeah, it's a lot of work, and it takes a lot of effort. But Othram is some of the best at it, and I'm not even kidding. They are.
No,
so
they
good.
are. They are amazing, and like you said, they go at it at a two-prong way. And again, for people like me that has absolutely no idea how this works, they combine the highest and best technology with the best scientists with the most incredible researchers available, and they combine the two. And because of this, they can take I hope I'm not getting this wrong, but literally like a half a skin cell that is damaged and years old, and they can build out a DNA strand where they can identify somebody. And they do it through, can they go back? Is it like 6 cousins? Can they go back that far?
I don't know that. I don't know that. I'm sure that's true. I don't know that number for sure.
Right.
But the one thing that they're also working really hard at is building out a network of DNA profiles using forensic genealogy.
That's what I was trying. That was a phrase I was trying to think of. Forensic genealogy. That's who they have on board. Right.
So even if they don't know if they have a genetic profile of the perpetrator or the victim, they still don't know who they are. Your DNA doesn't have your name and address and social security on it.
Exactly.
And if you never got swabbed, we can't directly identify you, but we can look at your genetic markers and compare them to what we have in the database and say, this person has a familial connection with someone we do have in our database. So we can contact them and say, hey, about 50 years ago, did you have a cousin that just disappeared? And they go, yeah, I don't know what happened to Tommy, but Tommy just up and vanished in the night. We have no idea what happened to him. And we can say, well, I'm sorry, but we do know what happened.
We found
to
him.
Tommy. Yeah.
And they find criminals this way. This is how they found the Golden State rapist, was through this familial DNA. And you can, and we're getting to another point here. Othram and WebSleuths have teamed up. We're partners now. And again, I'm so proud to be associated with Othram. I can't tell you. And Othram has another arm of this called DNAsolves.com. And basically what that is just kind of like a clearinghouse of where they put all this information about their cases. And I've been showing you the Othram.com website. And now I want to show you the arm of Othram, and that is DNA Solves. And this is where they put the cases that they are working on now. And there's a lot of, they don't put all of them, believe me, I don't think they could fit them all. But there's this place called DNA Solves. And let me share this with you. This is, again, a part of Othram. And it says, help families get the answers they deserve. And it is amazing what they do. Okay. Now, and we've talked about this before. Each one of these DNA tests that they do starts at $7,500. That's just for the test.
That's actually half of what it actually costs.
It is, really?
Yeah. So Othram usually will put up the first $7,500. It's actually 15 grand to run all of these tests and to do all of the work necessary. Yeah. Well, we just don't show you the first 7,500 because when it's marketing, when people see a $15,000 price tag, they're like, oh,
we can't do that.
There's no way. We'll never get there.
Right.
So we just pay for that. So
here's what we do. Again, this doesn't go to keeping us up and running because, we're fine. But what this does is it helps keep Othram up and running, which in turn helps keep WebSleuths up and running. And so if you're not into the true crime, into the true crime discussion and that whole thing, why don't you check out DNA Solves? And let me put the link. I just pinned it in chat. Let me put it here. And what you can do there is you can go and you can find a case that maybe you want to donate to. Maybe there's a case in your in your neighborhood, in your state, or you can become what is called a subscriber, and that is make a monthly donation, and even like $1 a month could make a difference. And there are hundreds of these cases. Metropolitan Nashville Police Department and Othram teamed to identify a 2004 John Doe. Well, they've only raised $271.98 of the money needed. Here's one that's solved. Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, Knox County Regional Forensic Center, and Loudoun County Sheriff's Office team with Othram to identify a 2019 John Doe. After 6 years, Tennessee Loudoun County John Doe is identified as John Troutman. And somebody's family finally got the answers they deserved because of what DNA Solves and Othram were able to do here. So I've just put the link up in chat. These are just some options for you, okay? If you like supporting the WebSleuths.com true crime family, we have the WebSleuths Guardians for $3 a month. If you want to do something that is more just directly goes to a crime and helps solving a direct crime, then check out DNA Solves. The link is right there. You can make a one-time donation to any case, and there's a whole bunch of them you can choose from. This is just their front page. And or you could just make a monthly donation. That would be such a big help. And again, we're all supporting each other here. It's all trying to get things done, trying to catch the bad guys, and also help families whose hearts have been broken because their loved one walked out and they have no idea what happened to them. And to be a part of that, and to be able to help, I'm telling you, is such a great feeling. I can't even describe it. I can't even describe it. And what were you going to say, John?
There's a third way that you can support our mission.
Yes.
Can you go to, and you've got your browser open, can you go to store.othram.com?
Store.othram, yes, I can. Hang on. I can do that. Store.othram.com. There we go. And it's like loading. Oh, wow. That's so cool. Here, let me share. Now, this is cool stuff, guys. You want to talk merch? This is kick butt merch right here from Othram.
Well, it's the first piece that I want to specifically talk about, the swab kit. Yeah.
Let's do that here. Here we go. Okay.
So this is a swab kit, and some of the old school WebSleuths.com users may recognize this because this was the banner at the top of the page nearly every day for probably 6 months. But this is very similar to one of those 23andMe. Remember when you would send in a cheek swab and send it into the lab, and they would come back and tell you what your genetic makeup is.
Right.
This is slightly different. So we're going to take your swab just like you would with 23andMe, but this one you're not going to actually get any data back. The data gets processed in the same way that a victim's DNA would get processed, or a perpetrator's DNA would get processed. We will take your DNA, and because it's a good swab, we don't have to do the recreation. And sometimes that recreation is what gets really expensive. I saw your question, Crystal, so I wanted to address that briefly. But we'll take your DNA profile and we'll add it to our database, and that database grows. And the more connections we have with a wider area of population, the easier it is for us to be able to identify victims. So we actually find that people who have been in a specific region of the country for generations, they have genetic markers. So even if you're not related immediately, or even third cousin twice removed to a victim or a criminal, you have regionality to your DNA profile, and we can say, all right, well, looks like we've got some hits to Middle Tennessee. Okay, that narrows our focus a lot. So having you in our database, we can say, okay, now we have a clear picture of the victim and help us identify them. Or in some cases, we do have familial connections, an aunt, an uncle, a cousin. We can say, hey, you share a paternal ancestor with our victim. So we can find,
or you share a paternal ancestor with our crazed serial killer. And I know a lot of you have serial killers in your family. We can find them.
Constance, you're wrong. You have no idea how wide the net is, but we need more samples. We need a lot more samples to get a more complete picture. The more samples we get, the faster we can solve crimes. Yes, $50 gets you 2 kits. So you can take a kit for yourself and give the other one to a friend. You can also swab your other family members, but believe it or not, that's less helpful. Give it to someone you're absolutely not related to. That's way better.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So Penguin says, when I was at Othram, that DNA solves to make it, I'm assuming that's what you meant, to make a donation. There wasn't a lot of cases. Penguin, I think you need to go to DNAsolves.com. Yeah, on Othram, there wouldn't be. DNA solves, DNA. Here, in fact, let me put the specific link up here for you. And you'll see
that link goes to the donation page. But if you go to just DNAsolves.com, you'll see I'll show you around a little bit.
Yeah, hold on. I'll pull that up. Let me just write this down here real quick. Okay, hang on.
And thank you all for sitting through this. I know you probably want to talk current cases, but man, this stuff is fascinating to me.
Well, and it's
important. You can tell.
Well, and it's important to us because this is you guys are our partner. And, we're here, we're able to do these things and not have ads and not have, constant send money, send money, send money. So I really want to do this because it helps us. In the end, it helps everybody. So hold on, let me pull this up here. And we are going to be talking true crime here in just a minute with Mike King, DNA Solves from Profiling Evil.
I'm holding up I'm sorry, or ping.
Hold on 1 second. I think just go to DNAsolves.com, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will show you a couple of really cool features of the site. If you scroll to the top where it says cases.
Yeah. Click on that.
Click on Map USA.
Okay.
So when you were asking like what's happening around me, so you can click on the state that you're from, and it'll show you all the cases in your immediate area that are unsolved, need funding, or even solved. If you want to read a story about a solved case, you can scroll down and see cases that we've funded and solved and are still open. So thankfully, it doesn't look like we've got several cases that are funded and a lot of cases that are solved, but nothing that needs funding at this time. So that's fantastic.
For Texas, yeah. Let's check California and see how that's doing.
But we're based in Texas, and we have it in with all of the law enforcement in Texas, so it's easier.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sure there's there's
there's Lassen County and
right.
I need to send in my California DNA.
Yes, you do, because I'm sure you've got serial killers in your family. Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
But click into one of those unfunded cases.
Yeah, contribute now. And
no, not contribute now. Just click on the case name itself or the photo.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And it'll tell you the story of the victim and how we found them.
Yeah, I'll tell you the whole story.
Yep.
And see, there's the real picture of her, and there's the reconstruction. Yeah. And so this stuff is absolutely fascinating. So yeah, just go to DNAsolves.com and then click on cases and click on map. And we have it looks like you have a Canadian map too. Let's take a look at Canada. Let's see what our friends in Canada are doing. Let's take a look. I don't know what province this. Oh, Ontario. Let's see what's happening in Ontario. And if I'm not mistaken, Phrase, David and Kristen are constantly going all over the world because law enforcement wants their help for things, right? It's constant. Oh, not too many in Ontario. But again, they are just always busy. I mean, and David is going to try and come on tonight. He was going to try and come on last night, but he had to catch a red eye out to somewhere. And he's going to try and come on tonight. I hope so. And I hope Kristen is with him. So, but yeah, I mean, believe me, there are, and if you click on browse, I'm assuming that pulls up cases.
Yeah, so at the top, if you scrolled immediately, but there's that drop down there that says show any featured cases sorted by magic. So you can change that to unfunded, or if you just want to read the good news, you can click on solved.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll show you
all the solved cases.
Sorted by the most recent ones.
And then if you want to click on cases that are, let me pull this back up here. Come on. Come on, baby. Uh-oh, my thing is frozen.
Here it goes.
Come on. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Go back to solved and change that to not yet funded.
Not yet funded. And they're all the ones that are not yet funded.
That need help.
They all need help.
So if there's one in your area or one that is close, like that one right there is actually our closest one. That Campbell County Sheriff's Office one.
Say that. I didn't hear you say what?
The one right in the center, the Campbell County Sheriff's Office. Yeah, that one. Okay. That one's close.
It's close. It's getting there. And sometimes too, you know, when it gets close, sometimes one person will come in and just fund the rest of it, which is great, which is absolutely wonderful. So again, that's at DNA Solves. So it, and we've had, you guys have met Michael Vogan. We've had him on our show at least twice. Great guy. And all of these cases, represent a family whose heart is broken, wondering what happened to their loved one. I mean, imagine the person you love the most just vanishing. I can't. And I've said this before. My son, I lost him on a Mexican beach when he was 7 for 45 minutes. I could just start bawling about it right now. I can't imagine that happening in, you know, on a regular basis. I can't even.
And donating any amount is good. I mean, we default to $25 a month, but if you can just give $1, that is helpful.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing, just showing, like, what I want to do is, if you can't afford $25 or even $3 a month, that's fine. Give $1, because it's sometimes it's not about the money. It's about showing that there's a mass of people who
that can
really
do that can help
crime solved. Yeah, that can help.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So when you look at the donation page, you can change it to other, and you can set it as low as $1. Mm-hmm. All I want is people. Money would be better, but people is great. Right. It's a great message to send.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. You don't need to. All you need to do, Penguin, is just go to dnasolves.com. All right. And then you see it says here cases, and you click on that. Whoops. No, wrong one.
No, you got it right.
I got it right. Okay. Yeah. No, you go down. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Here's what I'm trying to show her. You go down to where it says show, and you hit not yet funded, because you want to donate to one case, right? Mm-hmm. And then you just pick a case. Let's say this one, and you say contribute now. All right. Well, you go down here and you can just click on contribute once. All right. And then I think what happens is you do this, and then you can change it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, click other on the right.
Oh, other. Oh, there we go. Oh, there. Yeah, I'm sorry. Click on other. Sorry, click on other, and then you can just change it to $1.
Yep.
Okay. There you go. $1. And then
I subscribe to WebSleuths and DNA Solves.
Actually,
I'm a subscriber. I love it.
Yeah.
I have access to the back end, so I see your name in it every single month, and it makes me so happy.
And see payment details, $1, and then
and
boom,
Trisha, I do see your name in there too.
Yeah, I'm absolutely. So see, just once, and
don't click that, because you'll start showing everybody your all my card numbers.
Yeah, well, they can have it because it ain't worth that much, and if you want to take over it, feel free. So, does anybody have any questions in chat? Because we are happy to answer them. And again, this is all about helping these families get the answers, as they say, that they so greatly deserve. And getting back to WebSleuths.com, to the True Crime Discussion Forum, you think, well, how does discussing a case help? It helps. Especially if you're discussing a case of like the missing and not forgotten, a case that hasn't had a lot of activity. Go on there, make a post. I'm thinking of you and your family. That can mean so much to a family. And again, you have your choice where to go, what to pick, how to post, which case to post on. Number one rule, don't be a jerk. And we are moderated heavily for a reason. And that's why we've survived so long. We don't allow drama. We don't allow name calling. If somebody comes on and says, well, I think that idea is pretty stupid, boom, that's gone. We don't allow that. You can say, I disagree, and here's why. Okay? Just don't be a jerk. That's the main thing.
Yeah, the elevated conversation is the differentiating factor for WebSleuths. You can go on any stupid web forum and shout at the void all you like, or talk about rumor over fact, but we are always fact over rumor, and that's what sets us apart. That's what makes it so that the so law enforcement takes us seriously, because we police. Forgive me the pun, but we police the forums so much.
We do. And here's Mike from Profiling Evil. Yay!
Oh.
All right.
I will fade into the ether.
Well, you're welcome to
Mike
stay,
can join
Phrase.
us.
You're no. Wait, he says no. Why
Oh
are we
no,
saying
he's not ready yet.
Oh,
I'm
or
looking
I
at
think
him on
he's
the stage.
early. You're early.
Let me look.
He's going. Is this boat safety, Mike? I don't know what you're saying. Well, I'm going to bring you up for just a second. Just a second. I'm going to add you to the stage. Hi, Mike. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm just saying, Phrase, don't leave. I got nothing, man. I'm just thrilled to be on with everyone.
Hey, let me tell you, Mike King from Profiling Evil always has something. Always has something. And you have been talking about a case we've been talking about, Mike, and that is the James Craig case, the dentist in Colorado that's been poisoning his wife and eventually killed her. Phrase, you're welcome to stay. We'd love you to stay. Be a part of it.
Do, Phrase.
I will hang out for a little bit. I do have work, but I will mute and pop in when I am needed.
Tell David that the boss said you could stay. Okay, he called me the boss.
The boss says I can stay.
No, I'm kidding.
I will answer some questions in chat while we're
How's that? That's great. Profiling Evil, Mike King, how are you? First of all, my dear.
Doing well. Thank you so much. Hi, Stacy.
She's here.
Hi, Mike.
And I can see you're in a lovely area, Mike. You're relaxing, having a good time.
I've been in LA for a couple of weeks off and on, and the first chance I got, I escaped to Summit County.
Summit County, my hometown, our home county. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. But Mike, you have been, I've seen you talking about this case of James Craig, and I'm going to put up the discussion forum on James Craig that we have going on WebSleuths.com. Give us a little bit of background, because we have a lot of new people here that weren't here when we were talking about it earlier today. He's a dentist, and he's basically a scumbag, but go ahead.
Well, he's an alleged killer. I'll start with that.
Okay.
And he's a dentist. He's been a dentist for several decades. Apparently, according to testimony that's coming out, has had a pornography addiction, or at least a sexual addiction of some kind. I've heard some media reports say pornography. He in his past, according to media reports, has had a number of relationships outside of the marriage. He and his wife have 6 children, and she suddenly started becoming ill, and all the evidence, especially from the state's perspective, is pointing to the fact that he started a campaign to poison her. And we kind of see this evolution of behavior as he goes through this process, starting out very organized and then toward the end becoming disorganized. And thankfully, those are the kinds of things that lead to tips and clues that you can impeach someone on.
Right. And boy, did he start to get disorganized. He did some crazy stuff, but it just shocks me that he thinks he could get away with it. Can you tell about the AI video that he wanted his daughter to make and what he wanted her to say?
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing, because as we've all seen, it's getting more and more difficult to, on first blush, determine whether something is real or not. I mean, I watched a movie the other day on a news clip, and it had gorillas doing something, and all of a sudden I caught myself and I thought, well, what are you doing watching this? Because it was clearly made up, and that's exactly what he wanted to do.
Right.
He wanted to create a video, and this is really interesting that he would throw his own child under the bus for something like this. Something that, as he put it, keeps our storyline intact, and that is that Angela was suicidal, that she was also angry about affairs that he had and was trying to set him up. But it's still, none of it makes sense, because setting someone up and committing suicide are 2 different things.
Exactly. And again, I don't think he was getting incredibly disorganized, basically. But how did he, allegedly, how did he poison his wife? And it took a while, didn't it? Several days. What did he do, allegedly?
Yeah, I mean, from all accounts, it looks like it occurred over a couple of week period of time, but more specifically about 8 to 10 days in which she made those 3 hospital visits. Started out with what most likely was from the Visine drops. And one of the things that's so interesting is the discovery that he had gone out and purchased 12 bottles of Visine. And I don't know, the pharmacies got pretty good in the 80s and 90s at figuring out how people were making methamphetamine.
Yes.
They started stopping that. Why someone is allowed to buy a dozen bottles of Visine over the counter, I get it, but to do that without some kind of a flag coming up. But then he turns right around. And again, I think he's using even credit cards that were either just about spent or they belonged to Angela, and I can't remember which, but he buys another 7 bottles of Visine. And there are just so many accounts of where Visine and the chemical inside of that is causing fatal reactions or near-death reactions. So the question becomes, was he purchasing 19 bottles because he really wanted, and again, if in fact all this is true, that he really wanted to just have a sudden death occur? Or was it that he didn't know how much he would really need to pull this off and was just hedging his bets so that he could keep it? Or maybe he was thinking, I can slowly build up the amount of toxicity to the point that it causes death. It's really difficult to say, but what's clear is that poor woman suffered for 8 or 9 days tremendously before finally expiring. And then when that didn't prove to work, then the cyanide was introduced, and then that lethal dose, whether it was in a pill or an injection. And I think that's something that nobody really has been able to come forward and say, this is what happened.
Sure.
It appears that that it was more likely a pill, but my gut goes to more of an injection. But they haven't found an injection, but it'd certainly be easy to put it right into an IV line drip and be done with it. So
right now, this is interesting. Going back to getting his daughter to make an artificially intelligent deep fake video of his wife. How did he do this from prison? Well, he told his teenage, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, he told his teenage daughter that he wanted her to meet this guy that was getting out of prison. And I guess give him some money or something. This guy gets out of prison and hands her a letter from her father that asks her to make this video. And she did the right thing. She turned it over to the authorities. And that's how that happened. I mean, Mike, you're a former detective. And I know you don't like me to say this, but you're famous. You are famous. And you've been working with these minds before. That's so delusional to think that he could just hand this letter to his daughter and think that she would go right along with it, no problem. I mean,
yeah, and maybe it speaks to a couple of things, Tricia. Number one, I don't know if it was the younger daughter, because I don't know that she would have had the ability to go in and bail.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe it was the older one.
Probably
Yeah.
More likely the older daughter that actually did the bail, and then that inmate was instructed to then get a letter into his younger daughter's hands, who,
that's it, right,
by all accounts, appears that she was probably more tech savvy than the senior daughter. But nonetheless, that the guys that I understand it to be was that the older daughter was told that this was a distant cousin, that she needed to help him get out of prison. And then, of course, the whole reason behind that was so that he could deliver this letter undetected, so it wasn't going through the prison mail system, where it would surely be checked, and get that into the hands of the daughter, who he believed, by all reports, was more capable of putting this video together. But interestingly, he talked to her about getting a different laptop, making sure that she was using code words to describe whether she was on board or not, using the dark web to help create this. And so I suspect there's been a lot of talk going on in amongst the inmates as he was putting this plan together. But it really speaks to the arrogance from two perspectives. One is whether he really believed that inmates are going to keep their mouths shut.
Right.
And number two, in my opinion, it points to the emotional, perhaps even physical control that he had over other members of the family, that he would even consider that as an option.
Exactly right. Why is he even considering that as an option? Mike, is your latest book, is it, because you've written several and they're all fantastic, is it Wolves in Sheep's Clothing?
Yes, just came out about
guide.
10 days ago, was released
Right.
just recently.
In fact, I'm going to share the screen here and I'm going to put the link in chat. You guys, you got to get this book. Oh my gosh. I mean, it is, well, first of all, it's by one of our favorite people, Mike King. And Mike, tell us about the book. Tell us what it involves.
So Wolves in Sheep's Clothing is actually written for the true crime enthusiast. And what I wanted to do was, as you always kind of see me, I'm always trying to add balance to the discussion. And this idea that, hey, let's wait and gather facts and then come up with what we think happened, which isn't as popular as other ways of approaching some of these crimes.
Right.
But so Wolves is written using some case studies throughout the book, but specifically talking about behavioral characteristics of predators, how they go through the victim selection process, what they do, what occurs during the fantasy process, and that evolution between fantasy and acting out, and then being disappointed by reality. And it goes into things like the discussion of crime scenes and how to read crime scenes a little differently. And we're seeing even in this particular case, different elements of those things. And then it goes in and talks, I actually, even as you are well aware, Tricia, I mentioned you and the true crime community.
You are so
and
sweet.
The role that the true crime community plays in helping bring these cases to the forefront, but also the damage that's being created by the true crime community. And I really think we're experiencing some terrible damage as a result of some of the things that are going on. When we start seeing judges shutting down the process of allowing cameras in a courtroom and allowing the reporting to happen in real time, to me, that's all a direct response to the inappropriate reporting that's going on and the theorizing that's going on, or the sensationalizing that's going on, just to hopefully get another click or maybe another video to play.
You're absolutely right.
And we're all guilty of wanting to have that revenue coming in, but there's a right way and a wrong way, in my opinion.
Yeah. And unfortunately, in the YouTube world and like Facebook and other places, you have the these people that will do anything, like you said, to get the clicks, to get the subscribers, to get the whatever, and that makes it difficult for people that in places like WebSleuths.com, where we are very stringent in making sure that we are responsible when we discuss true crime. But again, like you said, judges are shutting it down, saying no more. We can't have any more cameras in the courtroom because of these idiots out here that are causing problems. There's a big problem. There's been a big problem in the case of missing Sebastian Rogers. I mean, again, and that's just from, we call them bad actors, and they are bad actors, and it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating.
Well, and at the risk of now being ostracized by a group of people, I'll mention the Karen Reed case, where there was such a divide between one side versus the other. And, I mean, I'm fine with how this thing ended, but I don't think it was a fair trial. I don't think it was a fair lead up to a trial. I don't think that a lot of things were unfair, and much of that was created by communities that have a social media presence, and that's pretty frightening.
It is, and I think in about 50 years from now, Mike, they're going to look back at this time and go, wow, I can't believe it was the Wild West. Look at what they got away with and what they were able to do. I really do. Because hey, back in the 90s, Congress enacted, I think it's called Bill 230. And what it did was it gave special consideration to forums like WebSleuths that said the owners of these platforms are not responsible for what people post on them. Well, that's like saying the New York Times is not responsible for what the reporters put on their platform. Now, you know, the New York Times can't just go out and say whatever they want about innocent people. There would be lawsuits all over the place. But because of this law, it protects people. Now, as a former forum owner, I liked it, but I also thought it created a lot of irresponsible posting. And you should have some responsibility. You should be able to have a way to monitor what is on your platform. And if it is illegal or whatever, you should have an opportunity to remove it. Okay. And if you don't remove it and you continue to perpetrate a fraud, that's a different story. But as it is now, that's why these things are running wild, because of this law. And that needs to be changed, I think. It really does. It's shocking. And I mean, we could tell you about cases that had just horrible things said about people that were absolutely not true. But they got away with it. And the people and I'm speaking of specifically a few YouTube channels, they made hundreds of thousands, if not millions, off these cases. You know, and it's just shocking. It's absolutely shocking. So you're right. You are absolutely right. Now, Mike, I know we don't have you for very long. I want to know now. We're going to keep putting up your link to your new book and to your podcast. But what have you got going now? You always have some big iron in the fire. That is.
Oh, well, first, I couldn't tell if Stacy was trying to weigh in on something, so I wanted.
Oh, Stacy, were you trying to talk, or am I just babbling over you?
Oh no, I was just agreeing with what you were saying. Yeah. Thank you, Mike.
Well, so yeah, I've been pretty dang busy. I just wrapped another season of filming on a little project that I've been working on. It was my 4th season with them, and just wrapped that up. And they told me, even though everybody knows what it is, but they told me I couldn't say it until it comes out. And then in about 2 weeks, I'll be heading to Australia to do a documentary over there. And I'll spend a couple of weeks on that project. And then CrimeCon in September. And I'm going to be speaking on cults and primarily focusing my comments on the FLDS and the polygamy issue and coercive control within closed societies. So that'll be kind of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. Hopefully I'll be seeing folks in Denver.
Oh, I'm sure definitely you will. Everybody's going to come visit you, Mike. Real quick, the FLDS, there's the case now of the missing brother and sister. Their name just completely leaves me. But the mother is fearful that they have gone back to the FLDS cult. They've called off the search for the kids because they feel like the FLDS is hiding these 2 children. How dangerous is this cult?
Well, it's the story of my life. For 30 years, I've watched as children disappear. Personally, when I was handling cases and wanting to go down and take custody of a child because of cases that I knew, and the group got a wind of it, and the child was moved, oftentimes to other locations like Canada or into Mexico even. I think these kinds of groups are incredibly dangerous, and I break cults down into 2 mindsets. And I've talked about this before, I believe, but I think about the convert type of cult, like cult like Heaven's Gate or Jim Jones, where people come in and they are enamored by a leader and they follow him. Mother God in Colorado is another.
Mother God, that's another one. Yes.
But they come in, but these are people who have some semblance of reasonableness about them. They came from a regular lifestyle. And, you know, I think we all kind of think, well, what kind of an idiot would join a cult? We all are that idiot if we're at that perfect weak moment when the cult love bombs and brings us in and offers something that we're not getting somewhere else. And you think about it, these cult leaders don't want projects. They want somebody who's going to contribute and make the cult stronger. And yet it's going to be absolutely devoted to following whatever the leader's dictates are. But you have these convert groups, and they still, even though they separate themselves from their lifeline, they quit talking to their family, they only associate with cult members, they still have itching in the back of their mind this memory of what reasonable thinking was like, what it was like to think constructively and actually critique what's going on. Right. So sometimes we see those kind of people who will leave after they've given all their money or everything else and realize that the utopia didn't occur. They're in a completely different bucket than people like in the FLDS that are what I call generational cults, where they are raised from infancy to believe that Warren Jeffs is God himself, if not God's right hand. That is a much more difficult mindset. So when you talk about these children being raised in that kind of a relationship, even though they were returned to their mother by the courts, that didn't return their mindset or pull it away from what they believed. And if you think that making a decision is going to cause you to lose contact with God or be thrown into outer darkness, that's a pretty heavy thing to put on somebody. Absolutely. And I would suspect that all four of us on this screen that I'm looking at, maybe everyone that's listening right now, is probably doing goofy things that they learned as children. They're probably acting like their parents. They're probably responding to things like they were taught. Right. Why on earth we think we can go in and clean up something like the FLDS by saying, haha, we caught you, and Warren Jeffs is a fraud? It's not going to happen. And that only means that it's going to go on for longer periods of time. And so, if people get a chance, go to the story map I created on the FLDS, because I actually mapped out the location where they have started to send tentacles out. And then they're in 11 major areas across the United States where they're putting strongholds in place. Right. The FLDS are now returning to Short Creek, even though that area is completely different and filled with people who don't believe. Those few remaining FLDS members are now starting to subdivide their property and bring other people back. And so it's pretty frightening to me.
I meant to grab that before you came on, the link to that.
I'll find that and send it to you right now while we're talking.
That would be great, because I want to put that up, and we'll put it in the description as well. Yeah, and if you just want to send it to the private chat, and I'll put it up there, no problem. Because this is an absolutely amazing map that you've put up, so and put out, and it's, again, everything you say is so true, Mike. You can't just go in there and say, look how crazy Warren Jeffs is. People, come on, let's get with it. Use your brain. Let's get you out of this cult. That's not going to happen. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, it is a real tragedy. And I suspect it's a tragedy that's going to go on for a lot of years.
Oh, yeah.
And you got to think about it from this angle too. And people don't like it when I say this, but bottom line is, I think the same thing happened in 1890 when the mainstream Latter-day Saint faith said polygamy is gone. They still had a problem. And I want to reiterate that, folks. Everybody keeps wanting to say the Mormons or the Latter-day Saints. There's no question that the early practicing Latter-day Saint faithful, some were polygamous. But in 1890, that's kind of a long time ago, they said no more, and they started excommunicating people that were practicing it. And that's what created Short Creek down on the Colorado or on the Utah-Arizona border, and what created that community. But think about it from a practical standpoint. What do you do with people who have 5 moms and 30 kids in the same family and one polygamous galumpan father in the group? and you all of a sudden say, hey, you no longer exist, you're outlawed. Well, what happens to those families? And how do those families reintegrate back into a community? And so these issues are so much bigger than we'd like them to be, because we just want to wash our hands and move on to the next problem and show the world how good we are because we've solved them.
Yeah, and that's not going to work. I'm having a little trouble technically wise here. I've got the link to this amazing site that you have created that shows all of the what the FLDS, what they're doing here. Let me see if I can pull this up again. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with my dang internet here? It's just taking forever.
I think I can pull it up. I can pull it up if you want me to.
Yes, if you could, that'd be great, because I'm having trouble here with my internet for some reason.
All right, can you see that?
Hold on, I can't get to it. Just a second here. Let me do that. It's not responding. Uh-oh.
I think everyone can see it on the screen. Can you see it, Stacy or Phrase?
Yeah, I did that. Sorry, Trisha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is, guys, I'm having trouble. I can't see it, but go ahead.
Okay, well, this is the story map, and it's just made to just be kind of a way to consume information. But so you can flip through that by just scrolling down, and you'll see all kinds of cool things happen while you're scrolling down. If you want to go back and look at that 1890 manifesto where the mainstream Latter-day Saint people said no more, you can go in and you can read that. You can go in and listen to people talk about that. But then I go into showing some things like maps of Colorado City and Hilldale. I show aerial imagery that I've taken my drone over the area. I go through and talk about the leadership in the FLDS and who became leaders at what time. You can even listen to that sickening recitation by Warren Jeffs of him reciting a poem he wrote about Zion. But this is really cool. This is just a little chart that talks about the timeline of events for the FLDS, when they did what they did and when groups broke off, and there are just a batch of groups. So you can go in and explore all that. But then what really is kind of cool is I've gone through and I've given a complete tour of Short Creek, and I start with one video after another. I did this over like about 15 videos. And if you're interested in the baby cemetery, you can go in and learn about the baby cemetery. You can learn about how Warren Jeffs was captured, anything like that. So it's kind of cool. And then you can go in and look at things like Warren Jeffs' home, where his 87 wives are, or as you can see on this map now, it has everything of importance within that polygamous community. And you can go in and explore the map and look at different kinds of things and go in. So hopefully it's kind of an interesting thing for people. And then there's a map in there that shows where the folks are migrating to and where they're going. So anyway, it's kind of a fun map to learn more about the environment and what's going on there.
And here's the thing, everybody. Mike King saved children from the Zionist cult. And you have a book about that. And I'm going to put a link up to all of your books on Amazon. And so this is what you know. This is in your heart. And you know these people, again, it's the kids we need to get out of there. And I don't know how we go about it. I don't think there's enough power in the government to go in and get them and to change their minds. Like we said, the two kids that were taken from the FLDS, taken by their mother, she got custody, and they've gone back now, and they're hiding.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm going to just brag for 1 second.
Please do.
We opened the brand new Children's Justice Center about a month and a half ago. And folks, if you buy Deceived, all the money that has come in for Deceived has been going toward this new Justice Center. But we had a batch of kids. These were children who were 10 to 15 years old at the time of the raid that came to be part of that ribbon cutting. And it was just a lovely event. And I just want to show a picture of my wife and me with the survivors.
Would you please? That would be great. That would be wonderful.
So hopefully let's see.
Did it pop up? Just a second. Oops.
Oh, it says I'm sharing. Let me stop that. You know what, Tricia? I'm going to just stick this in a text to you, and you can put it up. I don't know why.
I can do that.
So that text just came across. I don't know why that didn't pop up, and I'll try it one more time to see if. But it might be faster if you do it that way. And
let me check
here.
I
don't bore people to tears waiting for this. Tell me if did any chance that came up.
What came? Yes. Here, let me send this. Let me get it up there.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's just in there and hasn't been. There you go.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there we go.
So anyway, let's see if I can zoom in on that. Maybe it doesn't matter at this point.
Let's see. But, is that a little bigger?
Oops.
There we go. That's good.
Anyway, we had a batch of the kids come together for the ribbon cutting, and they're just such beautiful adult people now, and it's just really fun to see.
And there's Mike. There's Mike's smiling face. Look at that happy man.
Those are my kids.
Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. And yeah, you literally went in and saved them, Mike. And everybody, pick up the book Deceived. Again, I'll put a link. In fact, I was just making a link here in the tiny URL. And you can get it and get, like you said, all the proceeds go to the Children's Justice Center, correct?
Correct. Well, no, not now. Now it's built, and now the state of Utah and the county of Weber are responsible for all the bills. So I'm not giving any more money to them, but we're using the money to give to Weber State University or others. Now, if you buy wolves in sheep's clothing, I'm buying Dr. Pepper with it. So
good. Let's get him some Dr. Pepper, people, shall we? Let's do it. Absolutely. Michael, I don't know why I called you Michael. Mike, thank you so much, my dear.
To be with you.
It is great to be here. And I know I'm still on screen, but there I am. Okay. Sorry, I'm having so many technical difficulties here, and I've had very little sleep, so I'm a little loopy. Please forgive me. But we will get all of your links in the discussion, Mike. And I'm going to buy wolves in sheep's clothing. Thank you for the mention and for the kind things that you always say about WebSleuths. We really appreciate you, Mike. And we'll see you at CrimeCon in Denver, okay?
Yes, you will. Thank you so much.
Take care.
See you, Stacy. Thanks, Phrase. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
I mean, don't you just love that man? He's the best. He's the absolute best.
I do. I can talk to him forever.
Oh, you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Okay.
You're in the Chad's portal came and sucked you out, my dear.
I blame sunspots. It's the end of the world, guys.
Oh, that's right. I forgot it's the end of the world again. Oh my gosh. Here we go again. We're gonna blow up and go straight to hell, everybody. Get ready. Mike is going to be at CrimeCon, and we'll see him there. But yeah, he gave us such a sweet quote in Wolves in Sheep's Clothing, and I'm having trouble with getting my search engines to come up here. So I will put these in the description when we're done with this, probably by tomorrow. But if you could go to Amazon.com or just put in Mike King, Wolves in Sheep's Clothing, and it'll pop up. And he said something very kind, some very kind things about WebSleuths, and I really appreciate that, because we do work hard to make sure that WebSleuths.com is not like the bad actors of all the other places. Let's see, Stacy just texted me. Let's see. Okay, you go right ahead. Stacy, you go take a break, my dear. All right. And we'll see you in a little bit. And Phrase, you can be excused, young man.
I'm associate producer right now. So
you're the associate producer. Yes.
The Wolves in Sheep's Clothing.
Oh, you did? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't get it to be pull up. So thank you. Yes. Again, he said some very kind things about WebSleuths, and I will be forever grateful, because we do work hard at WebSleuths.com to make sure that we're not part of that problem of the bad actors, of the judges getting mad at us. If anybody from WebSleuths went to like a case and started making a big scene and saying, I'm from WebSleuths.com, they would be kicked out so fast and disowned, and, never would happen. Never would happen. So just always WebSleuths.com, don't be a jerk, and we'll be fine. I'm going to play a video now, actually, while we wait for our next guest. Let me tell you who our next guest is. I think I know. Oh, it's Tass, the juror from Lori's first trial in Arizona, will be here to talk with us here in just a little bit. But until then, I'm going to play a video, and this is from Lori's first sentencing. I think we need to remember just how awful she was when she gave that ridiculous statement about there's accidents, people overdose, people commit suicide, and then the judge just absolutely trashed her. So
crazy cuckoo banana pants.
Crazy cuckoo banana pants. I need a mug that says that. Crazy cuckoo banana pants. In fact, I'm going to write that down because I need to remember that, because that is the best description of Lori Daybell I have ever heard. Crazy cuckoo banana pants. That's her. Banana pants. I think that's how Cresha should start out her victim's impact statement. Just to make Lori know that we don't take her, we think she's a piece of crap. I got to get over my anger at Lori Daybell. I really do, because I'm so mad that she doesn't get how much people hate her. It makes me so angry. You know,
I really think you have a problem.
I do have a problem. I do. And it's called lack of sleep. But anyway, I'm going to pull this YouTube video up while we wait for our next guest, because I do think we need to be reminded of what Lori did in the very first trial. And I think we're going to see the same thing here on Friday. So Lori Daybell, statement, Idaho.
And I'm going to say goodnight, and I hope you get some rest real soon.
Thank you, my dear. And thank you, Praise. I can't thank you enough for everything that you do for us on WebSleuths.com. You are truly amazing.
It's my pleasure. And anytime, just call me. You got my number.
I will. You better watch out. I will be. You got it. Okay.
People threaten me, like Webmaster Dave told me, don't give Trish your number.
She'll just call you. That's right. I will. And damn right I will.
You haven't abused that privilege yet. So
not yet. Give me time. Thanks, my dear. We'll
Good
see
night,
you.
all.
Bye-bye. Okay, I'm going to try and find this video. I had it on my other thing here. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it here. I don't know why my dang thingamabob is going so slowly. I can't get it, you guys. It's not working. It's not working. Hold on. Oh my gosh, you guys, hang on. Now everything is frozen. I don't know if I'm frozen on screen or not. Come on. There we are. Okay, hang on, guys. I need to find this video. Oh, thank you, Carolina Hurtado. Yeah, that stemmed from the very first year I did this live stream, and I had no, I couldn't have any guests on because my internet was so poor. And what happened was I had to sleep, and I didn't have, like I said, I had no guests, and I had to sleep. And I don't know if y'all remember Levi Page. He came on, and he thought I was like dead, and he was going to call 911. He was like trying to figure out my address and all of that. And so I thank God he didn't, because I would have been so embarrassed. But hold on. But he didn't. So ever since then, whenever I go to sleep on this 24-hour deal, I always put up a banner. Don't call 911. I'm just sleeping. And I do sleep in the night, whether Ping or anybody can come on or not, because I've got to get some sleep. But here, I'm going to play this video. And I think this has Lori in it giving her statement, or maybe it's just the judge. I'm not sure. But we're going to play this while we wait for our next guest. And I'm going to go get some food, some blueberries and cream of wheat. That's all I eat these days. So, hope my internet is strong enough to do this. So here we go, my darlings. This is from the first trial of Lori Daybell. Here we go.
Post sentence, if you choose, you may address the court. This is known as the right of allocution, which permits you to make a statement on your own behalf or present any information in mitigation of the punishment for the crimes you've committed. And let me inquire at this time, do you wish to address this court? All right, very well, you may make your statement.
I would like to start by quoting John from the New Testament in the Bible. In John chapter 8, verse 7, Jesus says, "He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her." Then in verse 15, Jesus says, "Ye judge after the flesh, I judge no man. And yet if I judge, my judgment is true." Jesus knows me, and Jesus understands me. I mourn with all of you who mourn my children and Tammy. Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened here. Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. I have a different perspective in life because in 2002, when I was pregnant with Tylie, I died in the hospital while in labor with her. They tried to stop my labor. They put me on the table and they put something in my IV, and I felt my spirit falling to the floor. I was standing near my pregnant body, watching the doctors try to revive me, which took them a few minutes. In that time, my sister Stacy was standing to my left. I turned to hug her and was surprised that her spirit was as tangible as a physical body, because I knew I was in spirit and she was in spirit. She said she needed to show me some things, and we went to heaven. I later returned to my body. Because of this experience, I have access to heaven and the spirit world. Since then, I have had many communications from people now living in heaven, including my children, Tylie Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, my sisters, Stacy and Lolly, my aunts and my uncles, and my grandparents. I have had many communications with Jesus Christ, the Savior of this world, and our heavenly parents. I have had many angelic visitors have come and communicated with me and even manifested themselves to me. Because of these communications, I know for a fact that my children are happy and busy in the spirit world. Because of my communications with my friend Tammy Daybell, I know that she is also very happy and extremely busy. I have always mourned the loss of my loved ones, and I have lost many in this mortal world. However, I know them more than most people. I know where they are now and what they're doing. I know how wonderful heaven is, and I'm homesick for it every single day. I know we all lived in heaven before we were born on earth, and we were all adult spirits in the heavenly realm. We chose to come to earth as mortals. Heaven is more wonderful than you can possibly imagine. I do not fear death, but I look forward to it. I did not want to return to my body when I was out of it. Even though my son Colby, who I adored more than anything, was only 6 years old at the time, and I was about to give birth to this new baby girl that I wanted so badly. I was a young mother, and you would think I wouldn't want to leave my children, but as I stood in heaven, I did not want to go back. I thought they would be fine without me because I was peaceful and I was happy and I was home. But then I was told by Jesus that I needed to go back and complete things that I had covenanted or promised to do before I was born. This caused me a lot of distress because I knew heaven was my real home, and I only wanted to be there. I was free from pain, emotional and physical. But then I was shown how I would help my children and others in the future. So ultimately, I did agree to go back to my body. Tylie has visited me. She is happy and very busy. Tylie is free now from all the pains of her life. Tylie suffered horrible physical pain her whole life. I sat with Tylie in the hospital year after year after year while she screamed in pain when the morphine wasn't even enough to take away the pain of her pancreatitis. I sat there while she cried and I held back her hair while she threw up. And I am the only person on this earth who knows how much Tylie suffered in her life. She had pain every single day. She never felt good. Her body did not work right. And I don't know if that was from complications from me dying while she was being born or something else, but she had a very difficult life. She was sexually abused by her own biological father since she was 3 years old, and she was forced by family court to go visit him for 10 years against her will. I fought for her in court. I protected her. I tried to protect her with my whole life. I tried to protect her. I worried about her every single day. Tylie had to get her GED because she couldn't go to school every day because she never felt good. She felt sick. Nobody knows this because Tylie, like myself, tries to put on a good front, tries to be a happy person, tries to have hope in life, tries to know that she's here for a purpose and that she has an eternal purpose to be on this earth. But I never stopped worrying about her. One of the times that Tylie came to me as a spirit after she died, she commanded me and she said to me, "Stop worrying, Mom. We are fine." She knows how I worry and how I miss her. The first time JJ visited me after he passed away, he put his arm around me and he said to me, "You didn't do anything wrong, Mom. I love you. And I know you loved me every minute of my life." JJ, Joshua Jackson, was an adult spirit. And he was very, very tall when he put his arm around me. He is busy. He is engaged. He has jobs that he does there. And he is happy where he is. His life was short, but JJ's life was meaningful. JJ was a wonderful person and touched the lives of everyone. And I adored him every minute of his life. My eternal friend, Tammy Daybell, has visited me on several occasions. She came to bring me peace and comfort, and I know that she is extremely busy helping her family, especially her children and grandchildren. And I have a great love for Tammy. My beautiful children, Tylie Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, rest safely this day in the arms of Jesus. My wonderful friend, Tammy Daybell, rests safely this day in the arms of Jesus. And I look forward to the day when we are all reunited and I too will rest with them in the arms of my Jesus.
All right, Ms. Vallow, thank you for your comments to the court. Let me ask you at this time, Ms. Vallow, are you fully satisfied with the representation you've received from your attorneys throughout this case?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, the court will conclude then with my own review of the matter and then pronounce sentence. Ms. Vallow, based on the jury's verdict of guilty in this case, it is the judgment of this court that you're guilty of the following counts of the amended indictment. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylie Ryan and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder of Tylie Ryan. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. And count 7, grand theft. We carefully reviewed the record of this case, beginning with your prior criminal history. Very notably, you're 50 years old. These are the first criminal convictions you've ever had. I will note, however, in addition to these convictions, you have 2 additional conspiracy to commit first-degree murder cases pending in Arizona. And it's somewhat incredible in this case that seeing you've gone from no criminal history in your life to now having been convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and you continue to face more additional counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in another state. I've looked at the recommendations in the pre-sentence investigation report. It ultimately recommends a prison sentence stating, quote, incarceration under the custody of the Idaho Board of Correction. Normally, the court would have some additional information to rely on in fashioning its sentence, including the benefit of recommendations based on a gain evaluation, substance abuse report, mental health review, and other reports. However, you elected not to cooperate with the pre-sentence investigation. As I would note on page 23 of the pre-sentence investigation report, it states, quote, Lori Vallow Daybell intends to remain silent during the pre-sentence investigation process. She has the packet, but does not intend to answer any questions of evaluators or investigators. Quote, no attempts were made to complete the court-ordered screenings due to her refusal. I'm advising you that that was your choice to not cooperate in the pre-sentence investigation, but it left me without some additional information that potentially could have been mitigating in your case. And as I proceed with the sentencing, I'll note those deficiencies in the information I normally would have in a pre-sentence investigation report. As has been mentioned by both sides here, the court has to consider certain sentencing objectives when I sentence somebody, and these are set out in cases including State versus Toohill, which is a Court of Appeals case 103 Idaho 565, and it's been adopted by our Supreme Court as well. And I have to consider 4 main objectives. Number 1, the protection of society, which is the primary objective. 2, deterrence of the individual and public generally. 3, possibility of rehabilitation. And 4, punishment or retribution for wrongdoing. That case states, moreover, it's clear as a matter of policy in Idaho, the primary consideration is the good order and protection of society. All other factors must be subservient to that end. I've also reviewed and considered the criteria set forth in an Idaho statute 1925-21 on the question of whether or not you should be confined to prison and to what extent. That statute sets out a variety of factors I have to consider in weighing whether a long prison term here would be appropriate. Some of the attorneys cited already to some of the provisions of that statute, and again, it talks about the primary consideration of the protection of society and also talks about the impact on the victim, the possibility of risk reduction through rehabilitation and deterrence are also to be considered. There are some factors laid out in that statute that are not necessarily controlling, but weigh in favor against either imprisonment or in this case where imprisonment's required, an extensive imprisonment term. Some of those factors under Part 2 of this statute is the defendant's criminal conduct neither caused nor threatened harm, which is clearly not the case here. that the defendant did not contemplate the conduct would cause or threaten harm. Again, that would not apply here. The defendant's criminogenic needs indicate the defendant will benefit from supervision and treatment in the community. That's unavailable, as community treatment can't occur with a minimum prison sentence required here. Another factor, where there's substantial grounds tending to excuse or justify the defendant's criminal conduct, though failing to establish a defense. I don't find those apply given the facts of this case. Other factors, the victim of the defendant's criminal conduct induced or facilitated the commission of the crime. That did not occur here. Another part talks about compensation, which I don't find would be appropriate here other than on the grand theft charge. Part G, the defendant has no history of prior delinquency or criminal activity or has led a law-abiding life for a substantial period of time before the commission of the present crime. That is the single most mitigating factor I see in this case. Again, it's unbelievable that at your age you have no prior criminal history and now you sit here convicted of the most serious of charges. I also have to consider whether the criminal conduct was the result of circumstances unlikely to recur. Based on the evidence in this case, and in particular, considering the statement you just made to the court, I find it weighs against me finding in mitigation for that factor. And then finally, the character and attitudes of the defendant indicate the commission of another crime is unlikely or the defendant demonstrates amenability to treatment. So those are the mitigating factors. Then in aggravation, we have more factors to consider. Is there an undue risk that during the period of a suspended sentence or probation, the defendant would commit another crime harmful to another person? Would a lesser sentence depreciate the seriousness of the defendant's crime? Will imprisonment provide appropriate punishment and deterrent to the defendant? Will imprisonment provide an appropriate deterrent for other persons in the community? And a factor that would not apply here is the defendant a multiple offender or professional criminal. I don't have an LSI score, which is one value I can look at to help determine whether or not you'd be likely to reoffend. I don't have that because you wouldn't cooperate with the report. So considering here that you've lived a law-abiding life and for a long time, you were obviously a good mother, sister, daughter, and friend to many people. I have to take that into account. You've served a very long time of local jail, over 1,200 days, and the report is you've been a great inmate, never caused a problem for anyone in the jail. And you should be commended for that. And that also shows that you are capable of that. I believe your counsel when they tell me you're an intelligent person. Up until all these events began to transpire, you've achieved goals in your life, you've done important things in your life. And I'd note that despite some of the comments here today, I have found that during my interactions with you throughout this long case, including your trial, you've been respectful of the court. Do we know what this beeping is that keeps going off? Sorry. All right, the court will next consider, and I think it must be considered in mitigation, that you do have mental health issues. I've dealt with those throughout the context of this case where there were commitment proceedings. I've reviewed the
Hey, everybody. Our guest is here, but I just lost her. Just lost them. There we are. Hey, everybody. Our guest is here, but I just lost her. There we go. Welcome, my dear. Welcome so much. I want to make sure I know how to pronounce your name. I've been watching your interviews forever. your name is pronounced Tosh, right?
Tosh, yep.
Tosh, but it's okay. Got it. Just wanted to make sure. Tosh, welcome. And I really don't need to introduce you because we all remember you so well from that first day after Lori's first trial in Arizona. Everybody, please welcome Tosh Reed Tucker. Tosh, thank you so much for taking the time out to join us today on WebSleuths YouTube Live on our End of the World Again 24-hour broadcast in honor of JJ, Tylie, and Tammy, as well as Charles. First of all, how have you been, my dear?
I've been good.
Good.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. I think I speak for a lot of people when I say we feel like we know you because you have you gave interviews the first day, and I'll never forget that. You had a stunned look on your face, I'll be honest. Just like, holy mother of hell, what have I gotten myself into? Can you, first of all, can you tell us a little bit about yourself outside of the trial? And I need to take my camera off for just a moment, but I can hear you, and I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, just tell us a little bit about yourself.
So
here's what we know. We know that you lived with your grandmother, and I think that's about all we know.
I actually didn't live with my grandma.
Oh, you didn't? Well, see, I was wrong, so
No.
we don't know anything. There we go.
I just visit her a lot, and yeah, we're pretty close. I moved to Arizona 2 years ago as of March, and just kind of been hanging out since then. I prefer the warm weather over cold weather for sure.
Well, Arizona's the place for that. That's for
Yep.
sure.
Yep.
So you got a summons in the mail, obviously.
Yeah.
And it said, come. Tell us what happened when you went to court the first day. I think there was a lot of other jurors there, weren't there?
Yeah, there was like 98 of us, I think. Yeah. So I showed up to the court, and they had us sign in on iPads, and then kind of just wait around till everyone was there. And then they called us and gave us a number one by one. And then from there they told us what was going to happen, and then they kind of just eliminated us as we got into the courtroom, and then we got reassigned a new number.
And then
it went from like 98 of us to like 16 or 13 of us, I think.
Did you have you didn't have any idea what this was about, did you?
No.
And even when it was going on, you didn't know about the Daybell case, correct?
Right.
Let me get back to jury selection. So they cut it down to a number that is doable. And then what did they ask you? I mean, because I want to know what they were looking for in a Daybell juror. What did they ask you, my dear?
They asked us our full names. They asked us what our job was, if we had a spouse, if we had kids. Yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Well, that was it. Well, were you surprised when you were chosen?
Yes, because originally my mom was like, just show up, don't worry about it, you're not going to get picked.
Right.
Yeah.
And the odds were against you, or against everybody, that you get picked, because there's just a few that get picked.
Yeah.
I'm so glad they picked you, because again, I speak for a lot of people. The day that the jury verdict was read, when we saw you, it was a sign, and heard you speak, it was a sigh of relief. Like, they got normal people there that can think normally on this jury. But I want to talk about, and Stacy, our executive producer, is here. Good to see you, Stace.
Hey.
And again, Tosh, I really appreciate you taking the time out, because I know you get a lot of requests, and it's important to us to keep what happened to Lori out in the open, so we don't forget what she has done. It's not that I want to forget her, but I don't want to forget her crimes, and I certainly don't want to forget the victims.
Right.
But anyway, when you came out,
Mhm.
what was the first thing that the press did? Because I think they handled it a little differently with the Charles Vallow, or excuse me, the Brandon Boudreaux case. I think they like kind of led the jurors out to their bus in through the back door, if I'm not mistaken. They just let you guys out into the wolves, literally.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was the first thing that happened?
So they told us if we wanted to, they could escort us out. We could go out the back way, or we could just go out, like if we think we're going to be fine. And we all decided that we could just go out and that we'd be fine. And then we were mistaken.
Yeah, big time. So they didn't say, listen, this is one of the biggest cases in the world.
Yeah.
And this is a well-known criminal.
Mhm.
You may want to go out the back door. They didn't give you any warning. So there was no way for you to know what you were stepping into, right?
Right, right. They told us that it was a this was at the beginning though. They told us it was a higher profile case.
Mhm.
Which is why we had to wear the badges.
Okay.
But come the end of it, they only gave us 3 options and that was it.
And so you walk out, and I would imagine people start yelling at you, Google her name or something. What happened when you walked out?
Yeah, you could hear people talking from like just walking out. We still
Mhm.
weren't supposed to talk until we got out of the courtroom. But we heard people talking and they were saying, Google her. Did you hear what she did? And then once we got out of the courtroom or out of the court itself, immediately people walked up to us. Media did.
And said, look at who you had. And I can imagine what it must have felt like finding out what she did, and
Yeah.
what a relief that you did find her guilty. And I'm so grateful that you didn't know what she had done, because
Mhm.
we don't want any chance of an appeal that would work. And so
Right.
I was grateful that you guys didn't know. How shocked were you that she did this? I mean, you just found her guilty of murder, so it
Yeah.
wasn't that surprising. But murdering her own kids, that must have been just appalling.
It was a lot to take in because
Mhm.
as most know, I came from a very small town where stuff like that does not happen at all. Like the most that happens is like DUIs, you know.
Mhm.
So coming here and finding that out, and then being a part of it, and then looking it up and finding all that out was so much to take in.
I can't imagine. Again, you had found her guilty of murder of Charles.
Yeah.
Are you able now to talk about what happened in the jury room? I know there was a little hesitancy at the beginning. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you got in there and started talking, correct me if I'm wrong, weren't there 2 jurors that weren't quite sure?
Yeah. Yep.
Tell us how that went down.
So basically we made it pretty simple. That's like how we got it to the conclusion so fast.
Mhm.
It was started off just a show of hands who thinks she's guilty.
Right.
All of us but 2 people raised our hands. So
Wow.
the ones that didn't raise their hands, we were just kind of like, what do you need to figure it
Mhm.
out? We ended up re-going through everything and all the exhibits and stuff like that. And then finally they decided.
That they were guilty, that she
Yeah.
was guilty.
Yeah.
Did that surprise you that there were 2 people, after you all saying the exact same thing, that there were 2 people that just went, I don't know?
I like to look at it as like everyone's different. Everyone
Mhm.
processes things differently. Some people catch on early, some people don't catch on at all, you know. So I didn't really like hold it against them, like, how do you not
Oh,
know?
sure. Right.
Right. So yeah, it was more of a helping them out, figuring out what they needed so that they could
Come to
see
that
and
conclusion.
understand more.
And thank goodness that they weren't so dead set on her being not guilty. And again, if the evidence hadn't shown her guilt, I would be the first one to say, yeah, I think she's guilty, but the evidence didn't show it, not guilty.
Right.
But I think it was, again, more than obvious.
Yeah.
With Lori representing herself, how did that come across to you and other jurors? Did they comment on it in the jury room?
Yes, but not like, it wasn't like anything crazy. Like, it was more or less like, is it because nobody was on her side? Is it
Right.
because she can't afford it? You know, it wasn't anything like, nothing crazy.
Right. Well, that's good. That's good. It just,
Yeah.
again, yeah, and you really, I guess, shouldn't do that when somebody's representing themselves.
Yeah, we didn't want to assume anything.
Right. Okay, so you come out of the jury room and you've been inundated, and people, you're Googling and you're finding out she murdered her children, and that she was also, so sorry. Do you have dogs, Tosh?
I do, and I foster, so.
Okay, so then you are very aware of what's going on here, and my apologies. The mad chatters know all about it. The dogs kind of run the show a little bit, so I do apologize. But anyway, you come out and you find out these horrible things about her, and you've just convicted her of her 4th murder.
Yeah.
What have you found out since then that was surprising to you? And that's pretty surprising. But have you gone like a deep dive into Lori Daybell, and have you found out other things that have surprised you?
Yeah, well, I did right after the fact. And now that I looked it up, everything pops up, you know. So,
you get everything about her, right?
Yeah. So, like the Tammy thing, Brandon, all that. Yeah.
It all comes up. We have a question here. Does Tosh keep in touch with the other jurors?
I do not. I get asked that very frequently. We did exchange, we all wrote down on a piece of paper all of our information. If we wanted our number, fine. Some did email, some did number, some did social media. I didn't write any of mine. Not because like I don't want to talk to any of them, you know, but like I just don't want to keep in touch with them. They're not my kind of people to keep in touch with.
Understood.
Yeah.
And absolutely nothing wrong with that. I'm just going through chat right now because we had some other questions, and I want to make sure I grab them. Somebody asked about juror 13. Is that who we're talking about? The gentleman that caused a bit of an uproar. Oh, Carl.
Yeah.
And so you don't keep in touch with Carl. That was the question.
Absolutely not. No shade on him. Just no.
Gotcha. Understood completely. And I want to make sure I don't miss any questions here. And are you going to the sentencing on Friday?
I am. I will be there.
Nice. Good. I hope you can connect up with Lauren from Hidden True Crime, because I'd love to see your thoughts.
Her assistant Grayson and I
she's great.
stay in touch pretty frequently. So we'll probably connect with her and Nate and yeah.
And a few others. Because again, like I said, it's really important to us and the we call ourselves not the bad YouTubers. There's some YouTubers out there that are
yeah.
And we're the good ones, you know. We're the ones that want to keep the facts and don't have the drama.
Yeah.
We just want to find out the truth. And so it's good that you're going to be there, because you can offer a perspective that nobody else really can.
And she actually sent me and my wife merch of quotes that Lori said during the trial I was in, and I debated about wearing it to the trial on Friday.
You should. Why not?
I should.
You should. Nice. I mean, I think she had, no, that was Megan that had a mug. I know there was Don't Flatter Yourself. That was one.
Yeah.
Megan had a mug. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's the one my wife got, a Don't Flatter Yourself t-shirt, and then I got a sweatshirt that says nonchalant on it.
Oh, perfect. I think there's others. There's I'll pass on that. Is that what the judge said? I think.
Yep. And there's a Are You Done?
Yeah, Are You Done? That's it.
Yeah.
Are You Done? That's what Megan had. Are you done?
Yeah.
So many wonderful quotes from that trial. Were you surprised that she didn't call any witnesses?
Actually, yeah. I think most of us were, because why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
If you weren't, why wouldn't you?
exactly. Well, I think she did want to, but she couldn't show why they were relevant.
Right.
And like Megan Connor, and we were talking with Megan, and we're like, we could show why the people she wanted to call were relevant. We don't know why Lori couldn't come up with a good enough reason.
Yeah.
We wanted to hear from, and I don't know if you're familiar with these names. There's a woman named Melanie Gibb
Mhm.
who was very close with Lori, and that was the woman that they used. They told the police had JJ when she really didn't.
Yeah.
And we wanted to hear from Melanie, but the judge said, well, why do you want to call her? And she couldn't come up with a good enough reason. We
Right.
have a question from Hawkeyes who says, Tosh, are you still changing your major to criminal law?
I am going to school still for criminal justice generalist.
Good. And what do you want to be when you grow up? I still haven't decided yet. So
I actually want to be a bounty hunter.
oh my gosh, that'd be so cool.
I mean, it's a long shot, but I also want to be a paralegal or courtroom assistant as well.
Well, I think all of those are definitely well within your reach very
Yeah.
easily.
Thank you.
Especially with your experience that you have a new perspective on it all, I'm sure.
Yeah, this started off my career great.
Wonderful. I do. I think that's great. So let me go back to when they ushered you into the jury room for the first time, and you could finally talk about it. Was it a big relief that you all could finally just say what was on your mind?
Yeah, 100%. Because throughout it, we would go on lunch or our breaks, and we'd be like, "Oh, I wish we could just talk about it." All of us stayed very loyal, I guess you can say, and nobody talked about anything the entire time. So, it felt good to finally be able to talk about it and get everything off our chest and stuff.
I bet. And I want to go back to the two guys that felt Lori. They weren't convinced that Lori was guilty. What can you tell us? And I got to tell you, I've had very little sleep, so I'm loopy. I'm not drunk. I'm loopy. So if I ask you a question again, that's why.
Okay.
But can you tell me why, or tell me what they said, the specific reasons why they felt Lori was not, it hadn't been proven that she was guilty. Let's put it that way.
So I think both of them were kind of on the fence about, was it Walgreens maybe? Yeah, the Walgreens part, and then also, they just wanted to look back at the messages because they didn't quite understand with how fast they went over it in the court itself.
And nothing wrong with that. Very understandable.
Yeah.
And the Walgreens video is one showing that she already had shoes on when she claimed she went to Walgreens to get shoes, and she's wearing flip-flops or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. She already had shoes on, and then yeah, she made it look on the camera like she swapped it out, but kept the other ones on and picked the other ones up off the ground. So
it was ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, and I'm assuming you've watched the interviews with Lori where she talks about how Jesus is on her side. And I've always felt that's why she does these ridiculous things, because she's thinking, Jesus is going to be here any minute and bail me out.
Yeah.
Not going to happen. I don't. Yeah. I can pretty much guarantee that's not going to happen.
Right.
But anyway, were you familiar with the LDS religion before this trial?
No. Yeah, from my small town, it's not many people really go to church. I mean, there's churches there. You just don't really hear about anyone very often going to church unless it's like the older community, you know.
Right.
So, and it's there. It's either, I think it's Christian or just that's it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't hear anything about it there at all.
So you don't. It's not the community isn't based around the religion like a lot of places in smaller towns with the LDS religion.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The first I heard of the LDS religion was Secret Lives of Mormon Wives.
That's the introduction for a lot of people.
And Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. That's the first time I heard of it, and it was when I moved here. So
I can pretty much tell you the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, that ain't that's not reality.
Yeah.
It's not. I grew up in Salt Lake. I'm not LDS, but I grew up in, so I can, yeah, that's crazy. But anyway, let's see. Oh, Constance Niemocker wants to know, what organization is Toss fostering dogs with?
Cruises Crusaders.
And what is that about?
It originally was a boxer rescue. I do have a boxer. He's the best thing ever. Anyways, it is now just anytime there's one on like the list, the E-list, anytime we found, I think half of them right now came from New Mexico. So
wow.
yeah, it's just anytime any of them need any help or need to be rescued. Yeah.
Well, if somebody could find that link, is there a web page, I'm assuming?
There is. Yep. It's called Cruises Crusaders.
And how is that spelled? C-R-U-I-S?
C-R-U-Z-S and then Crusaders.
Crusaders. If somebody could find that, somebody being Stacy, the executive producer. Anyone? Stacy?
What do you want me to look up real quick? I was texting somebody because we're having a little time change here. So.
Oh, okay. It was say it again. It's your dog rescue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Cruises Crusaders. Yep.
And
we need fosters. If anyone in Arizona wants to foster, we need them.
Let's get that link up. It's C-R-U-Z.
Yep.
E-R. Cruisers. Or cruises.
Cruises. C-R-U-Z-S and then Crusaders.
Crusaders, gotcha. Cruises, Crusaders, gotcha. We'll get the link up and maybe we can find you a couple of fosters. That would be fantastic. Carolina Hurtado wants to know, did you believe Lori or anything she said? Was there anything you believed that she said?
I mean, in the beginning, because going into it, I knew nothing, so you have to look at it from both sides, not just because they're in court, they're guilty, so not that I believed her, but I was looking at it from both sides pretty openly.
That's good. That's exactly what you want in a juror. Auntie M says, Tosh, what is the one thing you'll take from your experience as a juror into your future career? Or is there one thing? There might be a million things,
Yeah, there's a few. Really look into the small things. Pay attention to the small things is one of the big ones.
Good.
Because that came in clutch for this trial.
And what small things would you
like some of the things she said that she didn't think were going to be repeated, text messages that she deleted that she didn't think were going to pop back up. So just the small things.
Right. Stacy, could you email me that link and then I can share it on the screen? That would be great if you could. Thank you, Stacy. Yeah, I have like a zillion questions. I can keep you here all night long.
I'm here. This is all I have to do tonight.
Well,
so
hey, then you're not going anywhere till 2-3 this morning. Just be prepared. I don't know if you had a chance. In fact, what I was playing when you came on was Lori's first trial in Arizona, where she gave that ridiculous statement. Some people commit suicide. Some people have accidental overdoses. And we all know that's bull.
Yeah.
You guys, I apologize. My dogs need to go outside. And if they don't go outside, they'll go inside, if you know what I mean. But my question is, are you going to be surprised if she makes a statement like that at this time on Friday?
No.
Me either. Hang on, guys. I got to let the dogs out. I'll be right back, okay? I apologize. Come on. Let's go. I know.
I'm sure glad you made it on. Thank you. Yeah, so I found your Facebook page and the website. So you have both, right? Perfect. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Aw. Yeah, it's sweet. I went and liked the page. So thank you. YouTube Bad Actors is asking, did you watch her interview with Nate? Both of them, yes. Yeah. It was interesting. It's pretty intense. Yeah.
Okay. Did you email me the link, my darling?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put this up on chat. I mean, on the screen here really quickly. I'm having a real tough time with my internet, so it's taking me a while to get to things here. Here we go. Thank you.
And Hawkeyes, I just put in both links, but it's in our WebSleuths chat because that's where we're streaming from. I don't know if you can see it in the other chats or not.
Hang on here. Let me share the screen here. So if you are in the area in Phoenix, Arizona, and you can foster a dog, we've put the link in chat. I'll put it in there now. Look at these cutie pies. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that German Shepherd mix. What's he mixed with? He's 6 months old. Do you know what Lilo's mixed with?
That's Lilo, and
Lilo.
she is the sweetest. Like,
Oh, look at that cute baby.
she is, no, I just know she's a shepherd mix, but she is so small and loves everything.
Oh.
We hold foster events pretty frequently, and everyone just loves her. She matches energy. She'll lay with you if you want to lay. She'll chase a ball if you want to play, you know.
Yeah.
She's very sweet.
You know what? Looking at her, and maybe it's because I've had no sleep, but you can obviously see she's a shepherd. She almost looks like a little chihuahua. Like, you know, like
She's
dad went out and got busy with a big old German shepherd or something.
yeah, she doesn't weigh very much. She's little, but she's not like Chihuahua little.
Not chihuahua. Okay. She's got a little, like the coloring of a chihuahua. Maybe it might just be a mixed dog too. But
Yeah.
look how sweet. And then there's Lex Luthor, the beagle mix. I love beagles. Look at that baby. Oh, look at his look. He's like,
he has a mouth, that's for sure.
Oh, cute.
Very, very friendly, just very loud.
That's okay. Loud is good. Loud is just fine. So let me go back here. Let's see here. Anyway, yeah, guys. So please, I'll put the link in chat again. If you can foster,
I drive as far as Tucson to deliver if you want to foster as well. So
okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've got here where I live in Dallas. A couple of weeks ago, I pull up and there's a mama cat and 4 babies like lined up. Like somebody just went, here, Trisha, and dropped them in my driveway. I can't get anybody to help me because everyone is so crowded, you know, and I don't know what to do. It's I can't let them starve. It's just people are so.
Yeah, that's why we need fosters so bad.
Yeah, exactly.
They just keep coming in.
Need foster and get them fixed for God's sakes, and don't dump them in neighborhoods, people. Good Lord.
In order to foster them or adopt them, they fix them first.
Good.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And
that's wonderful.
Thinking, yeah. Trish, in your area, there's got to be something like we have here, like a feline network of people that do that, I would think.
Well, I found I got 2 foster, volunteer agencies, and they're overbooked. I mean, they're just so full they can't do anything. I can't even get a cage, a live trap to catch them. I'm not going to take them to a kill shelter. I'm just not. But I don't want them out there running around getting pregnant again. You know, pretty soon I'm going to have 4,000 cats before the end of the year. So,
and it happens like that too. It does happen like that. Yeah.
It's about that fast. So, but it just I laughed because it was so adorable. I pull in and they're literally like they were just trained to line up there, just sitting, mama, and then boom, 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 boom. Like, God, where did you come from? So anyway, somebody dropped them off. I don't know why they picked my house, but they did. So just crazy. Everybody's talking about the dogs now in the chat.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. Today we had on the head of the school that JJ Vallow went to. And are you familiar with JJ, the little boy?
Yeah.
He was autistic, high functioning autistic boy, loving, wonderful young man. And that's the one Lori murdered. And he had a therapy dog. And before he was murdered, they took that therapy dog away from him. And I think they tried to sell it. And Lori had signed a contract saying that she'd never sell the therapy dog, that she would return it to the person that she got it from originally. So she couldn't sell it. She couldn't make any money off of it. And she found that out, and then they had to give it back to the person. But I mean, how cruel is that? Right there,
Yeah.
Right there, to
Yeah.
me, you should have your parental rights taken away doing something that cruel to that poor kid. You
Yeah.
know? So anyway, there's so much that we've learned about Lori that I'm grateful that the jurors didn't know about, because again, we don't want anybody to give her a reason for a an appeal. But she's going to keep trying the appeal. Have you been reading her handwritten bullcrap appeals that she's been trying to do?
No.
Oh my God, they're hilarious.
I've been so busy, but I'll get to it.
Here's the thing. If you want to be entertained by somebody who's so delusional and an idiot, but a killer, that it would be funny if it wasn't so serious. She's mad because she keeps claiming the judge violated her rights by releasing information. And remember, she claims, and I don't know if you read this part, she claims to be what's called a what I keep calling a translucent being. That's not it. Translated. Right, translated. And she doesn't need to eat. She'll never get sick. But somehow she got a UTI. This translated being that Jesus takes care of got a UTI in prison. I've got to, and I'm assuming you saw the Nate Eaton interview with Lori.
I did.
I've got to give that guy credit. Out of everybody that's interviewed her, I thought he would be, to be honest, the mushiest. I thought he would just tiptoe, and he came right in and just bam, bam. It was great.
He
Gotta
did
give him
great.
credit. He did great. He really did. And we're going to play that here in a little while.
Okay.
So let's see.
Trish, did you get the email I sent you with the state sentencing memorandum?
I did not. Let me check. Hang on. When did you send that?
I might have been yesterday.
Oh, you know what? I literally have had probably 200 emails since yesterday.
Yeah.
Can you send it again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, and we've got a lot of tinfoil hat. We have more entries. That's great. We have a tinfoil hat contest. To keep the crazies out, you have to wear your tinfoil hat.
Yeah.
So
the portaling, they can't portal.
Right.
We have,
right.
Yeah, they can't portal. No portaling.
Right.
Block the signal.
Exactly. There is a story about Chad and Lori that they claimed they would go into a closet, and there was a portal in this closet, and they were able to kill zombies. Now, I have a feeling when they went in that closet together, they weren't killing anything but their own, genes. Come on, really? They go in there to kill zombies, and people bought that? Yeah. That's believable, people. You know what is scary, Tosh? There are people that still believe Chad and Lori.
Yep.
And that's what's terrifying, that there's people that believe it, and they believe that Chad has these abilities to do this bull. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. So yeah, that's right, Miss Woozy. They were killing someone with sexual tension. Hey, look, do you know Cresha Easton? That's Kay Woodcock's daughter.
Yeah.
Please ask Task if there's anything they want me to include. Oh, that is a great question. Anything, Cresha is going to give an impact statement, a victim's impact statement Friday. And she wants to know, is there anything that you would like her to include in her impact statement for her Uncle Charles? And I'm curious, she says, I'm curious if one thing stands apart from the rest. So there you go. You can think on it and maybe email her if they can't come up with anything now.
I might just reach out to her. I think we're friends on Facebook, so
yes,
I might just reach out to her.
Good. And was there one thing in the trial that just you went, what the holy heck was that? That just stood out to you, just went bam.
Yeah. There was a couple actually, because there was a whole lot of crazy.
There was a whole lot of crazy. Yeah, you're right.
One of them was, I guess the part that he was Ned before we got rid of him. That part.
Oh, that is crazy. Yeah.
And then she continued to say that that's just a saying, and we're like, what? Nobody says that.
About the zombie or what one?
Yeah.
Stacy, I just got a bunch of computer language.
Okay, binary again. I'll send one page at a time.
Okay. So are you drunk again? Is this what's going on, or is it me?
I wish.
Tosh is going. And who booked me on this program? Who do I blame for this? So yeah, if you could, that'd be great.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic. So anyway, Con B says, is Jason Mao LDS? I believe he is. I don't think he's been excommunicated. Yeah, exactly, Kresha. Jason Mao was also a closet Portal fan. He promoted it. Almighty. Looking forward to meeting you, Tosh. I can't thank you enough for your service in this leg of justice for the victims. And Kresha, I can say, has waited so long for justice for her Uncle Charles. And she's been really fighting the good fight and not letting Chad and Lori get away with anything. Kresha, you came up earlier. You are more than welcome to come back up if you would like to. I know you're getting ready to start driving. I don't know if you'll have time, but if you want to pop up and chat with Tosh, that would be absolutely fine. There's the link in the description. Yeah, they're going to be driving to Arizona tonight, and I know they're getting ready to leave pretty soon. So, be like Nephi. That's the other one. Be like Nephi.
You know? Yeah, that was when she tried to talk her way around it of what they were and how many and stuff like that. We were all just kind of like, she is off her rocker.
She is.
Like, there's no way that all the people in the LDS are saying it's one thing and she's saying it's different. You know, it's like her against all the rest of the people that are saying what it is.
Exactly. Her interpretation of it is used to murder, basically, and that's what she's doing.
Yeah.
And again, everybody, I apologize. I have to go let my dog back in. I think this will be the end of it for at least a couple of hours. So hang on. And Stacy, could you read Kresha's comment here, and I'll be right back.
Okay, 1 second.
Thank you.
I'm emailing these pages real quick.
Okay, great. I'll read it real quick. Jason Mao is LDS and teaches seminary. What? He teaches seminary? Molding the minds of thousands of young people. That's very scary.
Yeah.
Tosh, do you know what seminary is? It is it's the LDS religion in Utah, maybe in Hawaii too. The state allows the LDS church to build a separate building on high school property, but you don't get credit. You know, you have to take it away from the high school. It has nothing to do with the schooling, but it allows Mormon teachers to teach the LDS religion to LDS kids in high school. And she's here. Here, Kresha, let me pull you up, and I am going to go let my dog in, and I will be right back, okay?
Okay.
No, all righty.
Hey,
who let the dogs out? Trisha's always letting them damn dogs out. She did it.
Me too. I am too.
I think that's really cool what you do with animals, with dogs, for real.
Thank you.
There's been quite a few people I've met along the way who do some really amazing things with animals. And I wasn't raised I never was raised around animals. My mom is Kay, right? And so she never was. I had fish and I had a ferret a long time ago. Just different little animals like that. But I never would get attached to them because, loss. It's kind of a big thing.
Yeah.
And one thing that I do believe would help both me and Jason and our kids would be to adopt an animal, a dog, for sure. So that is definitely something that I never thought I'd say, but just seeing how Bailey was with JJ, he did a lot of amazing healing and comfort, and he calmed JJ.
Yeah. A lot of rescued pets are more loving and loyal because they know what it's like to not have that, so rescuing is better for everyone.
Really, it really is. And I mean, I used to have a boxer. I did. And when I heard you say that, I was like, oh my God, I had to get rid of Scooby because I was pregnant, and I would go to walk him and he would like choke himself basically, because he was just forging ahead, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh my God. And anyways, I thought it was a trip hazard, and and really, I guess I could say that at that time I wasn't really ready,
Right.
because
Yeah.
there would have been no way. And he peed on my Christmas presents right after I finished wrapping them under the tree. I was like, dude. But I appreciate you for your part in this, and
Thank you.
I can't thank y'all enough. I was kind of worried, because in the first in the first and second trials, and not many people can even say this, right? Because how many people ever experience this to this magnitude where there's not one, not two, but four trials,
Right.
four whole trials, four opportunities on the positive side to try and grab some information, as much information, pieces to the puzzle, so I
Yeah.
feel blessed in that sense, but of course not at what cost, because it
Yep.
costs for potentially five people their lives, and nothing can ever take that or give that back.
Yeah.
But I forgot what I was gonna say. Just the trials. Okay, it'll come back to me.
Yeah,
Oh, I remember.
Krisha, you sound like me. Your brain is going in 18,000 different directions. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You
It
remember?
peels out all the time, man. I'm telling you. JJ had ADHD too. So
Right.
I'm like, I
Exactly.
get it. I get it. But oh crap. Hold on. It's right
You're
there.
good.
Oh, with the first trial for Lori in 23, I really didn't understand the process. Like, and there were a lot of emotions. Not saying that that's not so with all the other trials. It's just you kind of learn to adapt
Yeah.
and overcome, and coping mechanisms and things like that. But with the first trial, I didn't really even realize the impact that a jury has and the impact that the crimes have on a jury. And so that opened my eyes. The second trial, I actually remember live streaming Chad's jury selection, whereas before I really was like, whatever, but it was really interesting how they choose a jury.
Yeah.
And then it got even more sharp for Arizona. Like, I was really honed in, and I felt for y'all. I was like, "Oh my god, I so worried about they're gonna get hit by a freaking bus when they leave," and it
Mhm.
really did worry a lot of us. I'm not the only one, but
Right.
anyways, but I don't wanna take up all the time. My mom
No,
just texted too, so
no, Krisha, you're fine. I mean, this is why we're doing this. We want to give everybody a chance to talk, and Friday's a big day.
It
And
is.
Tosh, I'm so glad you're going to be there
Me
again.
too.
I made sure I got work off for it. So
Good.
I will be
Yeah.
there.
I'd hate
Good,
to have
good,
to
good.
go picket, boycott, do a strike.
You
No.
want Tosh? Well, Tosh, can I make a suggestion? And I do this. I like to run people's lives, just so you know.
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
you are so popular and so well liked. If I were you, I'd start a YouTube channel, just
You know,
chatting. Now, you've probably been told that a million times, right?
yeah, so
Mhm.
I get asked to go on TikTok and say my side of what I did and went through and stuff like that. I've been asked to write books. Um the guy that wrote the book previously asked if I wanted to collab with him. Um I signed a contract with Netflix.
Great.
Yeah, it's turned
Wonderful.
into a whole thing.
It is. Well, again, it could really, I I really am not trying to run your life. Just a little advice from an old bat who did it all wrong on the
Just
way up. Okay?
micromanage.
Yeah, I'll micromanage. That's what I'm trying to do. If you start now, and while it's fresh in people's mind, it can really help your career later. There are people now that make, and I know you wouldn't, I'm not saying you're doing it for money, but they make so much money because they're so popular. You already have that popularity. This channel isn't monetized, so we don't make any money. But if you did something like that, then you could, supplement your income while you're going to school and things like that. So, and again, if you need any help, I'd be happy to help because I've done it all wrong. And you just do exactly the opposite of what I do. You'll be wildly successful.
Right. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome. Let me, Stacy, can you take over for just a moment? And I'll
I
check into
saw
chat.
someone asked how many dogs I have. So I just want to state that I have 3 dogs and 2 cats.
Oh,
They have all been rescued.
Oh, that's sweet.
That's
Good.
great. That is wonderful.
And they're all named after designers.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow.
Oh, how funny.
Like what?
Yeah.
So my boxer's name is Saint Laurent.
Oh.
I have a white Shepherd, which is a German Shepherd Pit Bull mix. Her name is Chanel. And then my cat's name is Louis.
Oh, like Louis
Yeah.
Vuitton.
Yeah.
Louis Vuitton.
Yeah.
And so on.
That's
so
cute.
cool.
Yeah.
I wonder, I've never really asked people what their pets' names are, but I bet it would be interesting to just hear all the wild names,
Right.
Yes. I ask
Yeah.
people all the time, like we name our cats after like Egyptian gods.
Oh,
Oh,
that's cool.
really?
So yeah.
That's
Anubis,
cool.
Isis,
Oh,
all that. Yeah.
wow. That's
That's
different.
really cool. I
At
don't know.
about 5 o'clock, I think it's like 4. At about 5 o'clock, someone's actually dropping off another foster. So
Oh, so you have to go?
oh no, I don't have to go. That's what my wife's for.
Oh, there you go. That's why you marry him, right? Absolutely.
Yeah, get back in the damn kitchen.
She was actually a foster fail. So we've had her before, and then the lady who, well, it's like an elderly couple. They can't do all the bending, and
Yeah.
they chose to. She's like this big. She's a little terrier mix.
Oh.
One of the wired haired ones. Um, she is just a ball of energy. I think she's like a year or less old, so they thought that they were going to be able to keep up with her, and they just can't. So I messaged, I said, hey, can't work out, gladly we'll take her back. She's one that there's been, out of all the ones I've done, her and another one have been the ones that were the hardest to get to rehome.
Is it because of the energy level that it's just so high that people can't keep up with her?
The energy, and the couple's other dog is older, and it uses the doggy door, and she can't seem to figure out the doggy door, and it's like frustrating them. So
Yeah,
I will be keeping her and renaming her.
Good.
That's
So
good.
she's going to be yours then.
She is, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, her and the other one I regretted rehoming. The other one is now living its best life with another sibling and an actual human baby. They're gonna grow up together. So I'm happy for him, but I just didn't want my feeling to happen like with this one. So now that she's back, I'm just gonna keep her.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes, it was
My
meant to
dogs
be.
loved her, so yeah.
If they get along, that's great. And I'm assuming you either own the place or you're living with somebody that owns the place, or your landlord or landlady is incredibly understanding.
Yeah, so I'm actually the property manager of my condo complex.
Perfect.
Oh.
That's how you do it.
I've been in that business. Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
That is great. Everybody's telling their names of their dogs. Do you mind if I read them really quickly? Because
Go for it. I'm reading them as they pop up. So
Constant Niemacher says, I named mine Larry because he looks like a Larry. It's hilarious. Love that.
Ha
That's so
ha
cute.
ha ha ha.
Mine is Leanne Hamilton says, mine is Bella. Ladybug Toe says, foster fail here. Her name is Wrigley. By foster fail, you mean you were fostering her and you kept her, I'm assuming.
Foster fail is so I was fostering her. She went to go get adopted, and they ended
Oh
up
my
returning her.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Lynn Jen too, this is great. My cat is Steve after my brother. He has a personality. Oh, it's after brother that passed
A
away.
lot
That's
of
so
people
cute.
name their cats Steve for some reason.
Wow.
That is really cute.
That's interesting. Really.
It's
Hawkeye
usually
says,
like the gray tabbies, you know. That's
name
usually the
Steve,
ones that are named Steve.
That's
because they
fun.
all kind of look the same and they're
Yeah.
just kind of
Yeah.
there.
Oh.
Exactly. Hawkeye says, Chloe and Tebow bring name Tebow being named after my favorite football player and motivational speaker. Let's see here.
Well, cool.
Yeah, that is cool. Let's see. Bad
So many
actors.
pet owners. I love it. You
Yeah,
know.
Chewy Chew Baker. That's good. That's a good one. Let's see.
I love animals.
Oh, I do
Like
too.
Or check their
just
handle
any,
names
you
as
know.
well, because that tells a lot about
Yeah, I'm
somebody
sorry.
behind
I should have
it.
said that first. Hang on just a second. That is permaculture kiwi. My dog is that wasn't Chewy Chew. Well, my dog is
Chew
Pika
Barker.
Pika after the native
Oh.
bat because of his bat ears. Oh, and his tail. That's so cute. This is Hawkeyes. Tebow has many names for me: the football player and the motivational speaker. And who was it that said that other one?
I
can't
just saw
find it now.
one fly by, and it was I forget. I have a horrible short-term memory.
Me too. Let's see.
Someone's username is Ladybug Toes.
That's so
Aw.
cute. Let's see. Auntie M says, where's that? My dog's name is Coco Chanel. That's cute.
That is that's my Shepherd's name. Yep.
There you go. Robbie T is Mr. Bean. Trace on the case is Slinky Dog.
Hey, Trace.
Let's see.
I've gotten in touch with him. I've done a little snippet with him.
Oh, cool. There's some really good people on YouTube. There really is.
Yeah.
YouTube Bad Actors, another great YouTuber. My pity rescue is Walter after Walter White.
Hey, Walter.
Barking Bad.
Walter White on Breaking Bad.
Yeah, but he says it's Barking Bad.
That's the one I saw. Uncle Charles. They came in 2016 sometime. I don't really remember when, but they all came in, Lori, Charles, and the kids. And my uncle at that point, like for the first time in my life, I actually followed a series, and it was Breaking Bad when it first came out. I'd watched it, kept up with it. And then he came in 2016, and he was like, he had the shirt on, Walter, but it was Heisenberg, you know, and he was like, he did not shut up about the damn show. And I was like, right, you know, like, yeah.
You guys had something in common. That's so cute.
Isn't it?
People did get into Breaking Bad, that's for sure. And I can see Charles getting into that. Absolutely.
And he also loved Driving Miss Daisy, by the way.
Great movie. Miss Woozy says, I've got my Chiweenie, Leah Organa, and my two cats, Jack Purton and Johnny Meowclane.
Oh, this is funny.
Auntie M has another one named Nellie. And let's see. And MS, I'll ask your question here in just a second. Rachel says, my dog is Gunner. And let's see. Where's the other one here? I have Brutus, Little Baby, Garfield, and Sasha. Oh,
wow.
I know, so many. Bella from Leanne Hamilton. I'm sorry, what did you say, Kresha?
I was saying thank y'all for sharing.
No, it's so cute. And then here is a question for you, Kresha, from MS. Says, not sure how to word it, but somehow bring in the fact that Jesus came to you and told you Lori has been deceived.
I thought about it. I thought about it. I did. Like, my Jesus trumps your Jesus.
Well, there you go. That would, I would say that. I'd say my Jesus trumps your Jesus. Your Jesus is a fail. Mine is a king.
Your Jesus is an angel of light disguised as, I don't know. I don't even know.
That is. Oh, thank you, V Team Paranormal. Thank you. That's so sweet. V Team Paranormal has her own YouTube channel.
Oh,
Stacy, are you tied up at the moment? I
Me?
think yes. No, Stacy.
Oh,
My audio is messing up again.
Oh, your audio's gone. Can you grab V Team Paranormal's YouTube channel and pop it into chat? Everybody, if you could subscribe to V Team Paranormal, and we'll put Crush's YouTube channel in there as well. That would
thank
be
you, baby.
great. Thank
I
you.
subscribed to VT a long time
Oh,
ago
good.
when you had
Good,
her
good,
on.
good. She's a great lady. She really is. I Hate Morning says, my pets came pre-named. Oh, Permaculture Kiwi. My dog is Pika Pika, after the native bat because his bat ears, and he has a tail and he's wild. Let's see here. I hope I don't miss anybody.
You know, Alex has been said to have taken the unwanted dogs, unwanted pets, and take them out to the desert and take care of them. So
Shoot him. Yeah.
there you go. You
what
know,
a
that tells you
jerk.
everything you need to know.
Boy, does it ever. Sis, you should have been a detective, says, I dated a man with a collie named Pete, and while Spitz named Repeat, he called her Reed. That's cute.
My grandpa had 2 donkeys or 2 mules, and they were It Not and He Not. Stupid.
Cute. Okay, hang on here. I got somebody texting me. Hold on. Let me just write this really quickly.
There
we go. I want to make sure I get everybody's name here. Neil Campbell says Leon, Lena, and Max. And Dave Urgent says my cat's name is Steve. Carolina, yep. Carolina Hurtado. My Lawless was named after him being rescued and released from doggy jail. Oh, cute.
Y'all are so creative.
I know.
Yeah, my old math teacher in high school, he named his dog Wego, so when you'd call him, he'd be like, "Here we go." And everyone just thought it was the funniest thing ever.
That's cute,
my
though.
God.
Penguin says, my dog is
go ahead.
Emmy. Go ahead.
No,
Emily.
I'm sorry.
My dog is Emily. That's penguins. But go ahead, my dear.
I don't know. There's just about Chad, you know, and how he treated Tammy. And I remember this from a long time ago, you know, just these old sayings or whatever. And Chad's a go-getter. She goes to work, he goes and gets her. That's basically what Chad is, you know. He's scum. Anyway, sorry to dampen the mood.
No. And it's important, you guys, like I was telling Tosh earlier, it's important that we keep Lori and Chad, what they have done and who they are in the conversation, because that there's always a chance of history being rewritten. And there are still people like we were talking about, Kresha, there are still people that believe what Chad and Lori say. And no, they're pieces of crap. Yeah.
And they did it before them.
Yes.
You know, it's like something that's, I don't know. It just is on it's definitely the fringes. It's gross and ugly.
But it's there. It's absolutely there. And you know, Chad Daybell was never successful at anything.
No.
He really wasn't. Tammy was the one that made all the money. You know, his printing company, his publishing company didn't do jack. All it did was introduce him to the women, you know, that for some reason wanted him.
Some blinders, right?
Exactly. Oh, we got more pet names here. Porter 64 says my cat is Cad, and Margaret Zabinski says Abby was Gabby. Now the G is silent. It's the boxer pit mix. Oh, how cute.
That's neat.
18 Paranormal has Wendy, her guide dog, but she's now retired. Glamis Girl has a shepherd border collie named Bentley. AZ Mermaid says my cat is Pooh, cause hold on, I just lost it. I'm leaving you hanging here. Cat is Pooh, cause hang on.
Don't leave the Pooh hanging.
Because the Pooh's always hanging. Because she smells like Pooh. Oh, poor baby.
Like Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah. Jocelyn
Hopefully
says
she means like honey.
I think that's what she means. Of course. Jocelyn says I have 2 rescue cats, Ollie Peanut Butter Sandwiches and Miss Chelly.
Oh my God, I'm hungry now.
Miss Woozy, Chew Barker.
That's cute.
That is cute.
That's cute.
Okay, and my thingy keeps popping up here. Let's see. Oh, Ladybug Toe says my baby was given up 3 times before she came to me. No way I'd give her up. That's wonderful.
Wow.
Let's see here. My cat is Ashley. This is Emily Wilson. As a kid, I had a beagle named Minnie. That's cute. Cat Lady says, I have a cat named Dante. And Marjorie Moore says, my daughter's cats are Buffy and Giles or Giles after Buffy and Giles, vampire slayers. See, I don't know if it's a hard G or a soft G. Susie says, my daughter named her cat Jinx. I think she likes the name.
Cat Lady, I expected you to have more than one cat.
Yeah, you got to have more than one cat. My goodness. Absolutely. YouTube Bad Actors has a cat, Walter, after Walter White in The Barking Bad. Yeah, we talked about that. Black cat named Dracula from Michaela Fisher. Wendy Wobbles says, my cat's Harry, Poncho, Max, Doodles, and Bug. Oh,
that's cute.
Rob T, that is cute. Mr. Bean is his foster fail. And Miss Woozy, Jack Purrington, and Johnny Meowclane. Yeah. 3 dogs from Carla Rowley, Timber, Debbie, and 7. Janet is Sadie, Daisy, and Princess. All are pitties and permanent fosters. So, you guys are great. I love it that we're all animal lovers here. You know, that's fantastic. Divergent says, yes, my gray and white boy came with the name Steve. My ginger kitty's name is Missy. Our pitty passed away recently. I'm sorry. And her name was Ruby. So,
I brought my daughter. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Junie says, Lab Mix girly girl. Okay, go ahead, my dear.
Lab Mix. I brought my daughter at one time to the pound, and she adopted a cat, named her Pumpkin, and then she would get so upset because that cat never would leave my side, and I'm not really a cat person. I'm just like not an animal person. I never would let myself. I mean, I am, but I just never would attach, right? And so she would be like, Mom, why did she like you? And I'm like, I don't freaking know. I don't know.
She knew you were a special person. That's why.
I'm her pet, I guess. I don't know.
Woman of Steel says, Black Cockapoo Loki adoption return on unscrupulous person. Did not tell us he likes to nip when he plays and bites when you groom around his face. We didn't care. We groom him and we love him. That is great. Let's see here. And if I missed your animal, I do apologize, everybody. Let's see here. Mad is it? What is that? Mad as a Hatter says, I have a Zuko from Avatar, The Last Airbender. Let's see here. I got that. Doodles. Hawkeye's beagle is named Doodles. Let's see. I think I got everybody. I hope. Everyone's talking about Steve the cat. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. We have a ferret barn cat, a feral, sorry, I said ferret. A feral barn cat, a part Siamese named Ghost. She is all settled down and lovely now. That's sweet. I Hate Mornings said when she was a child, she had a Siamese kitten named Jinxie. That's cute.
I hate mornings too.
Me too. My cats are Medelino, Bolt, and Bob. Bob the cat. I love that.
Bob.
Let's see. And that was now my doodad keeps popping up. The chat keeps going up, and then I lose my place. So I do apologize. Hawkeye said I had a black cat named Midnight. I talked about penguins already. Miss Woozy had a pet donkey named George. Growing up 2 goats named Starsky and Hutch. Aw,
that's cute.
That is cute. Okay. And Lisa Bite Me. Kind of doubt that's a real name, but that's okay.
That's the animal's name, Bite Me?
No, that's a human's name.
Okay.
Lisa Bite Me. At one point, I had Siri, Alexa, and a cat named Google. Oh, now that is cute.
They all just went off.
Okay, let's see here. I think that's it, everybody. I hope I got everybody's. If I didn't, please forgive me. Sis, you should have been a detective. Oh, Scrappy. I'm sorry. It's the serial killer male. Hey, hold on.
He's like, Mom, don't forget about me.
I'm here. There's a car door that's slammed 4 miles away. Let's see. Miss Whitty said, my mom had a pet skunk growing up. That's crazy to me.
Oh, wow.
I've known lots of people that have had skunks. And they didn't get them fixed either. They just didn't spray because they were friendly,
Oh, hopefully. I mean,
hopefully. Famous last words, huh?
Yeah.
let's see. Rachel said we had a black and silver giant schnauzer named Raider. That's cute. Friends have a cat named Greg. Go ahead.
I dated a guy who had a hairless dog. His name was Gus. He was very different. He would shake all the time. He was always shaking.
My mom has a hairless cat.
Oh, wow.
Is it like the species that's hairless, or is it hairless for other reasons?
It's a Sphinx.
Oh, okay. Those are actually pretty cool. Oh, B Team Paranormal says I once had a pet tarantula named Spook.
Nope.
Yeah, sorry.
Nope. You got me. Spook.
Naomi had a dog named Doc, and her cat is named Jezzy. And my grandson named his rescue tabby cat Cash because his name is Johnny Cash.
That's cute.
That is cute. Okay, so I think I got everybody. I think we're good. I did get the email from you, Stacy. I would like to read it, but I'm so tired. This is the hang on here. Hold on. The state sentencing memorandum. Yep. And if later, if I'm not too tired, I'll read it, but it's like 15 pages, but it's really good. It's really, really good. So, yes, go ahead, darling.
Judge Boreski did deny her a new trial.
Really? Yep. I'm so surprised.
Just a bad run of luck for that one.
I know. And he should have granted them, but you know.
He's not delusional.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay, did you like Judge Boreski?
Yeah, did you like the judge, Tosh?
Yeah. Yeah, he was very, very nice.
Give him 4 out of 5 stars or 5 out of 5?
Like 4.5.
There you go.
You weren't there when the judge got mad at Lori and did all they had you out all the time. Did you find out about all of that later?
Yeah.
I bet that was kind of surprising, especially when Lori started talking back to him, just talking smack to him. Don't yell at me.
Yeah.
That was Brandon's, I think. They do run together, don't they?
Yeah,
do they run together
Brandon.
for you?
Yeah.
Do they run together for you too, or you're really good at differentiating?
For me, they run together.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah. Thank you. What did it was Are You Done? That was in your trial, wasn't it? Or was that in
pre-trial?
Brandon's?
That was pre-trial.
Yes. Oh, it was pre-trial. That's right. So anyway, okay. Anybody have any questions for Tosh? Everybody? I'm so happy that you joined us, and we will ask you back again. And I promise you next time I'll be more awake and not. But
the end of the world.
It's the end of the world again.
Yeah.
We'll do this
happen once a year.
But we'll have you on way before that. And I hope you two are able to connect up on Friday. Friday's going to be a big day. And Kresha, know that we love you. We're there with you. And
I'll be there with you.
Thank
she'll
you.
be there with you emotionally and physically.
Yep.
So you got lots of love, my darling.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
While we wait for SF Investigates, he's out doing a search. And so he's going to be a little late. I'm going to play some things from trial. So we'll just be playing some video here for a little bit. So anyway, Tosh, thank you so much, my dear. And if there's anything we can ever do for you, don't hesitate to reach out, okay?
Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming on. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
She's awesome.
Isn't she great? She is fantastic. Now, her name is spelled Tass.
Yes.
But it's pronounced Tosh. And I think she's great. I just can't imagine coming out of the jury room for the first time with the media going, have you Googled him yet? Have you Googled Lori yet? Just to see what had happened. My God.
Yeah, right.
And then to find everything out. I wish she would start a YouTube channel. I mean, it would be very successful. So hang on here. Let's see.
It's a good way to get attention for the doggies.
Absolutely.
Crusaders.
Let's see. I did offer SF Investigates to reschedule if he needed to. I haven't. Have you heard back from him?
Oh,
Stacey?
no, just that earlier. I can message about it.
Well, I messaged him too. And if you wanted to, just to see if he wants to reschedule, because if he's out searching, he's gonna be tired. I don't want to stress him out, and we can just until we get ready for the tinfoil hat contest here in about an hour or so. And then hopefully David from David Middleman from Othram. God, I should remember that name, huh? Is going to try and be here tonight. We're not sure. So anyway, let's see what else. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to find a few things to play because, again, everybody, we need to remember what Lori and Chad have done. All right. That's a big part of this End of the World Again broadcast. Never forget what these two evil people have done. We do need to keep them in our discussion only so we don't forget their evilness. We don't need to hear from them again. They've already spoken enough. We don't need to hear anything. I don't think we'll ever hear from Chad again. You know, I don't know if Joe's on the road or not. Joe Schmoe. Oh, yes, he is. I think he is. He's like driving a ridiculous amount straight through. And I know Kresha is going to be heading out very soon too. So let's see. Let's see here. So anyway, again, that's why I play these. It's not that I want to hear from them again. I just never want anybody to forget what they have done and what they have said. And like I said, we have talked to them. I mean, we've heard enough from them, but it is very good. Let's see. Pretty Little Lies and Alibis. Good to see you, my dear. Let's see here. You know what? Here is something from that. This is a good. Justin Lum does a great recap of everything. And this is from Fox 10 in Phoenix. I don't know if Justin's on this or not. I think he is. But let's play a little bit of this for now. This is Judgment Day. Lori Daybell prepares for a final sentencing, return to Idaho. This is called On the Record. We're not gonna play the whole thing. This is like an hour long, and we'll play a little bit of it here to give us a bit of a break, and then we will come back in a little while. And by the way, because I know there's going to be a test on this later, if anybody asks, we are playing this in accordance with YouTube's fair use policy, and I'll be stopping this, throughout the playing of it to identify it so we don't get dinged. So here we go. It's Fox 10 in Phoenix, On the Record.
Convicted killer Lori Daybell is finally set to be sentenced again here in Arizona. The so-called Doomsday Mom, already serving life for the murders of her 2 children and conspiring to kill her husband's first wife, now facing judgment for multiple murder plots. She was found guilty of conspiring to murder her 4th husband, Charles Vallow, and attempting to kill her former nephew-in-law. Her decision to represent herself unraveled in an Arizona courtroom, exposing her failures. Now, after years of dark twists and national headlines, Daybell's path comes full circle before she's returned to Idaho for life. We break down what's at stake in this sentencing and what justice means for the families left behind. I'm Justin Lum, and we are On the Record. Just days away from Judgment Day for Lori Vallow Daybell, the convicted murderer and the so-called Doomsday Mom. We know she's already serving life in prison in regard to her cases in Idaho, but here we are. We've been waiting for the end of this saga for a long time. Sentencing day in Arizona for 2 convictions for conspiracy to commit murder related to Charles Vallow, her 4th husband, and her ex-nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux, who survived to tell his story. I'm joined by Special Projects EP George Obi. And you recharged, you're ready to go. You had a little bit of a break just in time for sentencing and for our all-star panel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, needed this. Obviously, as we get ready to close this chapter out, if you will, at least for the time being, and much needed break. But again, we've been looking forward to this, and we'll get into it with our panel.
What better way to get back from vacation, talking Lori Daybell. We got our panel here of 4 joining us today. Thank you guys so much. Taylor Larson, the former family attorney for Charles Vallow when he was constructing that petition to dissolve his marriage with Lori Vallow back in January of 2019. Charles Vallow then, his heart broken raising concerns and sounding the alarm about his wife, who was threatening him at the time and claimed that she was a translated being, a goddess. And this all led up to his eventual murder, July 11th, 2019, shot and killed by Alex Cox. Taylor has been there from the beginning and watched this unfold. Thank you, Taylor, for being here. Rich Robertson, also in a similar vein, connected with Brandon Boudreaux back in October of 2019, when Brandon had just been shot at, a bullet missing him by inches as he drove home in his Tesla. The shooter, believed to be Alex Cox, conspiring with his sister, Lori Vallow. Lori now recently convicted of that conspiracy. So Rich heard that strange, bizarre story and followed the path to find out a lot more. He's also a former investigative journalist here in the Valley. So thanks, Rich. And then we've got Benjamin Taylor, a well-known attorney here, criminal defense attorney, civil rights attorney here in the Phoenix area. And it's been good to have you for both trials, for our coverage to really, you're now an expert on the Daybell saga. So good to have you. And finally, last but not least, our guy, Judge Mel McDonald, former U.S. attorney for the District of Arizona, former prosecutor, as well as, that's why we call him the judge, a judge here in Maricopa County. And he also a big fan of the saga and expert, and he's got a lot to say. I can't wait to get into this, guys. But first off, let's go with Judge Mel. How surreal is it to know that after July 25th, 2025, all of this will be over, and then it's just extradition back to Idaho for the Doomsday Mom?
Yeah, you look at this, I think the reason why this case has gathered worldwide attention is the facts are so bizarre. Two people that both parents, both seemingly normal up until their meeting, carry out these heinous crimes of murdering her two children, conspiring to murder them, taking out both of their spouses, and then Anissa's husband. And looking at it, I think with the sentencing coming up, I think it's pretty certain that she will get the maximum sentence on both. I would expect the judge to make the sentences run consecutive to each other and to the Idaho cases. The long and short is she was never going to get out anyway, assuming that her convictions in Idaho are affirmed. But the truth of the matter is she should never be allowed to walk free again. And quite frankly, I hope the judge gives a directive that they are not, she and Chad are not to communicate vocally unless somebody is listening to it, simply because they have conspired and planned the murder of 5 people, 4 that were successful, and I don't think society can assume that risk.
Taylor, how about for you? I mean, can you believe it's been this long, almost 6 years since you met Charles Vallow and he came to you with just this crazy story?
Yeah, 6.5 years ago, it started, at least my involvement in this crazy chaos of Chad and Lori's world that they were, angling to, end up together. And so to have it be July when she is sentenced for Charles's murder is a bit fitting now that it's, 6 years exactly to when he was murdered. So just, we're just a few days away from finally getting, some closure, some more closure anyways. We've already gotten the conviction, but now to hear her be sentenced, and hopefully, and I agree with Judge Mel that it will be the maximum for Charles's death. But I'm very anxious to hear what Judge Boreski has to say once he does sentence, because, Judge Boyce, I really appreciated, the words that he spoke when he spoke directly to Lori when he sentenced her up in Idaho. And I would assume that, Judge Boreski's going to do the same here. I mean, she's kind of gotten into it a little bit, with Judge Boreski throughout not just Charles's trial, but also Brandon's trial. And so I'll be interested to see if Boreski keeps his calm demeanor that he's had, and that I know he's had since I've, appeared in front of him. But that's what I'm really anxious to see here in the coming days.
Yeah, you're right. 6 years since Charles was shot and killed. It has been that long. Also, Rich, very similar story here. Meeting Brandon for the first time. Some people didn't think that this day would come that he would ever get, his case heard in court. It's some question if we should even get to this point, but I mean, it has happened, and he was able to get justice for himself, telling his story, being able to face off with Lori.
Right. I mean, it's his story because he was the lone survivor in all of this. It kind of got pushed aside for the most part. I mean, all the attention was on the kids, rightfully so, and Tammy Daybell and certainly Charles' death. So Brandon's story kind of took a back seat from a media perspective, but it was always just one of the additional crimes associated with Alex and Lori and whoever else was involved in this lurid story. It was crazy 6 years ago when I first heard it, and it continues to be a crazy story. It's just mind-boggling to listen to Lori try to rationalize or explain and never really has to the satisfaction of anybody, I don't think, as to why all this happened.
Yeah, bizarre, strange religious beliefs, life insurance money, light spirits and dark spirits, and this sort of attitude about being supreme or being more special than others. That is what comes out of this story between Lori and Chad. But as a defense, as an attorney, acting as her own attorney, Benjamin, what missteps did she take throughout these two trials?
I mean, Justin, I'll be here all day, writing down the missteps. I mean, first off, I think the whole panel has said before, having been, representing herself, I mean, that was the number one thing. She should have definitely had some attorney represent her. Doesn't mean she would still get a not guilty, but maybe she might have gotten a hung jury. That was number one. Number two, I mean, she was asking this questions that she had no idea about. I think we go back to the first trial where she was, questioning one of the victims, dates that they had gone on a date. I mean, she just pretty much made herself look like a fool. Just her questions were just terrible. And I think, if she would have talked less and had another attorney up there representing her, she would have done a lot better. But I think, like Taylor mentioned earlier, it's going to be very interesting to see what Judge Boreski said, sentences her to, because he's been there for the past both trials, right? Mm-hmm. He's listened, he's heard stuff. Plus, the judge knows stuff that we don't even know about. There's some evidence that wasn't even let into the courtroom that he's seen. So, I mean, Judge Boreski knows about everything about this case. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. But, I mean, pretty much Lori Daybell could have done a lot better just by having an attorney represent her. And she who knows what might have happened in these prior cases.
So, gentlemen, we've covered this saga in the last 6 years. We know all of the wild circumstances involved and the evidence involved in this case, but we also know there was a lot of strange stuff that happened during the trial. And we know that we're not over yet, because when it comes to sentencing, we have victim impact statements, and then Lori has the opportunity to say something to the court, and then Judge Boreski will have his final say. So Judge Mel, let me ask you this. We know how impactful those statements can be from the victims and their families. I'm curious to get your outlook on what you think Lori is going to say, or what Lori would want to avoid saying at this point, knowing that Boreski will have the final say, and then, of course, his sentence on the 25th. But we do know that, again, these statements can be very powerful. But then Lori, and the statement she's made already in court, I'm curious to see what you're expecting to hear on the 25th.
I would expect Lori, being the actress that she is, would probably try to feign some emotion. One of the most chilling parts of the case involving Lori came before the trial, on the day that Charles Vallow was gunned down. To see her afterwards taking the kids out to eat, coming home nonchalant while her brother is sitting on the curb, It absolutely sent chills up my spine. She has got to be one of the dumbest criminals in the history of the world. Utterly no emotion, no feeling. And then to compound it by representing herself in trial, it was almost comical. If she wanted to take herself and nail herself to the cross, she did it exactly the way she should do it. Stupid questions, points where there might be objections, she doesn't object, it's thereby waived. Every conceivable thing that you can imagine she could do wrong in a trial, she did. I think they should take her performance and show it to law students and the non-lawyers who are thinking of representing themselves as to how you should never be your own attorney, and why, if you've committed a crime, how not to react after you've committed the crime.
And Benjamin, you made a good point just now, a little bit earlier ago. The judge does know the whole full scope of everything. Not that he needs to bring in anything from Idaho, and we talked about opening the door, but when you look at the totality and the violence and the whole saga that Lori has now been convicted of, I mean, Charles Vallow was shot twice in the chest, just point blank, right there in her home. She was there. Her son, JJ, was asphyxiated and wrapped in duct tape and buried in the ground. Tylie was, you couldn't recognize her. Her remains were, in different bags in the ground of Chad Daybell's backyard. And Tammy Daybell was basically smothered and asphyxiated. And we know that there was a conspiracy there between that. That includes the three. It includes Alex Cox. And then Brandon Boudreaux was just shot at and could have been shot right in the head if that bullet didn't miss him by inches. So in total, she has 5 life terms right now, 3 consecutive for these murders of JJ Vallow, Tylie Ryan, and Tammy Daybell, Chad's first wife. And it's possible she could see 2 more life sentences here in Arizona. I mean, have you seen a record like this with 5 victims, 4 of them dead, and the mastermind behind it, she doesn't get the death penalty?
Yeah, this is very rare to see anything like this. I mean, this is maybe the first time I've seen something like this. Of course, you have people like Charles Manson back in the day, serial killers. But to have, her being the mastermind and be able to do this in Idaho and in Arizona and be able to orchestrate this. That's what this whole thing's so amazing. How she had so much influence over other people to be able to listen to her, to be able to participate in all these things. I mean, you would think that one of these people would be like, hey, you know what, Lori, I'm going to call a timeout. I'm not going to be part of this. But this is very rare in the criminal justice system. I think this is what makes this case so sensationalized, and so people are glued, to their TVs watching it, because you don't see a female, pretty much criminal mastermind here who has been doing this over the past, couple of years, killing her kids, killing her, her family, her husband. I mean, this is just something that, made for TV drama for sure, but it's actually real life. So it's gonna be interesting when we see July 25th, what's gonna happen, for sentencing, to see what's gonna happen when this thing comes to an end. And as far as the defense side, Lori, better hire the best appeals attorney in the world. If she doesn't do that, she probably never see the light of day ever again.
And she's indigent. I mean, she has the appeal going on in Idaho. But you're right, the psychology of this is so fascinating. How does this happen? How does one do this with multiple people? Rich, what do you expect or look forward to hearing from Brandon Boudreaux and victim impact statements?
Well, I haven't had any conversations with him about that, so I'm just pure speculation. But I'm sure that, he made some comments after the jury's verdict, and I would expect that his victim impact statement would be consistent with what he has said publicly about it, that he's had the opportunity to tell his story. He's confident that justice has been done. It's not just him. I think Kay Woodcock is going to be the more dramatic one on an impact statement for the sentencing regarding Charles. She's she's been very vocal about this all along, but this is going to bring some closure. I hate that term, frankly, but it'll be some amount of satisfaction for her to be able to address Lori directly, because her testimony, frankly, got kind of cut off. Lori didn't want to confront her in the courtroom during that trial, but now Kay's going to have an opportunity to address her directly. So I think that's going to be pretty dramatic.
Yeah, Taylor, that was pretty quick. And you know Kay as well. Met her when you were, I guess, post July 11th, 2019. They have gone head to head in some ways, but most recently in this last trial, she can really speak for her brother Charles, and she can, yeah, as Rich said, that closure and being able to put the final nail in this coffin.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really, a powerful moment when Kay gets to make that impact statement. You think about it, it's been going on for over 6 years, like we talked about. So all of that, all of the stress, all of everything, all the emotions that Kay has had to go through and feel because of Lori Vallow, someone who she loved and she trusted, who absolutely betrayed her in the worst fashion by killing her brother and killing her grandson. I assume that it's going to come out. It's all going to come out, and it's going to be probably very therapeutic for Kay. She got to say a little bit up in Idaho, but that was with knowing that we still had Charles's trial to go through. And so with it being like the culmination now, I assume that it's going to be very therapeutic for her and very powerful. And, I know she'll do a great job. She's done a great job advocating for Charles and advocating for Tylie and JJ throughout these 6 years.
Well, as you guys have mentioned too, she's no stranger to this, unfortunately. And so, this is for her nothing new. But Judge Mel, I'll ask you, Lori, just so our viewers are aware, there are no rules that I'm aware of that when she gives her closing statement, if you will, to the judge before she hears her sentence. Do we see Judge Boreski at any point cutting her off, or because again, opening arguments, closing arguments, there were rules. There were rules if she wanted to take the stand in her own defense and how that needed to proceed. But in this instance, she can pretty much go up there and say whatever she wants. No.
Yeah, typically. She's got very broad latitude. Sentencing, almost anything can come in. She can give her views or statements or opinions. I did want to say one thing about that, though. Earlier in some of the broadcasts, one of the questions I had was that looking at the life sentences in Idaho and then looking at the first conviction of Charles Vallow, I'd raised a question of whether it's anything is accomplished with Brandon Boudreaux. That said, I think Brandon Boudreaux was an absolute key in this case. There'd been the murder of Vallow that the investigators appeared to be treating it as self-defense. Then you have Daybell's wife dying, and they're coming up with autopsy findings, results that they are pretty much stated. And it's only when the shot goes at Brandon and he recognizes Alex Cox and all of the pieces are put together. I think Brandon was outstanding and exceptional. And I'm really grateful that they pursued that case, that was heard. I think there's a possibility that it's not over yet. There may be one person down the road. I'm unsure where they're at on that, but there's one other person that could be a part if they feel there's enough evidence that someday might be charged.
Oh, and are you referring to Melanie Pulowski?
Right.
Yeah, that was a big moment when Trina Kay said that she's a part of this open investigation and she was involved, but again, no charges have been recommended at this point by Gilbert police, but that is something that sticks out. Let's talk about allocution. I mean, this is important because I remember back in July of 2023, Lori Daybell addressed Judge Stephen Boyce in Idaho, and before he gave that sentence. She said no murders happened in the deaths of JJ, Tylie, and Tammy. She talked about how they were all busy and happy and that Jesus knows who she is. I mean, if you flash back to that day, we didn't know what we were going to get. We knew we would hear victim impact statements and how emotional and powerful that would be, but that was a bombshell once she opened her mouth and basically denied everything that she was found guilty of. Could we see that if she does give another allocution again on July 25th? Taylor, what do you think?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Throughout these years, she's never taken 1 ounce of responsibility or accountability. She continually, after the trials have been done, in any interviews that she's done, she's deflecting, she's spinning the story. You know, it's that she's a goddess. She's smarter than everybody. We just don't know. We're too dumb to understand or comprehend, you know, what's happening, the plan that has been set forth for her and Chad, and that they are 100% innocent. And I would expect nothing different. You know, if she does speak, and I would expect she would speak, just like Judge Mel said. You know, she likes to perform, and she knows that this may be one of the last times that she'll be able to perform publicly in a court setting. And so I would expect her to ramble on, and like I said, deflect.
And she has shifted blame because in her request for a new trial, she said she was too sick to proceed and she was treated unfairly by Judge Boreski. We know she's tried to get him removed multiple times from the case, and that did not work. But is it because it's her? So we look at these requests and sort of, I don't know, people scoff and they laugh. But Benjamin, a request for a new trial, that's normal after a conviction. But was there any merit for her to say that, you know, she was just too sick to proceed?
She has to do something, right? And she has to represent herself and throw something against the wall. So a motion for a new trial, just to show, you know, to the viewers, that's very normal. A motion to appeal, that's very normal in most cases. And when you lose a case, that's all you can do really, is to ask for a new trial and to try to appeal. Whether or not it's meritless, you know, that's something that, you know, the judge already just said, hey, you know, I'm not giving you a new trial, and the Court of Appeals will decide whether or not she gets a new trial by the Court of Appeals. But based upon listening to the evidence, I highly doubt any Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court, Court of Appeals, whoever is going to overturn these convictions, unless they find something really crazy that the jurors might have done illegally or done something. But besides that, based on the facts of the case, it's gonna be really hard to overturn this. But like again, Lori Daybell has to do something, and you know, these motions are, you know, I mean, messed up motions, but she's trying her best she can, representing herself.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering, does she continue to represent herself on direct appeal?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. We don't know. I guess we'll see what happens there. She's not in Idaho, but as for here, I don't know. It's just that she was very adamant about representing herself and carrying forward with the trial, even though, you know, she said she was too sick. We could not delay this any further. And Judge Boreski said there is no evidence that you have anything other than just like a common cold, like you're dealing with something, but you don't have a virus, you don't have like COVID or something where you need to be quarantined. And you also had the chance, he told her, you know, you could have been represented by your public defender, but she didn't want to wait here and be here for another year and wait for that trial because the defense needed time to prepare with all the discovery that there is. And we know that first she wanted her sentencing done as quick as possible so she can get back to Idaho, because we know about the conditions in Australia jail compared to an Idaho prison. I'm just going to speculate that it's probably better out there in Idaho for her, and she wanted to leave, yet she motions for a new trial. So what does she want? I don't think any of us know what Lori really wants.
No, and I think, you know, again, we know that she got sick at the end of the 1 week. had the whole weekend to recover, comes in a couple of days later. You can understand why they want to figure out what the diagnosis was. Again, this feels like it's all part of this appeal to kind of make sure everything's in line as they move forward with this, because we know 30 days later she's got to be back in Idaho. So Ben, let me ask you this: if there, when the appeals happen, what does she need to do? She can do this and she can still represent herself in an appeal and do so if she's still in Idaho. So if she goes back to Idaho, this whole thing can proceed while she's still there, correct?
Yes. I mean, she can still go into Idaho and still write in her jail cell why she believes there should be a new trial. So she needs to dig deep and find out why Judge Vareski, if there's anything that Judge Vareski did that messed up her case or made an illegal ruling. That's how you win an appeal. You have to show that the judge or the prosecutor or the jurors did something was like pretty much not, with the law, and that's gonna be hard to find. But so she's gonna have to dig deep in her legal, books to find something here to convince the Court of Appeals. And even then, it has to be, hardcore error. I would say, there's this thing called harmless error, meaning like, hey, Judge Vareski might have messed up here, or the prosecutor might have messed up here. It doesn't mean that you're not guilty. You're still guilty, even though there was a small little mess up, right? Maybe you should have continued the trial for another day because you were sick. But that's not going to give her, a brand new trial. She has to go down deep and find something that the judge ruled against, that was, he looked at the law incorrectly, or the prosecutor, did something by allowing evidence to come in that shouldn't have come in. But that's the only way you see any sort of Court of Appeals to overturn this conviction.
Rich, and I'll go to you, Taylor, with the same question. What element of this case and this whole saga will stick out to you the most in 10, 15, 20 years when you look back?
Oh, man. 15 or 20 years from now, for me, that'll be over. Yeah, that's, I don't know. It's just, it's everything about it is, it is kind of the cumulative stuff. It became personal because things were happening while I was involved, and I'm sure it's the same for Taylor. That you're watching these events unfold. People were dying while we were trying to get some attention for it, and I think that's the part that will stick to me. And could it have been avoided? I'd be interested in knowing from Taylor if he thinks this could have been avoided if more attention had been paid to Charles' death in July of 2019, because events unfolded fairly quickly, but there was still time between July and October in particular that could these have been stopped? Could the deaths of these children have been stopped? We can speculate all day long, I'm sure, on that, but there's a lot of what ifs and a lot of whys.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Taylor.
Yeah. So, I mean, number one thing that's always going to stick with me is that Charles called the shot. 5 months earlier, he came into our office and he said, if I die, it was Alex who did it at the hands of Lori's direction. And that's exactly how it played out 5 months later. So obviously,
I just want to pop in here and let you know that you are listening to the amazing Justin Lum, and this is Fox 10 in Phoenix, and we are identifying this because we're playing it in accordance with YouTube's fair use policy, okay? And let's continue on. Let me put the link in chat, and we'll be back shortly, darlings. Back shortly. Here we go.
That's a very shocking thing when someone comes into your office and says that, but then for it to actually happen 5 months later, it's just, that's wild. I'll never get over that. And then to kind of talk to, Rich's question, absolutely preventable. I will never get that out of my head that if, Chandler PD would have taken it a little more serious and pulled back the curtain a little bit, they would have seen the web that was being weaved by Chad and Lori. As soon as I heard about Charles's death, I knew 100% that it wasn't an accident, that it wasn't self-defense, that it was an ambush, and that he had, called his shots, from the grave pretty much. And the fact that, I thought immediately that I would be interviewed by Chandler PD, that they would come and look, for anything that they could get out of my file, because I had emails, text messages, recordings, all these things that Charles had given me to, corroborate these things, because he told this crazy story. And here I am, supposedly, his attorney and his voice. Well, I got to corroborate these things before I put it in writing and sign my name on it. And so, I was like, Charles, you got to give me some proof. And he provided me the proof. And, I'll never forget Charles's family contacting me and saying, hey, can you contact Chandler PD? Can you contact the Detective Moffat? Can you help, find this and find that? Can you talk to him about the order of protection that Charles went and got against Lori, but, when we were representing him? All these things that, just seem to be just dismissed, even when the family of a victim is pounding the table and saying, hey, you need to look at these things. I do think that it would have been preventable. The kids weren't murdered until September. And so I really think that there's a lot of blood on people's hands that shouldn't be.
So there's a whole month and a half between July 11, 2019 and early September 2019. So you're right. If they would have called you or called you back, I don't even know if they got in contact with you, Taylor. I don't assume they did.
Never talk to any law enforcement.
Yeah,
Never.
They would have seen the court filings and the divorce paperwork, and then would have tracked them to Gilbert PD's record of the body cam footage in January 2019. So yeah, I know it's a lot of could have, would have, but these are people's lives that were ended right after that. I think that would have raised concern to say, okay, Charles has been complaining about his wife's mental health for a long time. And if this is what she's saying is true, who's in her custody? Her two kids.
Absolutely. And the other part of it too is that, they may have been concerned about attorney-client privilege because it does survive the grave, right? I still have to, have that. Charles still has that privilege with me. He still has that right. However, I think that it was impliedly waived when it's to help solve his murder and that he foretold of, but also protect Tylie and JJ, who he was very, scared of what Lori was going to do if she continued to have custody over them. He wanted JJ to go with Kay and live out his days in Louisiana because Lori had said, I don't want anything to do with JJ. He's just a hindrance and a burden and, in front of my mission. So to not even really start pulling some of those threads and uncovering it. And it wasn't until Brandon Boudreaux, had to go through what he had to go through, one of the most terrifying things I think anybody could imagine going through. He had to be that voice to, put things together, get the right hand talking to the left hand as far as law enforcement. And, unfortunately, he's also the one that had to go identify the, JJ's body. I just can't imagine what he had to go through. And so, to that point, I expect Brandon's impact statement to be very powerful as well.
Looking back on this, Judge Mel and Benjamin, I want you to tell me which trial Lori Daybell did better with representing herself in.
That is asking an impossible question. It was hideous on both trials.
There has to be a worse one. You have to choose.
I mean, I've seen defendants representing themselves dozens of times over the years. Lori can claim, and I will not fight her on this, that she did positively the worst job you could have done. Couple that with her on-scene presence with the death of her husband, the nonchalant way calling friends to say the children are with her. I think this case will go down in history much like the Manson case. people are fascinated. Years later, they're fascinated. I go work out on the treadmill at the clubhouse that I go to and look for stories of the Idaho trial. I'm sitting there the other day watching a story of Melody and Lori's brother out in the car over there stalking Brandon, where there's orders of protection. There were all kinds of warnings out there that this thing was dangerous. And I think it's been pointed out those warnings were overlooked. And I think there's going to be a lot of people looking back over the years have genuine regrets, because 2 children may have been able to survive had people detected that Daybell's wife and that Vallow had been murdered, not dying accidentally or dying in their sleep.
Benjamin?
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes it so like this amazing how she's able to just continue to get away with everything. But to answer your question, Justin, in order to see what trial she did better at or did worse at, right? I mean, both were bad, of course, but I think the second trial, the conspiracy trial, I think she had a chance there, because you have to show that she, conspired with somebody else, right? Mm-hmm. And she wasn't even on the scene, as we know, for the conspiracy trial. I don't think she was even there, as far as we know, as far as the shooting.
Yeah.
The alleged shooting of Brandon, right? She wasn't there. So I think if she had an attorney, or she went there and said, hey, everybody, I wasn't even there, I mean, if there was a bullet that was shot, yeah, we can say that Brandon was shot. However, I wasn't there. How can they say I conspired with him to do this? Of course, there's other evidence of videos later on, of course, but I think if any case that she had, the second case with Brandon, she had a better chance, at least maybe getting a hung jury, and confusing some of the jurors based on the conspiracy charge.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. Again, there was so much evidence in all of these trials, it was going to be almost impossible to kind of beat them from her perspective. But yes, with the Brandon case, all the evidence kind of pointed obviously to Alex, not only being the shooter, but him, the driving force behind what happened that day. We look a lot, I think, at, her being the arcing figure in all of this. We know what Chad's role was. Should we take into account, again, I don't want to make excuses for law enforcement. I do believe that, all detectives have a tough job. But we've talked a lot about all the dots involved in this case and the lack or the inability of whether it's Chandler or Gilbert on a local level to connect those dots. I do wonder if this case, and they'll never say this, but I wonder if these 2 cases, just the local ones, made it so that they can now better communicate amongst themselves, because we know now all the evidence that they had, like you said, Taylor, the court filings, the body camera video that they had of Charles expressing concern, just the body camera and the reading of the body language of Lori outside the home the day Charles was shot. Should we look at this as maybe closure for those 2 departments to say, look, we understand there were mistakes made. They'll never tell us on record that this could have been prevented. But I do wonder if the communication among these 2 departments has gotten better as a result of this, or their ability to maybe work together. Ben, you might see this in the courts moving forward. Do you see that this may have the silver lining in this is that it teaches them to really communicate better with one another when they have more than just a domestic violence case? I mean, this is, you had a shooting, you had orders of protection, you had ultimately missing children reports, things like that. I wonder if we'll see moving forward them communicate a lot better.
No, we hope so. And to Taylor's point, I'm surprised that none of the law enforcement came to talk to Taylor. That would be the obvious thing to do. And we represent criminal defendants, we represent victims also, and you hear these stories over and over again, unfortunately, that people are not getting justice because sometimes law enforcement is just so busy and they have, tons of files and investigations to do. Sometimes they have to focus on another one versus an important one. And this case is very important, or else you could have prevented, more people from getting hurt and dying. So hopefully, you're right, OB, hopefully this will teach a lesson not only for Chandler Gilbert, but for all law enforcement to take, victims' cries seriously and look at the evidence and, pretty much take a pause when people are coming to you and saying, hey, I'm being threatened here. I'm being, I might be getting killed. I mean, because hopefully there's enough resources to prevent future, killings and future people getting harmed.
And the truth is that both departments, Chandler and Gilbert, won't interview about this, even though, they got a win. They got convictions and they won't talk about it. And that says a lot to me, because it seems more of like this is redemption when they know what happened in the beginning and the missteps. They don't want to be asked about that, about, what happened in the beginning, about anyone dropping the ball. So I think usually when you get a win in a case like this, there's a chance of, well, let's talk about this on the record. There's been no indication of that. We've tried, of course. Rich, though, in Idaho, how does this saga exemplify good police work, no matter the size of the agency? And I'm pointing at Rexburg PD here.
Right. They certainly were the ones that moved this ball forward. I mean, in defense of both Gilbert and Chandler a bit, it's easy to look in hindsight that this was obvious, but it was kind of this building kind of problem, and after there was multiple crimes that were occurring, that's when the police departments got their attention. It was Gilbert and Chandler that were in touch with the Rexburg police, letting them know there was communication going on between those police agencies at that point. But at that point, the kids were missing. There had already been a series of crimes involving Charles and Brandon and suspected of Tammy because of some unusual things that had happened with her at that point. And so that's when the communication started. And there was an incident in American Fork involving Melanie and the kids, and there was off to Hawaii, and so the Hawaii Police Department was involved. And because there was multiple states, the FBI was brought in. So it's like moving a big battleship to get all these police agencies coordinated. But once they got together, there was a lot of amazing work that was done. And they went back. It's not the kind of thing that, when Charles died, there was a self-defense argument to be made. And so they weren't, even though they probably were unsettled about how Lori was acting, they would have had to prove it wasn't self-defense before they could call it murder. And so they weren't throwing all of the resources necessary to do that investigation until other things started happening. And even with Brandon's shooting, and to their credit, it was somebody in Gilbert Police, I never knew who, but it was Gilbert Police who recommended to Brandon that he hire a private investigator.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was part of it is that, they knew they weren't going to be able to move it forward. And if Brandon felt that there was something untoward about, he said, get a private investigator involved. And that's why he called me. But that's, I just think it took that series of crimes to get all of this organized, unfortunately.
Which leads back to Judge Mel's point, is that Brandon is key in all this, and an unsung hero is Detective Ryan Pillar with Gilbert PD, connecting the dots and starting that communication with Fremont County in Idaho and Rexburg. And then it all starts to finally come together, even though, victims had already been lost. And that's the sad part. And we know that when FBI comes in, the resources, it hits different. There's just certain resources that the small police departments don't have. So the FBI was huge in this. And then I have to get back to that American Fork City, Utah incident. Rich, you were working with Brandon at the time. And at this moment, this body camera catches Melanie trying to get in contact with her kids who are being watched by their grandparents. Brandon's parents, and they are not letting her in, and Alex is waiting in the car. Were you in fear for your own safety at points when you did any surveillance or investigating into their whereabouts and what they were doing?
Well, not directly. I mean, I was surveilling Alex Cox before he left Arizona. When he came back to Arizona, he was going back and forth, and he took the Jeep up. But I had him under surveillance. But he didn't know it, so I didn't feel like I was in any danger. But I was fearful for Brandon's kids. And it wasn't the trespass incident that came later. Alex Cox and Melanie Boudreaux drove from Arizona in a U-Haul, and while they were in Arizona. They were looking for Brandon's kids, Brandon and Melanie's kids. They were looking for them. They posted on social media, offering a reward for information about where are my kids, and then they loaded up that U-Haul, had them under surveillance. And they were headed right for American Fork in Salt Lake City. They were driving there. So that's when things really got tense. It was the day that they were driving through. We weren't sure if they had figured that out, and they were headed to go get those kids. And so I was working with the American Fork Police at that day and a variety of other things. But then, amazingly, they just drove right by. They drove within a couple of miles of where those kids were, and kept heading north to Rexburg. So that was a very tense day. We had no idea what was going to happen that day.
I mean, wow, I don't know how normal it is for you on your day-to-day, but you were watching a murderer, and we're talking about Alex Cox.
Right. Oh, yeah. No, I was watching him and Melanie load a U-Haul with all the equipment. I saw Alex get out of a car with a duffel bag, a green duffel bag that certainly looked like it had a rifle in it. Just the shape of it. It was definitely dicey in those early days.
And the investigative reporter in you kept you going. I respect it. Staking it out like back in the day. Well, I mean, it's part of your normal day to day, I assume. Just I don't know if that to that degree. That sounds a little scary. Final thoughts on sentencing and the end of this saga.
I'll give you one, Justin. If you ever get a chance to interview people at Chandler PD, just ask them one question: when did they get the ballistics report on Charles's shooting? Because that's always stuck in my mind. That and that came out at trial, right? That we kind of called it the kill shot. When Charles was on the floor after being shot at point blank range, he was shot again while he was laying there on the floor. That the medical examiner, kind of opined that was the kill shot that hit him in the chest. To me, I would love to know when they got that report. Was that before September? Was that before October? Because to me, that changes the game from self-defense, and they could have held, in my mind, in my opinion, they could have held Alex in custody at that point and prevented some more murders. So if you ever get that chance, that's the one question that I think that Charles's family deserves to know, Tammy's family deserves to know, and also Tylie's family, but also the public just in general deserves to know.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Maybe one day. Benjamin, final thoughts.
No, I mean, this chapter is finally coming to a close on July 25th. So we're going to see most likely Justin Bareski, as the panel has already said, probably stack her sentencing, meaning show them consecutively. And this might be the last we hear of her unless there's some sort of appeal issue. But like I don't see any appeal issue. I don't see anything she can do to get a new trial. So once, she's sentenced, she's gonna be shipped back to Idaho to spend the rest of her life in a prison cell.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the sentencing, it isn't really the numbers or the specifics that matter because she's serving life anyway. But just to know that she gets sentenced to, I guess the maximum for the families of the victims, for Brandon, for the victims in general, that's what they're looking for, is that full justice, 25 to life, potentially another 2 terms. Judge Mel, what do you think the call is before we wrap this up?
Yeah, I think there is no doubt that she's going to receive maximum sentences. They will run consecutive to the Idaho sentences. If there's one part of this entire case that I think is tragic, actually two parts. I didn't realize until this program that the police had never interviewed Taylor. And with the case pending, that blows me away. But to me, the biggest disappointment of the entire outcome, looking at the heinous nature of these crimes, a husband, a wife, two little kids, and another person almost killed. I am sorry the death sentence was not on the table for Lori Vallow Daybell, because if there's ever a person deserving of that, given the facts that have already come out, given her demeanor, given the cold-blooded nature of this, she should be going on death row rather than spending the rest of her life in prison.
Well said. To the panel, thank you guys so much. We'll see.
There you go, guys. Thank you, Justin Lum and Fox 10. And I apologize, everybody. I just need you to hang on here. I need to send a text message. Stacy, are you still here?
Yep.
Are you ready to see the tinfoil hats that we have?
Yes, I am. Now, I just sent you an email, but the one I sent you, it's not that person's tinfoil hats. They're sharing ones they found online.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
absolutely fine. So hold on one second here. Hang on, hang on. I just need to, this is going to take me a second. Can you read some things in chat for a moment while I do this one quick thing?
Yes. Kathy's Horses says, and then Melanie left her kids' things on the curb before she left. What, they don't need them anymore? Ugh. Let's see. Cal says, I'm waiting for me and Connor to have a video on all the info that Gibb and them knew that has been released. Let's see. Right. Yeah, that's just, it's so scary to think about Brandon and his kids, how close they were. And Lynn 2 says the death penalty was on the table in Idaho until some prosecutorial evidence came in late. So they had to take it off the table. Wendy Wobbles, you ladies must be exhausted.
Absolutely.
You want to send a pic? I'll put my email in chat and you guys can send pictures if you have any. I'll put it in right now. It's producer@websleuths.com. And so feel free to send your hats to that email.
Okay, there we go. Okay. I'll tell you what, let me start putting some of these pictures up. Okay, I've got some that I've already downloaded. Let me grab them here. And you know what? But I don't have their names. Hang on. This person sent me their real name, and I don't have their username. So I don't want to say it. So hang on here. Let me just go here really quickly. Let's see. Have we looked at that one yet? No. Yes. Okay. Yes, we have actually. Okay, that's right. Scooter. We got scooters. There's one more here. Sorry. If I can find this.
Daisy May says, just drop by to say how happy I am to have survived the end of the world one more time.
Oh, thank goodness you made it. Well, we still have a few hours left. You know,
congratulations. You're doing great.
Still have a few hours left, people. So do remember that.
Thanks. I feel so much better now.
Hold on. Okay, search. There we go. Okay, let's see here.
Carlene says, if we're still here next year, I plan to have a tinfoil hat.
Good. Yeah, if we make it through.
Yeah.
If we make it through. Okay, who is this? Oh, this is Constant Niemacher. Okay.
Oh, welcome, Cat Right. I'm glad you made it for this year's.
Hang on here. I just need to take a look at these names here.
Lynn Jin 2 says, I looked for some going out of world sales on my way to the doctor. I didn't find any. So no new sofa for me.
Exactly. There we go. That's too funny. Let's see. Who is this? Oh, that's from the other day. Hang on, guys. I'm just getting this organized. Oh, that's the year 2022. Never mind.
YouTube
That's year
bad actors.
2023. Here we go. Okay, that's Constance. Okay. And who is this? This is Scooter. No, who is this? Hang on. Is it somebody here? Let's see. Oh, no, that's 2023. Who is this one? Oh, sorry, guys. You know what? I'm telling you, I feel drunk. I hope I get everybody's. Here we go. This is, I'm just going to call this person Mary. This is a good one. The look on Mary's face. Oh my God, that is hilarious. Wait till you see these guys. These are great. I'm so happy. You guys did a great job. Stacy, you sent me one. And this is Morse from YouTube. And oh, I can't. You know what? The picture did not come through that you sent me. Morris from YouTube.
Let me look.
You emailed it to me, and it says JPEG, but there's no picture there.
Let's see.
Okay, there's Mary's. I've got to get this right here. Okay, is that? Okay, there we go. And this is Snoopy Snoop. Oh, wait. I think this is actually from a few years ago. Second. This is from a few years ago? Let's see. Yeah, it's from 2022. I should have put a date on these when I was doing a search. Who is this one? Oh, yeah, that's from. And what year is this? Is that 2022? Scooter. I got scooters. Okay, I got scooters. And this is.
I'm saving and sending the pictures because last time I forwarded the email and it's not working. So yeah.
Okay.
There's another one. Oh my gosh. There's a. It's too cute.
And this is Cal. Okay. I'm not going to remember these names. Oh my gosh, look at this family. Is this, I hope this is from this year. Yes, it is. Who is this? Oh, Candy Williams. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But it's, she said that's the one she found online.
Oh, she found this online. Yeah. Oh, I thought this was her.
Yeah.
Oh, it's still cute. I'll put these.
Yeah.
It
was from the Skylab parties people were having.
Skylab, because Skylab was falling to the ground.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I keep
very
wanting
well.
to say Skynet like Terminator.
Okay, so let's see, there's more. And who is this? This is Cal. No, this is it. What year is this? 2023. You know, I need to do a, let's see. No, I want a, how do I do it with a, here we go. Date from 2 weeks. There we go. There we go. Okay, this is much better. Okay, and this is the internet. Okay, and then, sorry guys. And then Sherry. Okay. I'm going to just start showing them here. And guys, if I don't get all your names, please forgive me. Okay. This is the first entry, and I'm trying to find it. But he gave me his real name. But look at the look on his face. I think this is Mike. I think. But look, I love the look. Just like,
yep.
End of the world again. Here we go. Here we go.
Whoop-de-doo.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Whoop-de-doo. And is this Sherry? Hold on. I got to see who this is. I think this is Sherry.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's Sherry. This is Sherry. I know. Oh, she's got another great one here too.
Wow.
Now, look at that. Isn't it great? That's wonderful.
That's crazy.
But here is this Scooter. Okay. She's got a little hat. I mean, she's like decorated a little thing, but wait until you see her hat. I mean, isn't that cute? That is so dang cute.
Aw.
So, but I know there's more. Oh, there's more. Hold on. No, there's not. Never mind. I know there's others.
And I just sent you Marjorie's and permaculture kiwis again, so.
Oops. I accidentally let myself out. Nick Spunky, you're a guardian? That's great. Yay. Okay, now, who have I forgot? I know that there's more in here, and okay. Let me just go through these really quickly. Okay, these were the ones that were online. Oh, I know, I haven't uploaded them. That's the problem. Hang on. Duh. I'll get them down here. I'll get them. Okay, more. Here we go. Add file. Add file. Okay. Who is this? This is Constance.
Aw.
I know, isn't that cute? I like that.
It is.
That little sweet. That's sweet. Niemacher. Is that what it is? You guys, I'm so sorry. Hang on here. And there's another one. Figure out, I know there's more. Just didn't download them properly. Now look at this one. And I got to find the name. Is this Mary? Potato Head has 144,001. Sorry. Okay, so there's a potato.
Yep.
That's a beautiful bowl. This person's name again. Let me just go through these really quickly. Okay, this is wrong one. Wrong one. Marjorie Morse. That's the one I'm looking for here. Let's see. That's Peekaboo.
And I'll just tell everybody, once you see permaculture's kiwis picture, you're going to be so impressed with their typing skills.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
This is Mary, everybody. I love this. I love them all, guys. These are just fantastic.
They're great.
They are wonderful. I was worried we wouldn't get any, but we did. Now, who is this here?
They are, Kelly J. They're so creative. I don't know if I could have done any better.
Delete. Let's see. Delete. Okay, now let's see if we can get a few more in here. Well, these are from last year. I can delete that. And that's from last year. I can delete that. Okay, there we go. Okay, now let's get a few more. Okay, that one. Alrighty. That one. Okay. And let me do more. And then I think the last one is the one. Did you just forward that to me again?
Two of
Stacey?
them, yeah. There's
Okay.
two different emails, yeah.
And this actually was found online by Candy Williams. But remember when Skylab was falling? Those are pretty good. And they're not in the contest, but you got to admit, those are pretty good. So, okay, now let me get the other two. And we'll be good to go. So let's do this. And here we go. Oh, Marjorie, here we go. Oh, look at this. Oh my gosh, this is perfect. This is so cute. We got Marjorie and we got, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Now that's her real pet, isn't it?
I don't know.
But it sure is cute. It
Yeah.
sure is cute. Okay, hang on. Let's show these. Hold on. Okay, this is Marjorie. Look at this. Stir constantly. I love the look. I love the look on the face. That took thought, people. That took thought. Okay. Actually, I don't think this is her. But look at this. Look at that little beaver with a little hat on. It's so cute. If that is your pet, you are amazing. Did I get everybody? Is anybody watching that sent in a hat and I didn't show? And you know, I can't pick just one winner, you guys. I can't. How am I supposed to do this? You know what I'm going to do? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to count up the number of entries. Okay? Well, no, that's not fair either. I don't know. Hold on. Let's see how many we have. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8. We have 8. What's 8 times 2? Okay. Oh, I don't know. What should I do? I said one $50 gift certificate to Amazon. I mean, I could afford if everybody can wait a couple of weeks, I can give everybody a $25 gift certificate. But if you can wait about 3 weeks, I can get that to you guys. Do you think that'd be fair or no? Is that not fair? I don't know. I can't pick.
That's up to you.
Oh, no, I need you to decide, and then you take the blame if it's the wrong decision.
Yeah, right. No. Unless you went to get a couple people together to vote for you.
Well, okay, here's the thing. It's like, okay, I was just going to pick assign everybody a number and then have Phrase pick a number, but then that's not fair because, it just isn't. So liquidman.com says, just pick me.
Yeah.
Just pick me. Oh, Aisha. Hold on, let me think. Let me look at one thing real quick. Can I do 2 $25 gift certificates? Is that okay? But no, it should be 3. No, I don't know.
Megan Connor says, I'll pick a random number and everyone can blame me.
Okay. Pick 1
or do
8.
a poll, and ask everybody to vote.
Well, that's kind of hard. Hold on 1 second.
There's 8, Megan.
Hold on 1 second.
And no, liquidman.com. She doesn't get Social Security checks, so no.
You have to wait for my Social Security check. I'll forego groceries, people, to give you this.
Well,
I'm
she has
trying
a
to decide.
job, so she gets
I
paid for
do
a
work.
job.
I do work.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Let me think. Hold on. Let me think. Here's the thing. If you go by like one that made me laugh, this one made me laugh. That was hilarious. But if you go by like artistic, I mean, that's amazing. And again, artistic, incredible. This one made me laugh again, and this one made me laugh, and this one made me laugh, and so did this one. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Megan, pick a number between what?
Megan says, okay, according to my scientific calculations, the number is 7.
Okay.
So she picked 7.
Here's number 7. Dun, da, da, da. Potato Head. Potato Head did it. And that is Mary. Hold on one second. I got to do this. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone who entered. And what I'm going to do, Mary, is I'm going to send you a gift certificate from Amazon. It'll just be in your email, the email that you use to send this in. I'm just going to use that. So you are number 7. You win. So if everybody's mad at me, I'm sorry, but you guys did great. Thank you. I mean, that's so nice of you. That's so nice of you all to enter. I really, really do appreciate it. I really do. And Constance, thank you. Everybody, thank you so much for entering. I really, really do appreciate it. So.
Yeah, everybody's was great. Mine would have
really
looked
were.
stupid if I made one. There's no way.
Mine was stupid. Did you see it? Here, let me show you. Just
No, I don't.
I thought, oh, maybe you weren't looking. Maybe you weren't looking.
No,
Hang on.
I don't know, but I swear last night you were going to show me and like something happened and you didn't, or I don't know.
Well, this
I'm so tired.
In your honor, because remember my squeezy cheese? It was the squeezy cheese that I used from the cabin 5 years ago. And instead of throwing it away, because you can't throw away something that costs $2, I moved it here all the way to Dallas. And I went to go use it, and it was like concrete. I couldn't even get it out of the thing. It just went. So I took my cowboy hat and I put.
Oh no, I did see it. Yeah. I did see it.
And this frog is yours, Stacy. I was going to send this to you. This is my hat. So anyway, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Now we do have 2 guests, and they may cancel. SF Investigates, and he was going to come on a couple hours ago, but he's out searching. And I texted his girlfriend and I said, if he is too tired, we can reschedule. And I haven't heard back. David Middleman from Othram was going to try and come on. So I'm just going to text him really quick. And, oh, hold on just a minute. Hold on.
I heard back from her.
From who? Oh, you did? What'd she say?
Oh, he said 8:30 is good.
Okay. Very good.
Okay. Or 8:30
well,
Pacific.
Yeah, and that's 10:30 my time. So hang on just a second here. I'm just going to text Mr. Middleman.
Yeah, I can't believe she put a potato in her hat.
I know, that was great. Hold on, I just need to let him know. 10:30 Central. Scheduled. Come on. Before.
Gosh, you guys, I can't believe I forgot the frog hat already. It's been a weird last few hours, man. It's strange.
Or you can come on later this week or next.
Una, I agree. They were all great.
I know they were. I hate picking a winner, and that's where when I wish I was rich, so I could just say, "Oh, you all win."
Yeah.
And you know what? We could do that if you could have waited. Everybody waited 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. I could have done one a month for a year, Hang on, everybody. Hang on. I got to take myself off for just a moment, okay?
Okay. Emily Watson says, I probably would have participated, but I had work today and didn't have time or energy to make it. Oh, I totally understand. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I feel like I haven't slept at all. And I did get 4 hours of sleep. But
okay, so we have 2 more hours before SF Investigate shows up. You know what we can do? We can play some information or some reports about Kohlberger, because tomorrow's a big day in the Kohlberger case.
yes.
It's when he's going to be sentenced, and all of the victims' impact statements are going to happen, and they actually may happen even through Thursday, because the judge is not going to limit the family members. So, hang on here. Angelette Levy was doing a report. Would you like to see that? Would you like to see what's going on with Kohlberger, everybody?
Oh, Anjanette? Yeah.
Who did I say? Angelite. I don't know who I said.
I'm not sure, but I know who you meant.
Yeah, you know who you can speak.
I think
you can
so.
speak what I'm saying. Yeah. So hi, Patricia. Good to see you, my dear. And bad.
But did you read the now where to go?
Right here.
Yeah, that one. It's so
YouTube
funny.
Bad Actor says, I'm glad it's over. I was about to make my dog wear a pie tin. Well, you can do that too, but your poor dog. I mean, come on. Come on. Star Dante says they should have a guard watch Hori around the clock the day before sentencing. Oh, that would be bad duty. Bad duty. So, thank you, AZ Mermaid. Thank you. And Stacy, it's your responsibility to remind me to send the gift card. Okay. It is not my responsibility to remember. It is you.
I got it.
I hope people know I'm kidding. I sound like such a bitch, and I am. But, you know.
So funny.
Oh boy. Thank you, Megan. Thank you for picking the winner. Thank you for stepping in and just doing it. I needed somebody to do that. That was perfect.
Yeah.
So,
and what Trish means by that is, please help me remember.
Yes.
Not you have to do it or else. Yeah.
I mean, please. And thank you so much, Stacy. Just help me remember, please. That's what I'm saying, really. That is truly what I'm saying. Okay. Let me get on to YouTube here. Now, when SF Investigates come on, I may reveal the story that I told earlier today about how last year when I was getting ready to leave, it was the day after the end of the world, and I saw somebody that everybody's looking for. I thought I saw him, and I called the authorities, and I was not impressed. And like I said, if you had to put a gun to my head, I would say it was absolutely that person. But I think I'll tell you who it was, because it's been a year, and I didn't want to say it because it was like a really big deal last year, and I didn't want to say it because people would accuse me of doing it just to get clicks and all that crap. No, that's not the case. But I want it out there because I don't like keeping it, because it's spotting somebody that was missing. Now they haven't been found, but go ahead.
It's a good example of, because we're always telling people, if you see something, say something.
Exactly.
It might not turn out to be them, or this person might not turn out to be whatever we think's going on. But we talk about it, we do it as well.
Well, should I just talk about it now before we go into Anjanette Levy's deal?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So last year at this time, I was packing my car. Not this time, but it was in the morning, the day after this. I was getting ready to go to Salt Lake, drive to Salt Lake. And I look up and I see this kid, and he's running, and he's all gangly, just like running on his tippy toes, gangly. And I went, because it was Sebastian. It was Sebastian Rogers. It looked just like the kid that was in North Carolina. That's what it looked like. He had the glasses, he had a t-shirt, jeans on, and he was just running on his tippy toe. It was the weirdest run. And he saw me, and because he saw me going like that, and he stopped. And he turned around and just started walking. And I didn't say anything I was so stunned. So, and then I thought, that's not him. Come on, Trisha, that's not him. Well, I did eventually called TBI. And I was so disappointed because I called him and I said, I'm in Texas, I'm in Dallas, and I just believe I spotted Sebastian Rogers. He looked like Sebastian, exactly like him. And I said, he was running by my house, and she goes, uh-huh. And it was a woman. And I'm paraphrasing here. I can't remember the exact conversation, but I had to practically beg her to take my information. She goes, okay, you spotted, okay, thank you. I said, well, don't you want my name? Okay, yeah, what's your name? And then she goes, okay, thank you. I said, well, don't you want my phone number? And she goes, well, is it this one that you're calling from? I said, yeah. And I said, do you want my address? And she said, oh, well, okay. I don't even know if she wrote it down. You know, I don't know if she wrote it down, but it really did look like, now I did report it to other people. I'm not going to say who. But I tried to get it to, you know, to others that were helping with the investigation because I wanted them to know. And I said to one person, I said, the way he was running was so weird. And that person told me that their run was odd. The kid that Sebastian's run was a kind of an odd run. And it was just, he was on his tippy toes and all gangly. That's what caught my eye. Not that it looked like Sebastian. It was the way he was running. And it was just this gangly kid on his tippy toes. And when he saw me, I know I was going just like that. And it looked like, you know, that picture of the kid in North Carolina that looked exactly like Sebastian Rogers. That's what he looked like. So anyway. So again, was it him? It looked like, I would say it looked exactly like him. My guess is probably not. The odds are extremely high that it was him. I mean, extremely low that it was him. More than likely, he is somewhere in Tennessee. I hope he is still alive. That would be great. The odds that he was here. No. But here's the weirdest thing. After that, in my chat and other people's chats that were talking about Sebastian in the weeks after, somebody would pop in and just go, he's in Texas. He's in Texas. You know, just random people would pop in and say that. And I'm like, oh, why is that happening now? Now, I don't know who they have in Texas or what. So anyway, I just, Lynn Gen 2 says, I guess that's who it was, Trisha. Yeah, you were right. And again, it was the way the kid was running that caught my attention. That's why I looked up. And I should have said something to him. Again, you know, I'm one of those people. Did I tell you the story how I almost got killed by a bank robber? Did I've ever told you that story? And it was a stranger that saved me. Downtown Salt Lake City, 1980, State Street. I'm crossing the street, and it's at 4th South and 2nd South and 4th East, I think, or 4th South. Hold on, State Street, 2nd South and 4th East, I think. Anyway, I was working at a radio station, 1980, and I'm crossing the street, busy street, State Street. And I look up in the middle, as I'm walking across the crosswalk, and I look across the street, and there's a guy shimmying up a telephone pole, light pole, going up. And I'm like, what the hell? And then I hear this, and I look, and coming right at me is a car, just right at me. And I went and just stood there. And a guy pushed me out of the way. The car that was coming straight at me all of a sudden made a left, and right behind, and then made a left, and all this money comes flying out the window. And right behind him was a cop car, and a cop leaned out with a shotgun and went and shot the tires out. And again, the guy, the bank robber guy turned left before he hit me. But if he'd have come straight, I wouldn't have been hit because of the guy that pushed me out of the way. But that's how I react when something happens that shocks me. I stand there with my mouth open like I want to catch flies, you know. And it was something, it was surreal. It was surreal to see that car coming at me, and all of a sudden money flying out. And then he turns left right before he would have come straight at me. And then a cop, I mean, talk about a brave cop, and what a great shot. I mean, they were going fast, and that cop leaned out the window and it was crazy. So yeah. Pretty crazy. Yes, this is July 22nd. It is the end of the world again party, because if Chad Daybell got the year wrong, I want to go in a flaming ball straight to hell with all of you. Just in case he is right and, is leading the 144,000. I don't think any of us are eligible, are we? I don't think so. Oh, YouTube bad actors. Yeah, that's a whole other story, the Ted Bundy story. I did a YouTube video about that. I can just tell you really quickly. And these people, Stacy, I'm sorry I keep repeating myself, but I'm an old bat. I can repeat myself, right? Real quick story. Is that okay? You didn't sound like you agreed with me, and that scares me.
Oh no, you're fine.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I was reading chat, so I'm like distracted.
That's okay. Because I pay you to suck up to me. Right? Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm kidding. You know what, Janet Smith? I should have picked up the cat, but I was and then the guy pushed me out of the way, and I ran, and that was a wild scene. But again, that's what I do. I just stand there with my mouth open, just shocked at what I'm seeing. I don't react quickly. Now with the hostage situation, that was different. When they were guy was on the phone saying he was going to kill everybody unless I put him on the air. It was like my brain literally, physically switched gears, and I became like an emotionless robot. And I just told him, hey, the button's putting you on the air is broken. I'm sorry, I can't do it. And hey, why don't I play some songs for you? And just trying to chat with him afterwards. And again, that's a whole other story, and I can put the video up to that. After that, then I got scared. I was throwing up. I was crying. And then the next morning I woke up and I felt like I'd been hit by a bus, because I guess for 4 hours while I was dealing with this hostage taker, I was just tense like this. Like, so, hold your muscles like that for 4 hours. The next day you're going to be pretty stiff. Yes, in San Diego, Dick Van Patten saved my life. That's right. I've had a dramatic life, haven't I? Now, granted, the Dick Van Patten story, I might be exaggerating just a teeny bit. Teeny inksy bit. I'll tell that one first, and then I'll tell Ted Bundy. Is that okay?
Yeah, and then I'm sorry, but one of my favorites is Flipping the Dolphin.
Flipping the Dolphin. Now I do remember that. Tell me which one that is again.
The Exposer and Bobcat Goldthwait.
Oh, you mean the one that and Bobcat Goldthwait. Oh God, that's right. Oh God, I just told that the other day, didn't I? I
wasn't here if you did.
No, you know what? I was. Oh, you know where I told that? I told that in the Zoom call with the Guardians, but I had to be very careful with that. So yeah, I'll tell that. Should I just tell my stories? Is that okay, everybody?
It works.
Hold on. David said, let me try in about 23 minutes. Okay. No problem. So let's watch for David Middleman. Okay. I hope he can make it. Okay. So let me tell Dick Van Patten really quickly. I was in San Diego. I think it was like 2004, 2005. And I was at a really nice hotel. We'd gone there for a vacation. And I saw Dick Van Patten. And you know how hotels have, you drive up and you can drop people off. And this is, like I said, a really nice hotel. And I had just seen Dickie Roberts' Child Star. And it was hilarious. And he was in it. And so I went up and he was just standing there alone. I said, Mr. Van Patten, I want you to know I just saw you in Dickie Roberts. I said, you were great. And of course, I enjoyed your career. Oh, he was so kind. Thank you, honey. And I said, enjoy your trip. And I'm walking backwards. Enjoy your trip. And he goes, I think he said, honey, darling, or sweetheart. And he grabbed my arm. And I was walking into a car that was driving right up to my legs. He was going 1/10 of a mile an hour, the car, or 100th mile an hour. Just a little teeny. And I don't think I would have felt it if he would have hit me. But he did save my life. I just like to say that. He did get me out of the way of the car.
Aw.
I know. Isn't that sweet? He was very sweet. And again, the car was not going fast at all. But still, it was pretty funny. Okay, the Ted Bundy. I'm going to make this really quick. And can you find the video for that, Stacy? It's
For
in the
Bundy,
recorded.
yeah.
It's in the recorded videos. It's the tale of two Teds. It's Ted Bundy and Ted Nugent. But real quick, it was the end of September 1974. I was in high school. I had long hair parted down the middle. And I went to a place called Fashion Place Mall. And I walked into Sears, and Sears opened up into the mall. And it was the first time I'd gone alone clothes shopping by myself. I was 15. And my brother dropped me off. And I walk in, and I'm walking along, and this gorgeous guy comes up to me. And he's dressed in brown khakis. To me, he looked like he was in the army, but it was brown khakis. It wasn't green. He's like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, fine. How are you?" And he's cute, gorgeous. And he goes, "Oh, I'm fine." He goes, "Listen, I'm lost." He said, "Do you know where ZCMI is?" Well, at the time, ZCMI was not in Fashion Place. Later it was. It's a store owned by the LDS Church. And I said, "Oh, you're in the wrong mall." I said, you need to go to Cottonwood Mall." And he laughed. He goes, "Oh," but I said, "Listen, can you just come with me and show me how to get there?" When he said that, I panicked. Now, this is 1974, before the term serial killer, anything. It scared the crap out of me when he said that. And I put my head down and I said, no, I can't. And he's walking with me and our shoulders are touching. He's like, "Well, just come out to the parking lot. Come out to the parking lot and point me in the right direction." I'm like, no, I can't. And he's like really trying to talk me into go to the parking lot and point him in the right direction. And I've said this many times. If he had said that first, I would have gone out to the parking lot and pointed him in the right direction. It was when he asked me to get in his car with him and show him how to get there that scared me. Right then, I saw Teresa Cook. You've seen her in chat. I saw her mother, who is actually my first cousin, but she's old enough to be my mom. And I went, "There's my mom." And I ran over there and I went, "Oh my God, Jerry, there's this." And I turned around and he was gone. He was gone like in a split second. And I told Jerry, "This guy is just scary." I didn't have a cell phone, of course. There was a bank of payphones. I went and I called my brother. I said, "Come get me. This guy has just freaked me out. I'm so scared. Come get me. I don't want to go shopping." My brother picks me up and I open the door and he's got this huge claw hammer on his seat. And he's like, "Where's that son of a bitch? I'll go kill him." I went, "Oh my God, Craig." I said, "You're not going to go kill him." I said, "He just scared me. He didn't ask me to do anything." And he really wanted to go kill him. He wanted to go beat him up because I was so scared. Well, a couple of months later, this woman named Carol Durant was kidnapped from Fashion Place, but she escaped. And they eventually arrested this guy named Ted Bundy. Now, by this time, girls had been going missing all over Salt Lake, and it was scary. I'd never put two and two together. They arrest Ted Bundy, and the guy I saw was clean cut, clean shaven. They arrested Ted Bundy, and he was all scruffy, 5-day beard, puffy face. I never made a connection. And a couple of years later, I come downstairs and my brother and dad are there and they're reading the newspaper, the Tribune. And there was a headline that said, which I did not read, but there were all these pictures of all these men. And I look at it and I go, "Oh my God, Craig, that's a guy in Fashion Place." And the headline said something like "The 7 Faces of Ted Bundy." And it talked about how he could change his looks. I picked his face out before I knew it was Ted Bundy. It was him. There is no question. I would stake my life on it. I'd stake your life on it. Absolutely, it was him. And I called somebody in the newspaper and said, "Hey, listen, I can place him here." And they go, "Well, why didn't you call before?" I said, "Because I didn't recognize him until I just saw this in the Tribune." And they said, "You're a lucky girl. That's our Ted. You're a lucky girl." And I was lucky. I was something in my gut. And he was not pushy. He was charming. I was, in lust with him as a 15-year-old for the few seconds before he asked me that question. But when he asked me that question, to come with him and show him how to get there, that scared the crap out of me. And I absolutely would have gone to the parking lot. Now, if I had gone to the parking lot and said, "Go that way," he would have tried to convince me to get in his car and I wouldn't have. So anyway, it just scared me to death. So, yeah. And again, then of course my brother, "Well, if you let me beat the shit out of him," and I'm like, "Well, thank you for making me feel so damn guilty now." my brother has anger issues, very big anger issues. Okay, Bobcat Goldthwait. I can talk a little more freely on this channel.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't about what Bobcat Goldthwait did. He's the punchline. If you're familiar with Salt Lake City and you know the Walker Building downtown, it's a big parking garage, like 8 levels. And then on the top are offices. Well, that's where K-Bear was located when they first started. And I worked at K-Bear. And I was going to lunch with a friend who used to be a cop. And we went down, it was the elevator, to the lobby of the parking garage. And we go out there, and there's this guy standing there, just kind of looking weird. And my cop friend goes, I arrested him. I said, arrested him for what? He said, playing with his dolphin in public. I went, really? He said, yeah. Well, we look over, and he's got his dolphin out, and he's playing with it. And I went, oh, and I pointed at him. And then he finished, and I went over, and I looked at what he left behind, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. And I'm screaming. I'm doing the worst thing you could ever do when you see somebody do this. I screamed and went, oh, look what he's doing. Oh, look what he did. I mean, the worst, but it gets better. The parking garage is one of those circular ones. You go up one way and you come down another. Well, he had run up some stairs, and we followed him. And I don't know how many floors he ran up, but then he goes in the parking garage, and after he'd run up these stairs, and he starts walking down. Well, he's walking down, but he's walking down the ramp that goes up, okay? And we catch up to him, and my ex-cop buddy goes, hey, come on over here, bud. We got to talk. He's going, no, I didn't do anything. He goes, yeah, you did. Come on, we saw it. He goes, no, And all of a sudden I hear, and this car comes up, and it's going fast, and it nails him. I mean, he went flying like a soccer ball, just kaboom, plop. And I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead. And he gets up and he goes, I'm okay. I'm okay. And the guy that hit him was our sales manager. Now he's freaking out, and he's going, I just hit that guy. And I went, it's okay, Nick. He was masturbating. It's okay. And he's going, what? What? And I said, it's okay. And anyway, we talked to him. I was a wreck, and Nick was a wreck. And I go upstairs, and I want to go tell the disc jockey on the air. And I look, the on-air light is not on. I open the door, and I went, oh my God, we just caught this guy masturbating in the lobby, and Nick hit him with his car. I just can't believe. Oh, there's David. Oh dear. Hi, David.
How you doing?
I'm good. Well, I was just finishing a story, and you came in right at the wrong time, the absolute wrong time. No, it's okay. No, I'm not going to finish. I can't finish it. I'm sorry, I can't. No, I'm kidding. It was just I walked in, and Bobcat Goldthwait was there with the disc jockey, and he goes, "You people in Utah are so damn weird." And then he told that whole story on stage that night. I ran into a guy. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. It's so weird.
How's your stream doing?
It's doing really good. We've had a blast. Everybody, this is David Middleman. He is the CEO of Othram. And this is the reason why WebSleuths is as strong as it is today, why we have no commercials, why we're doing so well. The reason for this live stream and this YouTube channel, we have partnered with Othram, and they are absolutely fantastic. And we had Phrase on here today, and we talked all about the Guardians, and we talked about the DNA solves, did a lot of talking about DNA solves and what you're doing. But now you guys have a podcast, right?
Yeah, we do. So first of all, I want to say a lot of the credit for WebSleuths goes to everyone that's part of WebSleuths, because the discussions are always better on WebSleuths than there are elsewhere. And then with this Guardian program and everything else, all that support has gotten rolled in, and that's why I think most people have noticed the website's a lot faster. It's just everything's more responsive, and it's more pleasant. And you guys now have John there to help and develop things further. So hopefully you're making good use of that.
We are. He and I got to say, John is amazing. He again, his attitude, he's always so polite and helpful, and he's got great ideas, and he works like crazy behind the scenes. I can't
I don't
tell
know
you
if
how
you know
lucky we
this.
are.
I don't know if you know this, but he helped build Think Geek. I don't know if you've ever heard of Think Geek.
Yeah, we talked about it today.
Yeah,
And he
helped
talked about.
build. He was already on the pod. Okay, well,
Yeah, he came on,
I'll
talked all
leave
about
him
it.
then to tell that story. But yeah, he's a great guy, and he really loves the community and the topic. So we're thrilled to have him as well. And I think WebSleuths will just continue to develop and grow into something more and more exciting. But I would like to tell everyone that we started a podcast. It's very different, I think, than the typical podcast. It's not really heavy on necessarily the technology or on all the scientific details, but it's a podcast that is told by the investigators that had to work the case, by the families of victims that were impacted by the case.
Right.
It's incredible, and we did it in partnership with iHeart. And they know what they're doing. I heard they know a lot about podcasts. So
oh boy, they do.
iHeart,
They're the best.
we're working with a production company called Kaleidoscope. And so yeah, it's America's Crime Lab. You can find it on every platform. I use Apple, but it's on Spotify. It's everywhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Apple up right now. Yep.
Yeah, if you've never heard it, I would say grab the first 2 episodes. There's 2 more dropping tomorrow, and that'll be the conclusion of this Carla Walker case. And then if you like it, there's lots more to come. So would love for everyone to check out the new podcast. And as always, anything we can do to come up with better ideas for WebSleuths, joining the Guardian program, which I think gets you into that private Zoom, so you can actually provide direct feedback and talk to the mods. And
we do a Zoom meeting if you're a Guardian for only $3 a month. And part of what you get is a Zoom meeting once a month, 8 hours a day, where you can just come in and chat with us. And it was so much fun the last time we did it. It was so much fun.
Yeah. I think it's just another dimension, another kind of venue to be able to discuss what we all like discussing anyway. So yeah, the podcast is new. We the first 2 episodes came out last Wednesday. There's 2 more coming out tomorrow, and every Wednesday we'll launch, until the end of season 1, a few episodes. And they'll cover a whole number of cases. Some cases you've heard of probably, some you've not. I know a lot of folks are itching to know more about the Kohlberger case.
Yes.
We'll cover that on the podcast as well, probably in the next several weeks. And then yeah, anything that folks can do to spread awareness. As since inception, we've done a lot of work to kind of push cases that need either funding or visibility, because there might be a clue or some detail that's important on DNA Solves. We're continuing to push that as well. So lots of ways to get involved now between WebSleuths, the new podcast, and DNA Solves. And if people have ideas for cases that should be covered on the podcast, we want to hear about it. If there are things that you like and don't like, obviously we want to hear about that as well. So very excited to get anyone to participate in any of these kind of projects that we're working on together.
And that's what we were talking about today with John was, people are always saying, how can I help? How can I help? Well, there are, like you said, many different ways to get involved. And WebSleuths.com is read by law enforcement, by media, by families, by perpetrators, and it's a great way to become involved. Even if you, like I always encourage people, just go to WebSleuths.com, start scrolling and clicking, and you will find yourself reading about cases, and before you know it, 5 hours have gone by. And it's that way. And David, I don't know if I've ever told you this, but I every so often will get an email from somebody that says, you've got to delete my account because it's affecting my marriage. I've got to stop going to WebSleuths. I have to block this. I mean, it is that.
I have a solution. So I actually solved this problem, decades ago. So solution to being able to pursue what you love and also not ruin your marriage is to go pursue it with someone that you love. So
there you go.
Kristen and I built Othram together, and honestly, decades before Othram, we were in graduate school together at Baylor College of Medicine, messing around with the biomedical experiments. So, we love each other, we love science, and right now we're really excited about applying science to criminal justice. So that's the other option, is find someone that is just as crazy as you are. Don't tell Kristen I said that, but find someone that's just as crazy as you are and really excited about the same kind of direction. So there's a lot of work to be done in this space, and it'll take a long time, even with this technology working as well as it does, for people to adopt it. So if you're not crazy and you're not obsessed with bringing this technology to life and helping others, it's going to be hard to have the endurance to wait it out. We've been working cases. It feels like we started yesterday, but we've been working on cases now for almost 7 years, and nothing but just endless success. And still we meet
It's nonstop.
that don't know about the technology or aren't sure. And so we're excited any chance we can get to kind of get the message out. And that's a big part of, of getting the message out, is the podcast and WebSleuths. But the other is, someone just mentioned they're wearing the t-shirt. That's great. So put on some swag. I've got my project 525. This is our project to identify 525 kids. I've got that on.
Right.
I went on vacation recently with Kristen and the kids, and I outfitted myself in Othram swag.
Oh, right. You guys look great.
That's right. We looked amazing because we have
the
best swag. But
Othram swag makes you look good, makes you look healthy and skinny and young. So just keep wearing it.
So yeah, it's a grassroots effort, and I'm excited to be on this journey with all of you, and especially the WebSleuths crew. They've always been very excited about this kind of work. So it's great to discuss cases, but it's even more exciting to know that the discussion and the effort is actually leading to real outcomes.
Absolutely. And this is a big yes, Unicorn Rancher. You are going to be at CrimeCon. I think you're one of the featured people at CrimeCon, if I'm not mistaken.
Kristen's featured. Kristen will be discussing a very interesting case, at CrimeCon. So I know you guys will want to tune in. She'll be discussing, a great case and giving the talk with, some family. And so it'll be like Imagine the Podcast, but live. It's going to be an amazing talk. I can't wait. I'll give an update. I think she's talking on Saturday. I'll give an update on Friday about, kind of where we are in terms of getting this technology out to the world. And we're going to have the biggest booth that we've ever had at any conference.
Oh, God, that's great.
At CrimeCon.
That is great.
It's so big. I think it's going to be like a mini apartment. So
wonderful.
That's plenty of room for everyone to come check out the great things that we're doing. Get some swag for Othram, for the podcast. Talk to folks about what to do if you have a case that you're trying to get visibility for, if you're missing a loved one, or you think someone was impacted by crime. So we're very excited to see everyone at CrimeCon. We've been there, I think, every year. Last year, Kristen and I talked together.
And this is Kristen, by the way. This is Kristen, the scientist and the amazing. Does Kristen have her doctorate?
Yeah, we both finished. Yeah, we both finished
doctors.
Baylor College of Medicine.
Right.
We have the same degree. She looks just a little bit better than I do. She doesn't have the hat that I've got.
That's true. She's not wearing the swag. I mean, that's the difference.
But she does wear the swag to the office. So,
yes.
Anyways, yeah, it's very exciting. So we'll be at CrimeCon. We'll be everywhere. So, we really want to interact more with the community. So again, provide as much feedback as you can. If you're around tomorrow, I believe there's going to be a couple cases announcing tomorrow and the next day.
We'll be here. Yeah.
New cases.
We'll talk about it.
More than one press conference going on. So we're excited to share all that. And we always post those updates on WebSleuths in our Othram thread. So yeah.
Hey, I want to ask you a couple of questions about Othram because we have a lot of new people here right now. But you and Kristen started it. What caused you to start it? How did you go, let's start this big company that is going to be on the cutting edge of DNA? How did this all start? And it's such an amazing company.
Yeah, Kristen and I have a background in biomedical science, like I was talking about. Kristen's actually a biochemist, and I don't know much about chemistry, but I'm a geneticist. I studied human genetics in school. Both of us at Baylor College of Medicine. And the work that we had done was primarily biomedical in nature, diagnostics. And years later, we ended up at Virginia Tech, where she was working to manage $600 million of funding for the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Oh, wow.
She had moved from direct, experimentation to like government affairs, funding, and grants and contracts. And I was kind of in the research group. I was a professor running a laboratory, developing new tools in the genomic space. And when we went to Virginia Tech, one of the interesting things that happened is after leaving the medical school, we became aware of so many other interesting problems out there besides just traditional medical problems. And one that we became aware of is this shocking realization that there are tons of human remains that never get identified. There's crimes that don't get solved. And I think, a lot of people, they call it the CSI effect. They kind of figure once it gets off the news, it probably gets solved. And so there was an article in the New York Times 2 weeks ago. I think it was like July 8th. And it said basically that there's a coin flip chance that you'll get caught if you murder someone. So that's terrible. So
that is, it shouldn't be that way. No.
Yeah. So I think that, building technology that can be applied not just to medicine and to other areas of the world, but to make the world better through improvements to criminal justice. This really spoke to our heart. It wasn't even just me and Kristen, it was a whole group of us. And so we all got together and decided this is how we want to spend the next several years. And before you know it, it's been 7 years. And we've just had tremendous progress. We've teamed up with NamUs. For those that don't know about NamUs, back in 2022, they are the federal program for all these long-term unidentified. In the last 18 months, we've probably cleared with DNA in partnership with RTI. They're the contractor for NamUs. We've cleared more cases through DNA that have been cleared in the history of NamUs using conventional DNA tools. So there's definitely scale and things are ramping up. But that's kind of how we got started. We thought this was a really high impact problem. We thought there were obvious solutions and people were not implementing them. And so we decided rather than talk about it, let's lead by example. And we built a laboratory in 2018 before any of this was really kind of well known, and figured if we build a laboratory, demonstrate it through example, others will follow. And they are following, but it's taken a long time, as they say, the wheels of justice turn very slowly. So,
well, that's surprising. That I would think that law enforcement, the second they heard about this, would just jump on it. But you're having, I don't want to say trouble, but like you said, it's been kind of a long time.
It takes time. Look, it's like with anything. The internet was a toy that people played with, and no one really thought it was going to be the primary way that people spend their time or buy things. And then before you know it, the internet's a foundational part of our life. And the same is true for VR headsets and for what became the iPhone and now AI, right? AI is the new thing. It's like, oh, it's really cool, but it's just a toy. It'll never actually transform industries. And so this is the natural life cycle of technology. The DNA testing that we brought to the market originally was kind of cool, but it was a nice to have. It only worked on a few cases. Then people acknowledge, well, I guess it works on more cases. Then they tell you should only use it as a last resort. And in those final stages of acceptance, they say, you know what? I guess this is a good tool. And here's the thing: for years, people have used DNA testing as a confirmatory tool. Figure out the case, use DNA to prove what you think is the case. Whose DNA it was. But the new technology that we've got available now for everyone lets you use it first on the front lines. So you've got a crime scene. You may not have all the facts. Maybe you've only recovered partial remains. Do a test right away at the front end. It should be the first thing you do.
Well,
This kind of DNA testing is the easiest, fastest, and cheapest way to identify someone, whether it's human remains, whether it's a victim, whether it's a suspect, whether you're trying to exonerate someone. So yeah, it's just a really great tool, and it takes time, but we're working on it.
You're working on it. Did you identify the remains of the fox? Tell us about that.
There's a number of folks.
Fox Hollow Farms is the case.
Yeah, this Fox Hollow situation is terrible. Lots of commingled remains from victims, and we've announced I think at least a handful of them. We're working on more, but yeah, we were brought in to basically help sort through the remains and figure out who's who. It's a tragedy to end up a murder victim, and even a bigger tragedy not to be identified and your family doesn't know what happened to you. So this is a project that we're very closely involved in, and I think someone might be talking about this at CrimeCon as well, but I'm not 100% sure.
That'd be great. And again, every day we hear now, it's normal every day to hear, Othram has helped solve another case. And is your company growing? It seems like it's growing in leaps and bounds.
Yeah, we've got over 80 people. So it's definitely growing. Everybody at our company is on fire about helping kind of identify the next victim, solve the next cold case. We solve contemporary cases now, so a lot of what we're doing are these contemporary cases. You know, and so yeah, it's a growing team. Anytime we're able to bring in top talent, we've got AI engineers, we've got, you know, genome scientists that worked, you know, on giant genomics projects. We've got folks from almost every industry.
And Paul
that have
Holes,
all left those
famous.
industries. Yeah, we got Paul, we got people from forensics, we got investigators. We have people from all sorts of industries that have said, you know what, I'm going to come here. It may not be the fastest growing industry, might not be the most lucrative industry, but it's the one that I think is going to have the right impact for me to feel, you know, good about my legacy, about the work that I've been able to accomplish. And so these folks have come from all over the place, from every walk of life, every educational background, to come help us, you know, basically clear NamUs and put a huge dent in this backlog. So so that hopefully the New York Times will have to revise their story and say, if you do harm somebody in a violent way, you will get caught. And it's not just murders. You know, people are assaulted. There's all these sex assaults that remain unsolved. Even after they test the kit, they're not solved. So this is something that as a modern and civilized society, we can't tolerate. So especially when we have the tools to take care of the problem. So appreciate everyone caring about it and believing early on. But now we're just working to make sure we can get everyone fired up about the technique.
Well, and everybody, here's the great thing is you can be involved with this by going to websleuths.com, joining the discussion. You can be a part of this big, I guess I just call it a family of people working in all different areas to help solve these crimes, to help these victims. And you can, again, donate to DNA Solves. I just put the link in chat. You can do a monthly donation if you want. You can do a one-time donation. And it's there's a picture, we recognize this picture because we talk about it a lot. But there are so many things that you can do. You join, you know, go sign up for the podcast and give it a good review. You know,
yeah, we'll take all the help we can get, and super grateful for everyone's enthusiasm here. This is a really underserved problem. It needs to be addressed. We need a bigger grassroots army, and we got to go make some noise and make sure these cases do not remain unexamined and unworked.
Exactly.
And unsolved.
I agree. The Moonlight View says, I wonder if gene is that silencing will advance as well. What is that? Gene silencing, or do you mean gene slicing?
Gene sequencing, maybe?
Sequencing, probably.
Yeah,
sequencing.
the DNA sequencing technology we use, it's advancing all the time. So, you know, a couple of years ago, we were bragging that we could build a DNA profile in just a few days. Nowadays, we can build it in half a day. So, so we're getting really fast at being able to build good quality DNA profiles effectively real time, which is incredible. Imagine the work you can do, not just for cold cases, but also, you know, also for contemporary cases, current things that are happening right now that are threats to public safety, and being able to, in the real time, figure out, you know, whose DNA was on the weapon, or who's causing the harm to other people, and identifying them immediately instead of years or decades later.
And I like what Miss Woozy says. The quickest thing you can do is submit your DNA data to the DNA Solve site. Here is a DNA kit that you can get. I'll put the link up in chat. You get 2 test kits for $50, and you're building a DNA database. But it's not like you get the results back in the mail. No, this is going into a database to help find criminals and identify people, right?
Yeah, it's used to identify human remains, or to exonerate folks, or to find suspects to crimes. So there's no public access. You wouldn't use it to like find your relatives. It's specifically used in a forensic investigation only.
Right. And so I just put the link to those DNA kits there. And yeah, it like I've always said, I know in my family there's got to be some very scary serial killers, because my family's weird. I just know they're loaded there. And that's how they caught the Golden State Killer, was through, is it familial? Is that what it's called? DNA?
Genetic genealogy, forensic genetic genealogy. And it's, you know, we use a lot of techniques, not just forensic genetic genealogy, but that's certainly one that people know about. It's in the media, and it's one that we've used for a lot of cases. So yeah, there's lots of ways to get involved. And I love that you did this marathon. I wish I could have stayed longer. I ended up at the tail end here, but
no, this is great. Anytime you come on, David, is perfect. We
yeah,
love it, no matter
we'll be
when.
back again with more updates as soon as a few more cases announce. And again, always excited to interact with all of you. We've got a dedicated thread on WebSleuths, so always provide your feedback, ask questions, and we'll do our best to answer questions, entertain cases that you think haven't received the kind of scrutiny or analysis that they need, and anything we can do to help, we want to help.
And I'm going to put that thread up here in chat right now, and I'll put all these links in the description.
Yeah.
And David, again, everybody always asks me about Kohlberger. Are you going to be able to talk soon about Kohlberger?
Yeah. We're actually recording a podcast episode on it.
Mm-hmm.
Kristen will be talking about it at CrimeCon, and we're happy to come back on and chat and answer questions about the case as well.
Oh, that'd be
as
great.
you know, everybody that was involved in the case was gagged. That includes us, and we have to respect, the court system so that we don't jeopardize the case by talking about something out of turn. And now that the gag order is lifted, I suspect all the participants will discuss it, and it'll be great because there's been a lot of gibberish and a lot of just weird stuff. When you block everyone that worked on a case from discussing the case, then the only people talking about it are the ones that don't know anything about it. So
they spread.
It's been a wild ride, waiting 2.5 years to be able to speak to something that's honestly not nearly as exciting as you guys think. It was an excellent case, executed in an excellent way. But I think there's a whole lot of data that's about to get released, documents and such, which is wonderful news. And we'll of course be back to talk about that anytime.
And we can say now that Othram was involved.
I think that's pretty clear from
it is
all
pretty
the
clear.
Documents, and I'm happy to confirm it. Yes.
Good. That is good to hear. David, you have a lovely, wonderful family. We love Kristen, and I appreciate you taking the time out today. And again, everybody, I can't stress enough, without Othram, David, and Kristen, WebSleuths would not be here. This live stream would not be here. They have done amazing work, and we have the best server on websleuths.com. We have the best people, and I can't thank you enough. And David, if I could move mountains for you, I'd do it in a heartbeat. So we'll just keep on pushing.
We're grateful for everything you guys already do. So we'll be back with some case updates, and again, I really appreciate getting to jump on and say hi to everybody.
Anytime, David. You're always welcome. Thank you so much. We'll talk soon. Okay.
Bye.
Okay. Bye. I love that, man. Did you hear what I was yelling out when he jumped on?
Yes, I did.
Yes. You know what it was? Can you believe that one word? That one word.
I know. I
that
can't believe
one
it.
word. I couldn't believe it. And then I couldn't.
So mortified.
I didn't know what to say. How do you explain that?
I know.
I'm hoping he didn't hear it. Or if he did, he didn't care.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
You guys. But yeah, that one word. And I was yelling it because I was telling the story. Oh God. It's your fault because you told me to tell the story. Damn it.
I know, bad timing, but
no,
every time he comes on, I get so emotional.
I know. It's
gosh.
And if you when I went down there, was it 2022, 2023, and I did the live stream from Othram that night. They are like a family. People are there working. The lab is amazing. Here's the type of people David and Kristen are. They make sure that this fridge in their kitchen has the drinks and the snacks that the scientists and the workers love. They find out what they like and they fill that up because they're there so much and so long and they work so hard. It's just a wonderful environment, and everybody there just loves each other. And I can't say enough. David and Kristen saved me, and I get emotional because this close to shutting down WebSleuths and just saying I'm done, and literally living out of my car. So I can't say enough. So I know, can't ride. My heart was beating so fast when I said that, and he popped on right then.
Yeah.
And again, how do you explain that? How do you explain that? I hope he didn't hear. Not that I don't care about that word. It was just a very strange word to be yelling as soon as the head of Othram comes on. So
yeah.
Anyway,
I just kept my mouth shut. That's the best I could do.
I know, and you were right to do that because I was able to dig myself a big hole all by myself. The end of the story was I rushed into the studio to let the disc jockey know. And the on-air light was off. And I blurted this out. I said, we caught this guy masturbating and Nick hit him with his car and he went flying. And then I looked and there was Bobcat Goldthwait. And he's just like, actually what he said was, you people in Utah are so effing weird. And then he told the story that night at his show. And I'm like, I was so mortified, you know, because I just walked in and blurted it out. And yeah, it was crazy. And then the police came up and they had a picture lineup and I didn't pick the guy. You know why? Because I wasn't looking at his face because I was so shocked. I was just, like I said, I did the worst thing you're not supposed to do that. If somebody ever exposes themselves, you're just supposed to be, whatever, or laugh, you know, not me. I did exactly what they wanted you to do. Look at that. So anyway.
I like that video that Heels in the Air put together from that stream about the dolphin, flipping the dolphin.
Oh, she did. I didn't know she did that. Or maybe I did and I forgot. Was it a short?
Yeah, a short video of that story.
It's when she's something about the queen, I think, right?
Oh no, there's the queen one, and then there's the one you telling the story, the dolphin, that story.
Oh, can you find? I know I keep asking you. Can you find? I want to see. I can't remember that. I can't remember. So, Chipmunk 43. I mean, it was like perfect timing. Again, I hope he didn't. Again, I don't care because I'm not embarrassed about the story, but it was just a weird word to be yelling right at that moment. Yeah, Cat's Gallery, there was no dolphin lineup, so I didn't recognize it.
And I found the video. I'm emailing it now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Why they were on. Let me take is it playable? Do you remember? There's nothing horrible in it, right?
No, it's playable, and it's 3 minutes.
Okay. Do you guys care? Oh, there we go. Here's the story of two Teds. This is my Ted Nugent and Ted Bundy story. Goes into more detail. Ted Nugent's a disgusting piece of garbage. So hold on, let me put this in here. Well, now I'm all energized again. I know. I can't believe she's gone. I can't believe she's gone. May sucks. She died in May 2024, and then Beth B died in May 2025. I hate May. Okay, hang on. Let me find it here. Let me grab it. Oh, there we go. Okay, let me go here. I had completely forgotten about this. So let me share. It's going to make me cry. It's her. She's the reason I do this live stream. She literally forced me into doing it. Here we go. I worked at a radio station, a place called Hay Bear. And it was actually at the very top of a big parking garage, you know, kinds that had different levels, like 10 levels. And that's where I worked. And I was going to lunch with one of the guys there who used to be a cop. And we get out of the elevator and he looks over, the ex-cop looks over and just stares at this guy standing in the lobby. I said, what's going on? He goes, I've arrested that guy. I've arrested him for indecent exposure. We went to lunch. Oh, that's right. We went to lunch first and came back. Yeah, and he was standing there and he sees me and he turns around and I'm walking to the elevator and I look over and he's doing his business. He's, taking care of the squeezing the dolphin or whatever you call it. What about this? I did the worst thing possible. I screamed and I went, oh, look, it's on the floor. Just yelled it, okay? He takes off, runs up the stairs. Now, my friend turns all cop, right? He runs up the stairs chasing him, and we catch him like on the 4th floor. And he's walking down. Now, remember, it goes like this. Okay, cars come up and, find a parking place. And then when they come down, they do this, right? Yeah. So he's walking in the middle of where the cars come up. And my cop friend says, ex-cop says, "Hey, bud, what are you doing?" He goes, "Nothing. I wasn't doing nothing." I went, "Oh, bull, you did that. I saw it." And he's going, "Come on, buddy." And all of a sudden we hear this, and around the corner comes our sales manager going fast and nails the guy. It gets even weirder. He bounces off the hood just like a basketball, just a boom, boom, boom. I'm like, "Ah!" And the sales manager got out and goes, "Oh my God, I hit the guy." And I said, "Don't worry, it's okay. He masturbated." And he's like, "What?" And I'm like, "It's okay." Well, the guy gets up and like runs away. So he was fine. So I go upstairs, and this was a radio station. We were very active with the record reps, and comics came into town. They always came on our show, and it's the afternoon show. And I walk in, and I got my head down, and I went, "Oh my God, Alan!" I said, "We caught this guy masturbating, and Nick just hit him with his car, and he just bounced off." And I look up, and there's Bobcat Goldthwait.
Oh no!
And he looks at me, and he goes, I can't remember exactly what he said. It was something like, "Welcome to Salt Lake," or "That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard."
Like,
but
you
people in Salt Lake
are so effing weird, is what he
said.
I don't remember them. I don't want to be rude. I'll remember this one though. Are you sure?
Yeah. Oops. Oh God. Oh, I miss Heels. Yeah, she's the one that forced. I literally started this live stream because I needed to get her off my back. I've lost some weight. I don't even recognize myself in that thing. Dang. So yeah, that was yeah, that was so weird. Oh my gosh, that was the weirdest damn thing. I forgot we went to lunch and then we came back and that's when we saw it. That's right. Oh, good lordy, lordy, lordy. Anyway, thank you for finding that. Again, the reason I started this because she just wouldn't stop harassing me. You've got to do it. You'll love it. You'll have so much fun. That's right, the dolphin. Playing with his dolphin. What time is it? We have one more guest coming on in about an hour. I've got a second wind here, everybody. So anyway, let's see here. I know. Let's see. Guys, I'm going to put all the links in the videos tomorrow because when this gets shut off, I'm just going to crash. So, and I appreciate everybody here. There's people that have been here almost the whole time, you know? I mean, really, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. So, just amazing. Okay. I'm so glad now that we can say that Othram was the people with the DNA.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I knew about it a long time ago, not because they don't tell anybody, but somebody broke it. I can't remember who it was, but it was supposed to be confidential, and somebody went on and started talking about it. I'm like, what? And yeah. But remember how they got the DNA, which I find fascinating. If this is not correct, someone correct me. But this Brian Kohlberger, he was at his parents' house, and he took his own garbage and he cut it up and put it in plastic baggies and put it in his neighbor's garbage can. Because when you throw something away and it goes out to the curb, it's public property. Anybody can take it. Well, the cops have been watching him, and I think they followed him there, basically, I think. And what they did was they got garbage from his family's garbage can that wasn't his, it was his dad's. And they were able to, trace it back to him, the DNA. That one little bit of DNA on that knife sheath is what did him in. If they hadn't left that, I don't think they would have caught him. Even with the car going in and out and the DoorDash, I think he would have got away with it. I really do. So it's just crazy.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yeah, I remember who it was that put it out publicly, and then I contacted you immediately. And
that's right. You told me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no way. And then
yeah.
I contacted David, and of course he said, well, I can't comment either way. I said, I know, I'm just letting you know. So I do want to ask him. I really want to know and I meant to ask him this next time. I'll ask him. I understand they do not go do cases unless they are asked. They're like what's his face with the what you call it? That guy. Tim with
Tim Miller?
Tim Miller with Texas EquiSearch. They don't come in unless they are asked by law enforcement, 99% of the time. I believe it is the same with Othram. They don't go and say, hey, we can solve this case for you. They have to be asked by law enforcement.
Yeah, because law enforcement has to be willing to give over the evidence for them to test. So,
and boy, you gotta trust somebody. And believe me, there's nobody better to trust than Othram by far. I would love it if they would test the DNA in the John Benet Ramsey case. If they could do that, they would find that there was no intruder. The DNA is not going to come back to anybody. It's a mixture. It's a bunch of different people. It means nothing in the John Benet Ramsey case. And I wish they would test it. I wish the police would say, yes, you should test it. But they haven't yet. So hang on one second here. I just need to say something. See something. Anyway. Guys, in case you missed it today earlier, we had the CEO on from JJ's school. And oh my God. And I had it pulled up, but I don't have it anymore because my computer froze. Let me find it here.
Are you trying to find the school name?
Yeah.
The Lawrence Institute for Education.
Yeah, and it's Life. Yeah. So let me do this just a second. Is it Laura or Lorna? Laura's Institute?
Lauren.
Oh, Lauren.
Yeah.
Like Lauren, our friend Lauren. Lauren.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. That's not what I wanted. Hold on. This one.
Red Like Wine again says, letter from Dave. Letter from Dave. She repeats it over and over.
Oh, you want me to read the letter from Dave? I read it just a few weeks ago. I'll do it again. Do you want me to do it again? Let me just tell you who we had on earlier today. We had on Margaret. Hold on. Let me find it here.
Trevelyan.
Yeah, but what did you say? I'm sorry.
Trevelyan.
Yeah, she is the CEO of Life Academy, and that is the school that JJ went to. And she was on and talked about how much they loved JJ and how great JJ was, and how much they loved his dad Charles. And let me just put the link up here. And that was, it was a very emotional interview. And Kresha came on and asked some questions. It was great. And they said, they just texted me and said they want to, if we do this again, they'll come on and we'll have more time next year. This year, you guys, I'm surprised this came off because I was busy with something else. And so were you, Stacy. And I had very little time to prepare. So again, I want to thank all of you for being so patient. And Stacy, I could not do this without you, and Ping and Phrase. You guys, thank you. And the mods, oh my God, thank you so much. Now, you guys really want me to read the Dave letter?
Yes, there's a few people in there. So yes, that have asked for it now. Or two of them.
And now
I want and Red Like Wine again. No one said.
Okay, well that's good enough. Now here's the thing. I don't want anybody to get mad because people get mad when I read this letter. Don't get mad because I cracked up when I read it. So hold on. Just a second. And I've written this person back, asking, hey, do you have any more suggestions? And, never heard back from him. If it is a him. But anyway, okay, you ready? Yep. This is from, let me tell you the date. It's, January 5th, 2021. So I had not been doing my show for about 11 months. I've been doing the show. Hi, Trisha. Starts out friendly enough. My wife and I very much enjoy listening to your live stream on YouTube. Now, this is when I was only doing it by myself. I had no guests other than verbal guests, and I didn't use live stream. It was just YouTube. So it was really very basic. My wife and I very much enjoy listening to your live streams on YouTube. During your most recent live stream, you stated you are going to be making some changes in order to gain more subscribers and become monetized on YouTube. I want to offer the following suggestions. 1, you are a beautiful woman, have a wonderful sense of humor, and are very intelligent. You do, however, need to pull yourself together. You need a haircut, trim those ends, and or put your hair up. I'm sorry to say, but it looks horrible on camera. 2, you need to start dressing more professionally. The denim jacket and scarf around your neck have got to go. All capital letters. They make you look like a bag lady. I don't think anyone expects you to dress as if you were going out for the night on the town, but the bag lady look makes you look frumpy. 3, all those blankets on your sofa makes it look like you live in a dump. I know you've got to be a messy person slob. You basically say so different times on your live streams. Get your house in order. I know you must spend a lot of time online. Take some time for yourself. Only live stream once a day, preferably in the evening when people are home from work. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. 10 p.m. Eastern is far too late. 9 p.m. Eastern is far more reasonable. 5, absolutely, positively stop playing the poor act. That's when I had to ask for donations because I was literally needing food money. Absolutely, positively stop playing the poor act. I don't care how much money you make, but my wife and I can tell every single time you are begging for money. I have to hand it to you. You're very subtle about it, but it's still there. 6, either shit or get off the pot in regards to moving to Texas. It's not that difficult to find a place to live. If you're such good friends with the person you are moving closer to, why can't she put you up as your landlord until you can find a place to live? Nah, not buying your claim that you can't find a place. Stop it. 7, get one of your mods to run your social media accounts. Stop being such a damn baby about it. It's not that difficult. You have great content, but until you pull yourself together, other creators are not going to invite you onto their live streams. I mean, you're a damn mess. Get it together, Trisha. People love you, but you just can't seem to get out of your own way. Stay off the damn internet so much and get your house in order. Sincerely, Dave. I mean, I laughed so hard when I had tears. And the first time I read it on the air, everybody got so mad. I'm like, no, this is, first of all, he was almost right about everything, not everything, but you know, he had some good points. He did. So yeah, I have no idea. Woman of Steel is just Dave. I have no idea if it was a woman. I have a feeling I know this person.
Well,
but go ahead.
There are a few of us have had a theory since since you first got that letter, and that's that it's not actually Dave, it's Davina. I mean, really, what man talks about split ends?
Well, that's true. It's got to be a woman who's, yeah, her name, it's not Dave, it's Davina. It's, yeah, I agree. It's got to be a woman. Yeah, a guy's not going to talk like that. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
So, but you know, he was right. My hair was a mess. I looked from, I agree. I agree with that. But I made an agreement with myself. I said, Trisha, here's your agreement. Do whatever the hell you want. Don't do it for anybody else. Dress how you want. Just be yourself. Because my whole career, I've always had to follow the company line and, you know, toe the company line. And I'm glad to do that. But on this YouTube channel, I was just going to be myself. And I just liked the way I dress. So anyway, yeah, it is just too funny. It just cracked me up. And again, I have no idea who that was, but I love the capital letter. You can just feel the seething anger coming from this person. Now, I have a feeling I know them. I probably know them very well. Maybe I don't know them. I probably don't talk to them anymore. But I think it was somebody that knew me and just didn't want to come out and say it. You know, I really do.
Yeah, that could be, and that's why it seems so personal. Because I mean, like they were taking it personally, because like they were really upset about it.
They were mad at me.
That would make sense.
Yeah, they were really mad at me. So yeah, I know the Dave letter that will go down in history. I wish he or she would write me again and, you know, give me some more advice just like that. I love that. That again, I should memorize that because it was so funny. But do you remember, Stacy, how mad people got? You know?
Oh yeah. Yes. And Carolina Hurtado, that makes sense. That's an exception.
What's that?
I have an uncle like that too.
Oh, yeah, it could be a gay guy that,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. Absolutely. It could have been a gay. No question. No question. Teresa, my cousin, Teresa Cook says, Trish, I have thoughts. Uh-oh. Is it one of our relatives? It could be.
Oh, I bet you that's what
Yeah.
she's thinking.
Very well could be. So, did I miss, Linda versus Linda says, did I miss the Who Trisha Saw story? Well, we had a couple of them. I saw Dick Van Patten, Ted Bundy, Bobcat Goldthwait, saw a guy masturbate, got hit by a car. Who's the other guy that I saw? Ted Nugent, but that's a whole other story. Is that it? Were those the ones? I think those were the ones. Yeah.
I think. I mean, you've met a lot of people from your years as a disc jockey.
Oh,
so
yeah, I could go on and
so
on.
many.
Yeah.
Yeah.
David Coverdale from White Snake and Deep
Snake.
Purple. I remember he came up to, they always came up to the studio because we were playing current records. They don't do this anymore, but we were playing current records. So the record companies would always make their singers come up and cut promos for us and cut commercials. And David Coverdale was in the production studio and he came out and it was a little teeny hallway. So I stood up against the wall and I'm like, hey, David. David Coverdale looks at me and goes, dangerous breasts, Trisha. I'm like, well, thank you. That was the best compliment ever, So. Oh, Sienna, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I thought earlier, last year, almost a year ago, I saw a child that looked exactly like Sebastian Rogers, and I did report it. And the woman that took my information just could have cared less. I had to beg her to take my information. So, and real quickly, what caught my eye when I was packing my car to go to Utah, it was right after, like the day after we did this show last year. And I went out and this kid was running weird, running on his tippy toes. He's all gangly and weird. And that's what caught my eye. And I looked at him and my mouth just dropped open. And he stopped and he looked at me and he just started walking normally. And I went, oh God, that's Sebastian. He looked just, again, I'll repeat myself. Remember the North Carolina picture that looked just like Sebastian? That's who he looked like. Mm. And I didn't report him right away because I thought, I didn't see him. I didn't know. That was, but yes, it was. If someone put a gun to my head and said, was that Sebastian or not? I would say, yes, it was. It looked just like him. But then so did that picture. I thought for sure that picture in North Carolina was him, So, I mean, there's lots of kids that wear those glasses and have a short haircut and are gangly, but it did look exactly like him. And yeah. And then after that, I started seeing in chats, I listened to other creators when they were talking about Sebastian. I'd be watching their chats and I'd see, he's in Texas. I saw that all over the place. So anyway, I don't know. So, he did not recognize me, red like wine. He had no idea who I was. He just saw me staring at him and that's why he stopped running. So yeah, thank you, Sienna. Yeah. So that's who I thought it was. And I did finally report it. But again, she just could have, I was just bugging her. I had to repeat myself. Don't you want my name? Don't you want my phone number? Don't you want my address? So anyway, again, the likelihood of it legitimately really being Sebastian Rogers, I'm sure is teeny tiny because what are the odds? But then again, maybe, I just don't know. And that's why I reported it. But what caught me was the way he was running. And I did find out later that somebody told me that one of the things about Sebastian was, the way he ran. And yeah, it was crazy. It would be great if it was him because that means he's still alive. Mm-hmm. So, anyway. So that's it. That's who I saw. Yeah, well, and red like wine again, okay, the likelihood of it being Sebastian, I know, was minuscule. And I get that, they probably got a zillion tips. Now, granted, the case was still hot in July of last year, really hot. So they were probably getting tips all the time. And they're just like, yeah. But again, she was polite. I have no complaint that way. She's very polite. But it was the TBI line that I called, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. And that's who I called. And I said I need to talk to somebody about Sebastian Rogers. So that's what it was. And again, I would love it if I was right. I would absolutely love it. And I did get that information to others. So it was out there, but we'll see. We shall see. You know what I was going to do, and I didn't do it. Luna Blue, I'll tell you in just a second. I was going to print out a poster of Sebastian and take it to the police station. I may still do that. Just say, hey, be on the lookout for this kid. The police station there's one really close to my house. So am I going to CrimeCon? I don't know. I'm going to try. It all depends on finances, but I'm really going to try. So we shall see.
When is it? I forgot.
It's in September, and I really need to decide whether I'm going or not. But, you know, the problem is when I go, I have to hire someone to take care of the animals. That's the biggest expense. I'll probably drive. So, but we'll see. We shall see what happens. But I'd love to go. I love going there. It's not even like seeing the speakers. I just like going there and seeing everybody, you know, the gang. The gang. So yeah, exactly, Carolina. The very same TBI who still hasn't found Summer Wells. So, Red Like Wine again. SF Investigates is going to be here at 8:30 Pacific, 9:30 Mountain, 10:30 Central, 11:30 Eastern. When we're done with him, then we'll end. So, oh, Luna Blue, if you're going, oh, you live in Colorado? That's so cool. Hey, you want to email me, and I will give you my phone number, and we can, and when you're at CrimeCon, call me, okay? WebSleuths. I've got so many emails that I've got to get back to. Videos@gmail.com. Yes, V-Team Paranormal. Lori's sentencing will be streamed. I think they only have a 5-minute delay this time. And I hope she's wearing the zappy belt, because if she loses her mind, then she'll get zapped. So that'd be great. Oh, and I wanted to tell David that Othram Text Bug Nugget the First was snoring, because he's probably going, what the hell is that noise? I was going to say, it's your namesake. It's Othie. It's Othie. Oh, Luna Blue, I adore you too. Anybody that says they adore me, I'm shallow enough to say I adore you too and love you too, as long as you love me back. That's all I care about. Thank you, Luna. That's very nice. And I look forward to meeting you too. I'm talking to the chat like she's looking at me. You know, sorry, guys. I'm getting loopy. Are you able to stay up, or are you exhausted, my darling?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. What else, my dear? What else? What time is it? We got about 45 minutes until he gets here. Let's see. Oh, I love you guys too.
Not too bad.
Yeah, no, we can just chit chat for 45 minutes. No problem. No problem. You're welcome. I'm glad you like the Dave letter. I really wish he would write, or she, or whoever would write again. That was just, oh my God, that was so funny. That was so funny. Just reading chat here that I missed. Yeah, Glamis Girl, he was like, get off my lawn, that type of guy. You know, little kid walks on, get off my lawn. Yeah, that's what he reminded me of. That was so funny. Anyway, yeah, Miss Woozy, good point. This is a great point. Wow, a lot of complaints for free content, exactly. But you know, when I look at that now, that's when I had the crappy camera. I didn't get a good camera until just a few months ago. Had the crappy camera, and I did look frumpy. It looked terrible when I saw that dolphin one. I don't even recognize myself, you know. So anyway, what other?
You're weird.
I'm weird. Me?
No, the letter.
No, yeah, you're right. Letter is, and I am weird too. So, a constant Niemocker. I have to read it like that because that's what he sounds like in my head. Is him just yelling at me, you know. So
plus all the capitals.
Yeah, and there were so many capitals throughout the whole thing. What time does the 24-hour shut down? It's going to shut down right after SF Investigates, and he'll be here in 45 minutes. So it'll probably shut down about 11:30 Eastern, right around there. So Oh, thank you, Moonlight View. You're very sweet. But yeah, I mean, I look so. To me, I shocked. I was shocked when I saw myself from a few years ago. You know, I forgot. So, Beverly Peace, amen, sister, amen. Weird is good. Never forget that, people. Weird is good.
Yep.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I did not know that, Glamis Girl. Eric Menendez has kidney stones and wants to get out early for treatment. Now, guys, I will tell you, I know kidney stones are horribly painful, but why can't they treat them in the prison hospital? I don't know.
He's in the hospital right now.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah. He's
I
in the
didn't know
hospital.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
You keep track of him? Are you in love with him? What's the deal? Why are you keeping track of him?
The case in general. I've
Okay.
always kept track of that case.
I thought maybe you were wanting to marry him or something, but he's
God,
already
no.
married.
Plus, it's part of my job.
Oh, that is part of your job. I forgot to keep me informed. You're right. Thank you. Constant Sneewalker says, but what if the world ends at 11:45? It probably will. We just, unfortunately, will all go in a great big ball of fire straight to hell, but we won't be together. I don't know what to tell you. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. So anyway, what else? Hold on here. Oh, HD, thank you. Says, love you and all your split ends. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Scooter. You know, I've got to give credit to Phrase, who was here earlier today, and David, because David said, go to Dallas and fix Trisha up with whatever she needs to make her look good on YouTube. That was David that did that for me. And that's the type of guy he is. He's a wonderful man. And he came down here to do other work too, not just that, but to help me do this. Because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I have no idea. Hello, love you more. Good to see you. Yeah, V-Team Paranormal. I know kidney stones are horrible. I certainly wasn't making fun of anybody having kidney stones. They are horrible. I had gallbladder stones, thought I was going to die. And kidney are a lot worse. So, yes, we did have the tinfoil contest, D-Max. I can show you who won. We picked a number. Actually, Megan Connor picked a number. And because I couldn't pick. But let me show you who it was. Hang on. Hang on here. Let's see. Here is our winner. Potato Head has 144,001. Sorry. I love that with a big potato on her head. Look at that little antenna. I just love the look, you know, like resigned. Is it Mary? Is that, I think that's the name.
Yes.
I can't remember. Yeah. So, you know what? While we chat, I'm going to send her her gift certificate because I'm going to forget if I don't do it right now. So let me find her email and do that while we chit chat. Okay.
Yes.
Let's see. I want to just look at something here really quickly. What do we have here? This one just kills me. Thank you for doing this.
Oh.
The chat effect. She looks like him. This is Grumpy. What's his name?
Walter.
Walter. Grumpy Walter with what's his name? Jeff, the comedian with the puppets.
Oh, Jeff Dunham.
Jeff Dunham. Yeah. Look at that. She's got the downturned mouth. And see, I'm telling you, I think she had Botox or fillers and they're like melting now. And she can't get that in prison. Just like him. Just like him.
And everybody's asking about the chatter with the tinfoil hat. Her name was Mary.
Yeah, Mary. I don't know what her username is, I don't think.
She was in chat earlier.
Yeah.
But it wasn't one I recognized. It was Mary, and she had some numbers or letters, so I'm not sure what they meant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're around, Mary, you won. Yay. So let me get in my email. Penguin, so good to see you, my dear. So, is that Detective's daughter? Detective's daughter is Mary, but is that her? Oh, that'd be great. I mean, I'm not saying I would have rigged it, but you know, I love it. If that is her, I don't know. So, One sec. Scooter says, wouldn't it be cool if we're part of the 144,000 that get lifted up and Chad and Lori don't? That would be great. So, Nana Lana, I read a letter from a listener or a viewer from years ago who just tore me a new one, and it was hilarious. So, oh,
Here
thank
she
you, Red
is
Black Wine again.
on the screen.
There we go. Yay, Mary! Thanks for the gift cards. It was me. Thank you. It was, and again, it was the potato. It was what you wrote, and the look on your face just resigned. So I'm going to send that to you right now. Okay. See, with my bills, when I pay things, it's first come, first serve. So I want to get this out there and to make sure it gets paid. So
Yes.
Just a second. Okay, where am I? What am I doing here? This is what I'm doing. Okay, let me get. I'm sorry, what?
So I have no idea what you're doing.
I know, nobody does. Nobody does. Let's see. Tinfoil hat, and I need it from, let's see. Hold on here. From, there we go. Okay, let's see. Let me find it here. Is this it? New. Oh my gosh. Here's one that we didn't put in. Oh no. Oh no, it's a kitty cat. Hold on, let me show you.
Oh,
I know. Oh my gosh. Hold on, let's
no,
see.
I had got another one, but after we'd done it already.
Okay, hang on just a second here. Hold on. Yep. This is from, this is from Deborah in Ireland, everybody. Let me show you this one. Hang on. Oh, I'm sorry, Deborah. Hang on. It's so cute. It's really cute. Look at this kitty cat. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Oh, and look how patient that kitty is. I bet when she took off that hat, the cat ripped her face off. How dare you do that to me? Look at that. Oh, thank you, Deborah. Thank you so much. I apologize. It was just at the top of my email now. I don't know if it just got here or what. So I do apologize, my dear. So hang on here. Let's see. Kim. That's not it. If you could read some things in chat while I do this.
Yeah, Miss Woozy says, "Oh my God, that's so cute. Kitty is very patient."
Yes, very patient. Very, very patient. Very patient. Oh shoot. I can't. Oh wait. I think I found it. I think I found it.
Mary says, "Oh, an Irish kitty."
It's definitely an Irish kitty. So, oh shoot, where is that? Hold on. Let me find it. Okay, I got to go through all of these because I can't find it. So you can just keep on reading. Okay.
See. Red Like Wanigan says, "I wish you guys were on every day for 24 hours. Such good company."
Oh, I know. It would be fun if I could stand it.
Yeah.
If I could.
Let's see. Let's see what else. Yeah, Carolina Hurtado says, "So adorable. The things our pets put up with."
I know. They're so patient. They're so patient.
And Wendy has a great idea. She says maybe have an animal category.
Oh, that is a good idea.
Yeah.
And we can torment all of our animals.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. There's Barry.
I have a picture of my cat and with the Santa Claus hat on his head for animals. And the look in the photo is
I
just
bet.
like a terrible look at me. Like I'm going to scratch your face
the
off.
hell are you doing? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's so funny.
Okay, let's see. Hang on here.
Let's see.
Just a second. Tinfoil hat.
Irish kitty. That's so cute. Oh yeah, here, I'll send you the late entry I got.
Okay, very good. Hold on.
Let's see, get it.
So I'm trying to find her email so I can send her card. There's Scooter. It was Mary, right?
Yes.
I had it. No, I can't find it. There's Karen. And Kelly. That's from a couple years ago. And Scooter. And Deborah. And Aaron.
Miss Woozy says, there's no way my boys would put up with the indignity.
Yes, that's true. It is an indignity. It absolutely is. No question. No question.
It's too funny. I have to find that picture of my
Here it
cat
is.
with the hat on.
Here it is. Very good. Okay, find it. I would love to see that.
Funny.
I found it. Here we go. I've got it, Mary. I've got it. Now, I'm going to do it on my phone. It'll be a lot quicker. So hang on here. Okay, there we go. Now, where's my phone? Here we go. How is it? Oh, I got to plug this sucker in. It's about to die on me. Here we go. Get back here. Is your kitty crying? Oh, I'll ask. I've had people ask me for that. I don't even think about doing it, when I do it. Sometimes I exaggerate it because I do it purposely to exaggerate it. But would anybody really want that as a ringtone? I mean, people would look at you very strangely. All of a sudden you're dee 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 dee. So hang on. Let's see here. That there. And go here. And copy. Okay, let me get to Amazon. Okay, gift cards. Gift cards. Here we go. Amazon gift card. All right.
Oh my goodness.
What's that?
So I type in cats in my photos, and it says there's 599 cat photos.
No way. Really? Yikes. Yikes.
Wow. I didn't realize I took so many pictures of cats.
Yikes.
Okay.
Well,
I found it. I found it.
Email recipient. No, I don't want any of those. I want this. Oh, gosh dang it. Paste. There we go. Okay. No. Gift message.
Oh, I forgot I made his picture into a meme.
You did? Oh, good.
I used to do that all the time. Let's see. Oh, man. Aw.
Yeah. What's
Just everybody talking about the cats or animals blocking their phone.
True. Okay. Add to cart. Okay. Now let's go to cart. And proceed to checkout.
Oh, D Max, that was her kitty. She said she missed seeing the kitty. She didn't get to see the picture up.
Let me put it up. Hang on. Mary, can you check your email? You should have that gift card there. Okay. Here, let me put it up because we want to make your kitty famous. Okay, here's your kitty. Look at that kitty cat. Look at that sweet baby. Look at the cat going, the indignity of this. I can't wait to rip her jugular vein while she's sleeping. She's a cute kitty cat. She's got little
Oh.
green fur on it. So cute.
Yeah, and it looks like, is that shamrocks?
Yeah, I think so. Little shamrocks in the background there. Look at that. That poor cat is just going, I'm going to kill you. I'm just going to kill you. That's all there is to it. It's so cute. It's so cute. Let's see. Hold on. I know it is so cute, isn't it? It really is. So, hold on just a second here. Where is it? Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Oh my gosh. Tanya Jones says, my kitty is 26 years 26 this year. Wow. Her name is Molly. That is cool. What is the oldest cat? I think the oldest cat is like 30.
Dang.
That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Did I just see Mary's name up here? I thought I did. Hang on. There it is. Oh my gosh. Well, you deserve it just for that. It says, I started watching at 5 a.m. while at work, watching Trisha sleep. Now that's exciting right there. Watch me sleep. You just can't get any more better valued entertainment than that. So, but Mary, please check your email and let me know that you got that, okay? You can just put it in chat or email me back if you'd like. Okay, maybe we need to do this. Lynn Jen says, if you want to hear a funny cat song on YouTube, search Daniel Thrasher, the cat song. Does anybody know what this is?
I think it might be the one that she sent me the other day. I'm not sure.
Is it good?
Dang it, I can't remember. She sent me two.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's one of them or not for sure.
Let's see here. We'll see. Is it when your cat writes a song? There's a whole bunch of them. When you finally write a hit song, but your cat is dead.
Oh, gosh.
Well, it looks funny.
Excuse me, that's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, that's, let's see, hold on.
Let me see. Oh, God.
He's got a whole bunch of cat songs. So I don't know which one to take.
Oh, she emailed them to me. I was looking through my texts. Okay. Let me see. I think it's an email. Let me see. Yes. Here it is. Okay. I'll forward it to you with the email. It has the email, a YouTube link in it. Sorry.
Okay.
So you should be able to get that. Okay. Sent. So.
Okay. Let's see here.
Hello, Alicia.
I have a cat picture that you sent me.
Marilyn Landis says cat scratch fever.
You sent a cat picture, but not a video.
No, the picture was one I sent earlier, my cat. I sent that a little bit ago, and then I just now forwarded.
Oh, got it. There, it just showed up. Okay. Oh, it is when cat wrote a song. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. No, that's no. Okay, hang on. We'll share this. Song? No, it didn't. Yes, he did. You know what? I'm not even going to argue with you because it is. My cat wrote a song. No, it didn't. Yes, he did. You know what? I'm not even going to argue with you because it is the end of 2020 and I am very tired and I'm pretty sure you're going to show me anyway. There it is. Oh, kitty. Oh, it sounds nice.
I'm a cat and I don't give a fudge what kind of year that you had, or whether or not your happiness took a plunge. I don't give a meow about you. I don't give a meow at all. I'm so happy that I found you, so I could punch you in the face with my paw. And then I'll claw you, drink all your blood too. And then I'll scratch everything that you've ever loved. I'll pee on your head, and then when you're dead, I'll be meowing at you from heaven above. 'Cause you'll be in hell, not me, I'm the cat. You humans all smell, what's the deal with that?
Your cat doesn't seem very friendly. What are you talking about? Do you hear what he's saying?
Yes, he's saying he loves you.
No, I don't think that is correct. I don't think that's what he said.
What's that? Oh, he says another verse is coming up.
Okay, this should be.
Fire, blood, and brimstone. I'll tear your flesh off to the bone. I'll wear your skin like it's a suit. I'll make that shit look super cute. I'm singing about you, Daniel, but he just hears meows. I'm looking right at you, Daniel. I'm king of this house. And if you say anything to my dad, I'll slit your throat in your sleep. That's a promise, not a threat. That's a promise. Meow, meow, meow.
So what'd you think? Very cute.
Squaw! Happy holidays! Today's video is brought to you by Audible. By the time this message is over with...
Okay, that was cute. Thank you. Nice, good, nice laugh. That was very cute. Oh God, Bipolar Express. No, this can't be the 48-hour show. I'm sorry. No way. No way, no way. No way, no way, no way. So let's see here. Hey, I have a question. Every night we come on, we usually talk about several different cases, but I really do want to increase the number of people that watch this live. And I see like Court TV, they're live streaming a court case and they'll have 12,000 people in their chat. And I'm thinking, how can I get these people to come on this live stream and just watch? Again, we're not asking for money. We're not monetized, all of that. Do you think people would like it more if we just stuck to one case and went into that case like every day, like follow a case on a court case and just report on that case? Like right now, Lauren's doing her live stream about the James Craig case. She's got over 3,000 people in her chat, and that she's at the courthouse getting that information, and that's something I can't do. But what I'm wondering is focusing on just one case like that, is that better? Or is it better the way we do it to focus on, 2 or 3 cases, usually at least 2. I don't know. So how about we ask more cases or one case? Just put in more cases or one case. Let me know what you think, okay? Let me know what you think. Would you like more? How about more than one case or just one case? Let me know, because I'd really like to know. I'd really like to, well, yeah, and Constance Niemacher, here's the thing. Nobody can do it like Lauren, I mean, she is so professional and so good. And even if there were a bunch of people doing the case and it was streaming, she'd get 3,000 in her chat. That's how good Lauren Matthias is. She's that good. I'm just wondering if the content that we do we need to change it? Do we need to focus like on one case? Is that a better way to do it? I don't know. And then let me just say one thing. And then I look at other good YouTubers, and they're focusing on 2 and 3 cases too. And they have a lot of people in chat. I'm just trying to increase our audience, I guess is what I'm saying. So
yeah, and I think, again, I don't know what the audience thinks, but if we threw in a little bit here and there of what is done on websleuths.com, and that's like research a case in real time.
We could do that. That's a good idea.
Have a case we're investigating or researching, and then members of the chat can be aware, and they can do some on their own too if they want to.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a very good idea. Yeah, everybody's saying more than one. Okay. Yeah, I agree. And again, nobody can do it like Lauren. She is the master at it. She is so good. And I love it when I'm sure it's hard on her, but I love it when she travels to cities and reports on cases. Nobody can do it like her. nobody. And, you know, the other thing too is I do want to have some fun while I do this too. I don't want to be all serious all the time. What's frustrating to me is when I see a bad YouTuber, and there are a bunch of them. I don't mean they're bad people, but they rumors, gossip, cause problems,
Unethical.
And that's a better word, unethical. And they have, you know, 2,000 and 3,000 in their chat. And I'm thinking, you know, I could do that. I could gossip and make stuff up and cause problems and drama and go crazy, but I couldn't live with myself, you know?
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I don't know. D-Max, I'm with you. In fact, I was just talking to another girlfriend of mine, Kim, the other day, and it's like we're rewatching stuff in the Lori Daybell case. It's like I don't know what it is. I'm just captivated by this case. I've got to know every little bit about it. So, and yeah, we have thought about Jill Emery Morgan picking a cold case and doing that. There's all kinds of things. So,
yep.
Let's see. Oh, Heather Feather, thank you. You're one of a kind, dear Trisha. I know what you mean. I wish more people would watch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There are other things I can do that I need to start doing. So that's a good idea. Tie it in with WebSleuths chat. Make sure you alert the chat of a relevant case you're about to go live. That's a very good point. Very, very good. Very good. Very good. But I am actually I'm building a studio. Well, it's not actually a studio. It's in the room where the cat litter boxes are, but you guys won't see that. Our wonderful friend, Beth B., Janet, who recently passed, bought me these bookshelves, and they're big, huge white ones. And she gave me all these beautiful books to put on there. Not that I'd ever open one, but it looks like I would, and that's what counts. The thinkers. And I had started, I was going to do a Patreon channel, and we talked about this, talking about what people did in the old days. And and we could still do that. I have a book, like a whole bunch of books on how women are supposed to act, like from the 1800s. And it is hilarious, you guys. So I bought a bunch of like medical things from the 1800s, which are hilarious. And I thought about doing a Patreon channel. Stacy, you and I doing that. We're talking about how things were done in the old days. That's one thing that we've thought about doing. So
yeah, and covering cases on there and stuff like that. Yeah.
Exactly. So anyway, there's a lot of things we're going to do. And now that things have calmed down, now that these other cases are gone and we don't have a big case coming up and we don't have a bunch of stuff coming up, Stacy and I can start concentrating on putting some more stuff together. And that's just what we're going to do, my darlings. So, oh, thank you, Natasha XO. Said more cases. Cutley or Cutely says, I love your woo-woo Saturdays. We should have Megan on. Megan says she's got a lot of woo-woo stories. And you guys, I have a different perspective now on woo-woo. I've never had anything solid happen before. The most solid thing that I had happen was the time that my son, when he was 3, when he was talking to my mother who had passed and who he'd never met, that day in the car when he was talking to her, that was the most solid thing I'd ever seen as far as a woo-woo. But I didn't necessarily, I'm not saying I didn't disbelieve it, because there's wonderful people in here like V-Team Paranormal who has had amazing experiences and has told us about it. I didn't disbelieve it, but I wasn't sold on it at all. Not at all. But with this recent thing that happened, I can't, and it makes me crazy. And I know I'm rambling because I'm tired. But again, if you don't know, my girlfriend passed away on May 17th. And she had when she texted me, I'd get a sound. It was an owl, and I'd go, hoo-hoo. And on May 18th, she texted me after she was dead. I had her phone, and it was sitting on my coffee table. I wasn't anywhere near it. I didn't touch it. And it said, be me. And it was not pre-programmed. It wasn't set. It absolutely wasn't. We checked everything we could out, right, Stacy? We have checked everything.
Yes. Literally, the only way to actually find out exactly how it happened is to contact Apple, and that's the only thing. That's it.
And I
Only they
wish,
would know. Yeah.
I wish I knew somebody at Apple, because how do you say customer service? Yes,
Yes,
my
I know.
girlfriend just texted me. How do I look into this? Can
Yep,
you
I know.
elevate this up to your manager, please? Thank you. So, thank you, DMAX. But yeah, it was she wasn't able to text at least 10 days, if not 2 weeks before she passed away, because she was getting weak and couldn't. And it just happened. I think I called you first thing, Stacy. I couldn't believe it.
Yes.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
And was there another phone? No, there's no other phone. I had her phone. I had her only phone. I didn't touch it. I didn't type it. I didn't hit send. I didn't do anything like that. And I have been, ever since that happened, I have been trying to find an explanation. The biggest one is everybody's saying it had to be pre-planned or, preset. It was in her cloud. That phone does not have that capability to send a text message. Like my phone now, I can set a date and time and send a text message. Her phone couldn't do that. And why would she send that to me? Why wouldn't she send, hey, look, I'm dead. Isn't this cool? Or something, It's really nice up here. Hope to join me someday, But here's the weird thing. And again, I can't go into this more, but I will someday. But the Be Me has turned out to be incredibly important and right on. And it was something that I needed to hear, that I desperately needed to hear. And there have been a couple more things that have happened since, not that big, but pretty big, that the only explanation is that there is something out there that happens. We change form when we die. And there is something out there. And I know this sounds crazy, but my friend had to get me this message. And I understand why now. I understand. And someday we'll be able to tell you everything. But I would love it if somebody could explain it to me. I would. I'd actually feel better, because it is making me, I just sometimes obsess about it. How did that happen? So is Kay here? Is Kay here? Kay, oh my gosh. Kay Woodcock, is that really you? On. What?
Oh, just you. Somebody in chat said the same thing. Asked the same thing.
I thought maybe I was being trolled. Kay, hi. Oh my gosh, it is so great to see you, my dear. Oh, I am so happy to have you here. I don't know if you can, but we would love you to jump on again. Don't feel obligated. And your daughter Cresha will tell you I'm very annoying when people come into my chat that I want to talk to. Here's a link. If you want to pop on and chat, we would love it. We would absolutely love it. But Kay, I am so glad that you are here, and I hope you are able to hear the interview that we did with Margaret, the CEO of Lauren's school, the Life School, Lauren's Institute for Education. It was so moving. Everybody was crying. Everybody.
Yeah.
And it was so wonderful to hear how much the teachers, how much they love JJ, and how much they miss him. And they talked about Charles. She talked about Charles, how great Charles was, just how great he was. So.
And you know what? The story about JJ when his suitcase.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so cute.
He's like always wanting to go. That just shows you his favorite thing in the world must have been to go see Kay in there.
What did he call Larry? Pop.
Yeah, that must have been his favorite thing, and that's why he did that.
He always pretended he was packing his bags to go somewhere. So I am just so happy, Kay, to see you here. And I would love to email with you if you ever get a chance. You can email me at WebSleuthsVideos at gmail.com. And yes, we love Cresha. We really do.
Yes.
So
Yeah, and she has our info too. So
Yes, absolutely. And you can call me anything. Oh, Papa. Thank you. Thank you, Kay. It was Papa. Hold on. And Papa, that's it. Papa and Mama. Ashlyn all together. It was so cute. And we watched the bus video today too with Kresha, and that was so adorable. And like Margaret said, so much, this is such a big tragedy. There's so many tragic aspects of this, but the what could he have become? What could he have become? What amazing young man would he have become, and the things he could have accomplished. You know, he was an amazing young man. He really was. And hold on, I'm trying to find something here really quickly. I don't know. I'm going to start bawling here. I'm trying not to cry. So I don't want to. Yeah, Margaret Trevelyan, the CEO and co-founder. Let's see. He says, I'm in a hotel picking up Todd at 10 a.m. tomorrow from rehab. Oh my gosh. He's getting a 72-hour pass to attend her sentencing. He can speak his piece finally. And I think we all forget about Todd, and that is that's your son and JJ's father. And I am grateful to hear that he is in rehab, and even more grateful to hear that they are giving him a 72-hour pass, and he deserves to have his piece heard. And like has been talked about, Todd has lost his son twice, and this is so unfair. Well, it's unfair to everybody. But Kay, I just want you to know, if you ever need anything, we have a big community here. We can help you with anything. Just don't hesitate to ask, okay? JJ's heart was huge. He was kind. He brought us great joy still today, and he does. And you can see that, you know, when we watch that bus video. Oh my gosh, he was so happy to be on that bus, you know, and he was just so dang cute. And he did have a huge heart, and he was a loving, beautiful child who affected these teachers at Lawrence Institute so positively and affected their lives. And again, it just goes to show what the devastating effect these crimes have had on so many people, So, oh, that's okay. No, and you need your rest, my dear. I'm glad you took some sleeping medication, and you just get your rest. I don't know if you're going to be speaking on Friday or not. We're delighted that Kresha is. We're talking to Kresha today about it, and we're just saying, just gut punch her, just.
Oh, yeah.
And Charles is your brother. Is it Gary? Gary, your brother?
Are you talking about
Jerry. I don't know if he's going to speak, but if he does, I can only imagine. That's going to be amazing. So, yes, Kelly J. Tylie was an amazing big sister. And I feel like Tylie took care of JJ a lot more than Lori ever did after Charles was gone. You know, Lori wasn't going to waste her valuable time dealing with him, but JJ was everything to Tylie. I'll never forget that video where she said, and my son, and she grabs him and holds him.
Yeah.
So, Kay says, they are spectacular people at Life Academy. I'm blessed to know them. Well, they feel the same way about you and Larry and JJ and your whole family. So it is incredible when you think about how many people little JJ touched. All of us, people all over the world, you know. And again, today, when Margaret was talking about JJ, everybody was crying. We had, over 300 people in chat, and there were people from all over the world. And I'm telling you, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. And that's just how he affected people. And he still is today. And he will never be forgotten. We're going to do these 24-hour end of the world again every year until I'm no longer here. And it will be for JJ, Tylie, Tammy, and Charles. So, the sentencing on Friday, I don't know. what time it is. It usually court started about 10 a.m. Pacific, which would be 11 a.m. Mountain, 12 Central, and 1 p.m. Eastern. But they might start it earlier. It just all depends. DMAX says, Kay, you know that witness stand looking straight at Lori. I couldn't do that. Yeah, Kay, we like to relive your time on the stand when Lori was trying to question you, but she was so damn scared.
Yes.
Because it was a mic drop moment, you know, when you told her that you saw all the evidence. There was plenty of evidence to prove that she had killed Charles. She didn't object or anything. No further questions, just sat down. You know, her voice was shaking. So
Kay's a rock star, man.
Oh, she is.
Yeah.
Kay says at the sentencing, I will speak 2 statements. One is Charles' sister and one on JJ's behalf. The witch murdered his dad. She will hear what JJ thought about it, although I know he couldn't articulate. No, you're absolutely right. You know what he thought about it. You felt his heart, and you know he was. And his teachers, or Margaret said, he was angry. He came back to school very angry, and didn't believe that his dad was gone. Didn't want to believe it.
Oh gosh.
So, yeah. Okay. We are
That's
so there
bad.
with you. We are so there. I'm not now. I can't. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. I'm just gonna be so mad.
Yeah, that's.
Yes. Thank you for being JJ's voice. You are an amazing woman, Kay. Like they say, you are a rock star. And we talked about it today. If Kay had not made that call and demanded a wellness check on JJ, they could have gotten away with it. They really could have. And thank you, Kay, for doing that. And hats off to the Rexburg Police Department for taking it seriously, you know, and going out there and taking it seriously, unlike the police department in Arizona. We were listening to Justin Lum today. He had a panel on his usual panel, and I think it was the attorney for Joseph Ryan. I can't remember. It was an attorney, and he said that he felt that the police department in I just forgot the name in Arizona. What's the name of the police department?
Yeah. Was it? I don't know if it was the Gilbert one or
Gilbert. That the Gilbert Police Department.
Or
He says
Gilbert and Chandler. So
Gilbert. What he was saying was, and I'm totally paraphrasing what this guy was saying, that he feels like at the very least, and it's not much, but at the very least, they have. He says, I'm sure they have looked at how they do things now and how they communicate with each other, and going back and seeing Charles beg for help. They have to change. They have to change. And he said, I'm sure they have changed their protocol. I hope so. I really hope so. Yeah, the Gilbert Police Department. Is Arizona, now they're in Pacific time zone, but see, they don't have daylight savings time. So half the year they're in Mountain and the other half they're in Pacific. And I think right now they're in the Pacific time zone. And then in October, they'll move to the Mountain time zone. I think. Oh my gosh. Oh, Natasha, it was so cute. It was on the second half, wasn't it? Yeah, it was the second half. It's on this video. It's on the second half of the live stream. It is so cute. I think it was. I can't remember.
Talking about JJ's video.
Yeah, the bus.
Yes.
Exactly, Heather Feather. Thank God for Kay and Larry. They started this, and they heaven help the person that doesn't help Kay and Larry on something about the people that they love. So yes, Mimi of 8, she was on today. Was it this morning or was it the second half? Gosh, I can't even remember.
Lauren?
No, Margaret.
Oh, yeah.
It was. I can't remember. Hold on. It was 11:30 Pacific, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, 11:30 Pacific. So that would have been 1:30. So it would have been on this one. It's on this one. Would have been 1:30 my time, and we had already switched over to the second half. So it's on the second half. So, very good. And they were just so gracious. And I think a lot of our people in chat made a donation. So to to the school, which is great. Kay says sentencing begins at 9 a.m. Arizona time. Yeah, that is Pacific time.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'll do the time math. 9 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Mountain, 11 a.m. Central, and noon Eastern. That's good to know. That's very good to know. Absolutely, Kelly J. Another round of applause for Kay's strength and sass throughout all of this. Absolutely. Absolutely. Again, big mic drop moment when Lori, and I love the fact when the prosecution was done and the judge says, defense have any question? And Kay goes, no, boy.
Yeah. When Lori
We
said
were all
yes.
saying the
Yeah.
same thing, the exact same thing. So I can't wait. We'll stream it. It's going to be streamed, so we'll stream it too. So we'll open the chat so we can all talk. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Kay. She says, you're all amazing. Reached out to me about the 24-hour show. 7/22/20 was D-Day. Charles told me that numerous times. Sis, Lori said it's the end. Well, it was the end of Chad. We know that. On 7/22/20, his big, fat, slimy slug ass was in jail. And it was done. It was done. So.
Wow.
I know. Okay, it was great. It was so great because it was just calm, like, oh boy. And we all just went, yes, that's what we're saying too. She was, again, mic drop moment.
Oh,
when
yeah.
you got, and if it had been any other lawyer, they would have said, objection, and the judge would have said, strike that, don't use that, you can't. But she didn't because she's an idiot. She just got scared and sat down. So. Yeah, that was great.
We played that a few times.
Oh, we played it a lot.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly, but it was like you saw plenty of evidence that she did it, something to that effect. And
oh yeah, like did you ever? Lori said something like, "Did you ever
see me do anything?"
That I did something, and Kay goes, "No, but I saw plenty of evidence."
Evidence, yeah. And again, a real lawyer would have got that stricken. You know what? We can find it really quickly. So hang on here, because I think it's worth playing again. Because you know what? It just makes me so damn happy to hear that and see it over and over. So
yeah, I can remember what Kay said, but not Lori's words exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Kay's words. Yeah.
Well, get it here. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Here we go. In fact, I had it queued up because I just played it. Hang on. Let me make sure I got it here. Here we go. Let's watch this just a little bit. Just a little bit here. Remind everybody, this was so great. Again, we're just... I can speak for everybody. We are so angry that this woman is here. And she thinks Jesus is on her side. Give me a break. Here we go.
So, Cock, where were you on July 11th, 2019?
At home in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
You know what? I've got, guys, hold on one second. I rewound it too much. So hang on just a second here. Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylie?
It was, let's say, it was a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and so that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I can't
a
hear
while.
you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for a while.
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of his
July
murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
Mhm. Yeah, you didn't tell Charles's sister. Evil.
Miss Woodcock, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you. That was just brilliant. That was brilliant. Hey, a lot of people are asking, have you heard any more about Colby? I can't imagine he'll be able to go on Friday. Maybe he will be. I don't know. But last we heard was the update that he gave that he looked well. I mean, he was, upbeat and positive. So yeah, exactly, Heather Feather. Boom. Drop that mic. That was perfect.
I bet
Absolutely
she
perfect.
regretted asking that question immediately.
Oh, I bet she did.
Yeah.
Well, again, she's an idiot because what she thought was, well, of course Kay is going to say no because she didn't see me do anything. She never even considered that Kay would say, I saw all the evidence, 'cause
Right.
she's an idiot. So, yeah. Big time mic
yes.
drop.
Lynn Jin
My
says,
God.
I hate when Lori refers to Charles as her husband.
Oh, I
That
know.
drove me crazy in the trial for Charles when she kept saying, my husband, my
Yeah.
husband. And then, which, oh my gosh. And then when she was talking to Nancy Joe and,
Oh, God.
and she kept
That
saying,
made me
my
crazy.
husband. Oh, the husband thing.
Did you and my
drove me
husband talk
crazy.
about me all the time? Yeah. Ugh.
It drove me nuts. And I don't even know how she was able to say that because Chad's her husband.
Yeah, I know.
Charles isn't her husband.
Well, again, it's all about Lori. And at that moment, it behooved her in her mind to say that Charles was her husband. So it is crazy, absolutely crazy. Kay, again, we support you, love you and Larry. Whatever you need, we're here. We're open 24/7. We're just like 7-Eleven. Anything you need. We have a large group of wonderful people that support you and are grateful that you're here, and we are with you, my dear, for anything you need. Please stay around. We have got a wonderful investigator here that just came up. Our last guest of the 24-hour end of the world broadcast. Again, everybody, straight off the trail of searching, SF Investigates. How are you doing, my dear?
I'm good. Sorry I'm late. I've been up on this mountain for last
can you talk about the search and who you're searching for?
Yeah, it's a search going on in the Angeles National Forest. A woman, hiker named Monica Reza, 60-year-old. Today's the 1 month. She was with 2 other people hiking on a trail on a ridgeline, and the guy in front of her was only 40 to 60 feet in front of her, and he started to turn right going down. These are rugged mountains, but he turned right to go down towards where the car would be, and he waved at her to make sure she made the turn. She waved back, and never seen again. And within 5 to 7 minutes, he was back up on the ridge looking for her, and a retired sheriff's deputy that was on the SAR team was with a couple friends, came by. They started helping, and within 2 hours, helicopters were up, and they put up the largest search and rescue response I've ever seen. I think there was 20 some odd counties involved that all came in. The National Guard came in with Black Hawk helicopters. She's a rocket scientist with NASA, and so I think because she. They called in some favors, and she's very well loved at NASA, but we just cannot find her.
Before you go any further, there's a question here that we needed answered, but I have a big question for you. We asked about Colby Ryan, how he was doing. Kay has an update here, and that is he's improving. He's been through too much already. then meningitis. He's a tough guy. He's strong. Kay, thank you for letting us know, because everybody was so worried about Colby. So thank you, Kay. What could have happened? First of all, the guy she was with, believable, no question.
No questions. It's, there was three of them from their yoga community. They had started a hiking thing. This mountain is unbelievably steep, and it has a refrigerator to house-sized boulders all over it. There's cliffs that are waterfalls when the water runs. There's a brush. We're starting. She was at 8,000 feet, and the canyon goes down to 3,000, and I've never climbed stuff like this before. There are so many like little crevices, and she's only 4'11", but again, we had the air support and stuff we had. It's really baffling that we can't find her, but I don't know.
What can you do? Steve, I apologize. This is the 24-hour broadcast. I've got to let my cat in. She's going nuts.
Sure.
Stacy, can you put up Kay's latest comment and read that while I go get the cat, and then I'm going to come back. I got a lot to talk to Steve about here, and I'll be right back. Okay, hang on.
Yes. Kay says, thank you all for supporting us. It has made a family tragedy livable. Loco is about to learn what family tragedy truly is. Oh, it's terrible.
I missed the context of that one. I haven't been.
Yeah, sorry. It's in regards to Lori Daybell.
Oh.
She gets sentenced on Friday.
And Koberger's tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Be interesting to see if he gives any context, of why he did what he did,
I know. I have a feeling he's going to talk.
You think he will?
I do. I think he won't be able to help himself.
Kind of like how, BTK, when he walked through each individual, be nice. I wonder.
Yeah, and Dennis Nielsen did that, and so many others.
Yeah.
So she, again, the guy that was with her is not a suspect or anything. Why in the world can't they find her? I mean, you would think.
So we found her beanie, 500 feet down on the opposite side of the mountain. So they were right on the ridge line, and so he turned right and started descending the north side, which is where the parking lot is, another couple thousand feet down. And then she could have, that could have been her last opportunity to duck off and pee or something, go behind a boulder, and then you tumble. But, so her beanie, confirmed her beanie was found about 500 feet down, rugged terrain. And then we did find a Burt's Bees lip balm that is in an area where there's a lot of hikers on that side. So very likely could be hers. And it was kind of in line, but you take that time of a fall, I wouldn't expect the person to be mobile after that. So she got up and hiked off. That's confusing. Yeah, it's a super. I think that she's much. I think that she'll be found very close to, where we found the beanie, and everybody, it'll probably become a conspiracy theory, but it happens. Like you hit these boulders have little crevices, and you hit one of those, and then the shale can fill in out on top of you, buried. And
so awful.
Brain like I've never worked in before, and it's nuts. Yeah.
There is although very slim, I'm sure there's a chance that she's still alive somewhere, and that's why they're searching so heavily.
Well, so I was involved in the initial search too, but the SAR teams have all stood down on day 8. So now there's been a volunteer.
It's been going on that long? I thought it was just recently. Well, how long has she been missing?
30 days.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm sorry. She's not alive. I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought it was just a couple of days. Okay.
No,
she's not
so
alive.
they had air support up 24/7 and everything, and then they stood down. So now there's a group of about 60 right now that are still involved,
Yeah.
primarily made of people that are on SAR teams and whatnot. But it's difficult, it's just tough, and
Yeah.
it's so wild how somebody can just vanish just like that. I mean,
Just
it's
like that. And that quickly. And you have the area where she was last seen. It's right there. And all
and
this equipment and everything can't find her.
there's literally over 300 professional searchers, first rate
Jeez.
scouring that mountain, and it's just, but it happens, and we see it, and then all of a sudden, a couple of years later, or after a big storm or something, bones washed down, and
Right.
but we're still staying at it with this group, and we're going to until we've decided we will, until it starts snowing, and she's covered, and it won't make, then we just have to wait. So it takes that long. We're going to continue with it.
Stacy, would you mind getting SF Investigates Twitter so we can post that in chat?
Okay.
So what other cases are you working on, my dear?
So of course I'm still involved in Sebastian's case. We're kind of
anything new on that?
No. I mean, there is, but we've decided because it's so.
Is it the gossipy bull crap that's been going? Yeah.
We found it just a little. There's so many of the drama-inducing, creators involved in that case.
Right.
To give them any fuel, like I did give them a little bit the other day, but it was kind of to prove a point. But so unfortunately, there's not a ton new in that case. Holland Snap in Kingsport, Tennessee, and who gets lumped in a lot with Layla Santinello because they're went missing very close to each other in time, and they are from the same city, and some of the same people running their groups, but they're not related cases. But Holland, I've been, putting a lot of work in. That's it's a case where we know. I mean, we essentially know what happened, and
right.
The DA just wants a body, but we know that she's 19 years old, and 52-year-old guy named Stephen Linkus had her over at his place. She operates at Holland has a mentality of a 10 to 12-year-old, so she's very easily manipulated. He had just gotten out of jail and asked somebody to get him a girl over at the party, and Holland had no idea what she was walking into. And I've interviewed 3 witnesses that saw her after she had been beaten to a point where,
oh my God,
lifeless. And then she'd never been seen since that beating. And it's been very frustrating because he is a career criminal and he's not going to give up any information. And there's the people that are close to him, live by that code as well. So, knowing exactly, but I mean, we are chipping away at it, and there's, certain things, and we have, there's recovered video, surveillance video from inside and stuff. There's really damning evidence, but for whatever, not for whatever reason, I get that the DA, they're like, we get one shot.
One crack at it, yeah.
But if there's ever a circumstantial evidence case, this is probably it,
And I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit on my end. What was the name of the young lady again?
Holland, Hollynn, Snap, SNAPP, and from Kingsport, Tennessee, and the same time and area that Layla Santinello, who is probably a little bit more well-known case,
Yes.
They went missing, very close to each other. They're both like 4'11". There's a lot of similarities, age and everything, but they're not related. But when they get reported on, like News Nation did a story on them yesterday or day before, they're all reported together, right? Holland and Layla, which is fine as if it gets it out there. But they are separate cases, and I am working, still working the Layla Santinello case as well.
I'm sorry, is it spelled Hollyn, the first name?
Hollynn.
Oh, YNN. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to see if I don't think we have a discussion. Yeah. Okay. And you're still
on there.
And so they're both Holly Bobo cases with the guy, which is a step right below Amber Alert.
Right.
And so they're endangered, missing cases and high priority. But you know, we know we actually know a lot in both kids. We know a lot more in Hollins, but you know, but Layla is another super frustrating.
Right.
You know,
Very frustrating.
Yeah.
We do have a discussion thread going on WebSleuths about it. I'll put it in the chat.
About
Everybody
Hollins.
take a look. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So, there you
And
go.
Steve, I was wondering, the place where Holly Lynn was supposedly seen with that guy, did
Yeah.
they search it?
Yeah, so that was it was his house. It was in his basement, and you know he admits that she was there and everything. And I mean, he has to because there's you know video evidence of that. Now it says that she was picked up by a family member. You know, I can essentially prove that you know he was acting as Holland, texting her mom. You know, having this conversation to kind of extend it out. So it took until the 21st or 27th. We think this happened on the 4th. And it took to like the 21st before she was reported missing because he was texting her mom, pretending to be her, and so he had a big head start. And then when TBI came out and announced her as missing, he took his mom's car and fled to Georgia. And they arrested him in Georgia, but on meth charges, you know, because they couldn't hold him on that. So, you know, he did take off, and but he's just, you know, he's one of these guys that's never going to give any information, you know.
Right.
Like you said, a career criminal. He knows when to keep his mouth shut. I mean, what a disgusting dirtbag.
Yeah.
You know, to do this to a young lady. Why? What's the point? My God.
And he just, you know, a couple of months ago, I guess starting 2 months ago or so, I had all of his recorded jail phone calls and stuff, which he calls his mom all the time, and he's up whining about, you know, but they're talking in code and stuff too.
Right.
But I started releases pieces of them online just so people understood, you know, what was going on. He's way more concerned with, they don't have anything on me. How come I'm in jail? You know, like he couldn't understand why he was being inconvenienced with this, you know.
Good Lord.
You know, so we can work those, and you know, Vladic Castle and Orlando. It's another one that's just.
Who is it? What name?
Vladic Hassel.
How do you spell that?
VLAD. Well, his name is really Brian, BRYA, but he goes by Vladic, VLADEK, and then HASEL.
Oh, okay. Haven't we had?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
But he's,
okay.
You know, he's another one that's been super frustrating. We've conducted searches, and we're on the 3rd or 4th detective in that case, and they've all been great to work with and everything, but there's just no sign of him. And so, you know, these are the cases that, you know, been fortunate enough to solve a lot of cases, close a lot of cases, but these are the ones that you know, that linger and are really frustrating because these kids.
I'm sorry. Can you just tell? So sorry. Can you just spell his first name again?
Yeah. Well, it's really Brian, BRYAN, but most of the missing stuff is under his middle name, Vladic, VLADEK.
VLADEK. Okay, got it.
V as in Victor.
Got it. V as in Victor, not D. Okay.
Yeah, but it's BRYAN, I think. And then
okay. I know we have a discussion thread on. That's why. But I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Please.
No. There's not, you know, so these are the ones that continue to stay open, you know, those 4, and just been really frustrating. You know, a lot of work. I think that people think that they you know, you forget, you know, we've forgotten about the cases, but a lot of work goes on with them. It's just, you know, some of these are just really difficult to solve, you know, and it wears on you.
Yeah. Oh, I can imagine. I can just imagine.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what can we do to help you? Is there anything we can do?
You know, just, you know, the constructive, you know, sharing and, you know, comment. Listen, I mean, I'm open to anything, you know, like, I mean, some of this stuff has become really ridiculous, especially in Sebastian's case. It's become such a war.
Oh, God.
You know, one side or the other. It's really, makes it so much more difficult because that kid is lost in this whole
Yeah.
whatever.
Sebastian is lost in
I
this
mean,
ridiculous.
it revolves around him, but it's not about him. It's about, what side is going to win and who's right, and twisting everything to fit a certain narrative. And law enforcement, I get, why maybe they're like, we don't want to get involved in all that chaos, but to stay this silent a year and a half, is just almost criminal in itself. They have given no updates.
I know what is the hell is going on with that?
It's not, this is not how investigations should,
they should keep his name out there. If they came out and said something, it would really, get things going again. Mike has something interesting.
Mike,
I want to see what you have to say.
Mike, I agree.
I still think Sebastian has another Game Boy, met with someone online, or had an extra phone. Hopefully they checked out the close phone tower and number used, then stopped. I don't know. What do you think?
I wish I could. I wish I could answer that. I'll just say that I hope so too. There's. Listen, I've got some information. It's not like it's going to break the case, but there's information we have that we'd like clarification on. And law enforcement, I'll just be honest, law enforcement's not working with us. So, but yeah, I think this case very well could come down to that cell tower. And I don't know how thoroughly it's been it's been investigated. I know there's been warrants served out, but I don't know to the extent that, because I know some things about some cell phone numbers and stuff that I think could be key, and I don't know why it's not being investigated harder than it is. Maybe it is, and I'm just assuming that, but the fact that nothing's come out of it, or that there is information that we've submitted to law enforcement in report form and asked to be checked out, and we get no response. So
right, and it's ridiculous. And again, I've never understood why law enforcement in cases like this stay silent when coming out with just a little bit of information could really help. It can make all the difference.
It's this old school method of when detectives go through detective school. You go through academy, and then you get promoted, and you go through detective school literally at the academy, and they have this old school pre-internet way of training and keeping everything really tight to the best of stuff. But we've seen information models. I very much, people give me a hard time because they're like, oh, you're a private investigator, but you're always doing media and stuff. Well, first of all, private doesn't mean private practice instead of
right.
But besides that, the thing is, look at the Amber Alert model. That is okay. We're going to put all the information. We're going to put the suspect information out there. We're going to put the license plate number out there. We're going to put and what happens with Amber Alerts, except for Sebastian, of course, but they're all solved like within usually resolved within an hour, 2, 3, 4 hours, because you're putting information out there. And now everybody's like, well, you're letting the bad guy know, and they might kill. If they're going to kill a person, they would have killed them by then anyways. And that's, but you got to weigh. Listen, you can give what ifs all day long, but the fact is, in this connected, not just connected by internet, but with surveillance cameras everywhere and everything, that law enforcement, they're not that great at pulling surveillance. I can't tell you how many cases I've been involved in where I've found the surveillance that law enforcement has not pulled. Kylie Rodney's case, Riley Strain's case, tons of cases, and so I think that this, hey, we're going to be secretive and everything. It doesn't work, and that's why Amber Alerts are effective. Give the public.
Not anymore. Anymore.
When a missing persons case, when they come out with missing persons fire, that is a call for help to the public. That's what it's called for help. So give us a little bit to work with.
Something, just something. Exactly. And Steve, that's my biggest complaint about law enforcement is, especially like WebSleuths. Here you have this group of people willing to, from all walks of life, with all experience, willing to work for free. They don't want credit. Just,
Right.
Don't look at us as the bad guys. Don't look at us as the people that are gossiping and causing problems, because we're not. We're here to help.
I was telling my girlfriend today about the documentary that your WebSleuths is in.
Uh-huh.
Detective actually came into the chat, or
Yes.
the message boards and stuff, and look what happened in that case. It was solved. Look at Body with that don't fuck with cats.
Right. Same thing.
Listen, it can be very effective. Yes, there's going to be some cases. There's some people that are involved, like are involved with Sebastian's, but tune them out, and it can be really effective. And that's why I think those documentaries are really important to watch too, because you can see how it really can be effective. And that detective in the case that you guys, he welcomed that. I mean, he
was so great. Yeah.
He embraced it. And look what
And we got the killer posting and answering questions and talking like crazy, And again, that's if they could just see how well it could work for them, how it could make their lives so much easier.
Yeah.
Like just throwing away their ego or whatever it is hell they're doing.
So it's ego. It's taught to, but it's so ego based. And I see the same in search and rescue too. Search and rescue. Oh, we don't want any volunteers.
Yes.
We don't want. Listen, I get it. For the first 72 hours, we do want to have it exclusive because we don't want a bunch of heat signatures out there because we have to put everyone down and stuff like that. But after 72 hours, then it's like, okay, now it's life or death for real.
Right. Exactly.
Whoever wants to help, open it up. But, even now they're giving us a hard time. I mean, teams that I've been on, they're giving us a hard time, oh, you should be, doing that because of this and that, because it's our territory. It's like, you guys stood down after
territory.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's all segmented out by the sheriff's department, and it's frustrating because it's like they don't want the searchers there, but it's like, but they would like to get the family member back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's so stupid. Well, there are the minority out there in law enforcement that get it, that understand. Back in 2014, and the Mad Chatters know this, I was approached by a detective from a small town in Nevada who said, "We've had this case. It's 23 years old, and it's an unidentified man that was murdered. And he had this T-shirt on, and we want to know where the T-shirt came from. And for 23 years, we have been trying to find out where the hell this T-shirt came from." He said, "I'm going to give it to you. So I'm going to release it to the public, but I'm specifically giving it to WebSleuths." Our members worked on it for about 10 days, doing a great job. This woman came back from vacation. Within 36 hours, she had everything, where it was made, when it was made, who made it, everything. And, they had been working on it for 23 years because they were thinking if they could identify where this shirt came from, maybe they could find out who he is. And this woman, like I said, 10. And that didn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
And he was great. He was grateful. He did a press conference and everything, but it would piss off some other law enforcement people, that happened.
I'll tell you the other thing, and I honestly had no idea that you guys were even connected till not that long ago, but I think the biggest thing going on in true crime and missing persons cases, the biggest development in decades is what Othram's doing. I mean,
Othram,
it's unbelievable.
They're amazing.
The cases that this is one after another.
It is. David, the CEO, was just on here a couple hours ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's a great guy. Yeah. And we're so lucky to be partnered up with them. I just love them. But yeah, it's the biggest thing in true crime right now. Absolutely.
What they do, I mean, the cases are solving, and I'm sure they probably had a problem getting in the door. Also. I mean,
absolutely.
But I'm sure at the beginning, and which was not that long ago. I mean,
it was a few years ago. Yeah.
And it's incredible what they're doing. And so, I mean, the detectives that welcome the outside, input or assistance, or at least don't just laugh it off, Listen, I get it as an investigator. I get investigators that don't want to deal with me, and especially just because you're a private investigator, and then also the SF thing in some circles has a bad,
right. No, I understand.
So, but
it's crazy. Can I ask you a question about Sebastian's case?
Yeah.
And you don't have to answer this, but are you still talking with the Proudfoots, or are they communicating with you?
I'm still working for them. I'm still the investigator. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know there was something going around that people were trying to say that was fired or quit or whatever. And
Oh God, there's always something going around, Steve.
no,
It's stupid.
no, I mean, I can tell you, I've been out to I just don't announce it when I go anymore, but I've been out there recently. And so, yeah, no, I'm still retained by them, and we're still working the case. We're just not being they're literally, that's like one situation where we don't see, even I don't see any value in being public facing anymore on it.
Yeah.
Because it just, the people that are involved on the other side, just when I say the other, when I say the other side, I'm not talking about Seth, the others, like the other parent. I just mean the other side of like sanity. Like,
I know exactly what you mean. No, I do.
so just you got to the point where it was just like, wow, and there was, some other, groups involved, like this intelligence agency and whatnot. And I had to get a first time ever, I had to get a restraining order against somebody. And it was the guy from this intelligence agency. I mean, he literally was putting up like videos of me being shot and chopped up and stuff.
From a television station?
No, from a supposed intelligence agency.
Oh, intelligent. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I know who you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was so ridiculous. Anybody with a brain would look at that and go, "What the hell?"
Yeah, I know. So,
I'm glad you did that.
Which is really sad because it's, Sebastian, again, he has been lost in this whole damn thing, and he is still out there somewhere, and he needs to be found. And just like, I've never been involved in the Summer Wells case, but I mean,
oh, that's the other one, yeah.
And I don't know, and it's just crazy because Summer's case, like Holland and Layla are both right there. I mean, they're all in the same, county. And
do you think there could be a connection of some sort, or is it just
we know it's not in Layla and Holland's cases because we know where the guy was, at the time. What is the common thread is that there was drug use and poor decisions made, and kind of this lack of fear, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Holland, listen, Holland's a homicide, unfortunately, I believe. Layla, there's a good chance that that's like bad decisions made after she overdosed or something like that, and people are just afraid that they're, going to get blamed or whatever. And that is kind of like one of the blowbacks of the laws, which I don't disagree with, but just the blowback of like these fentanyl laws where they say, if you provide somebody fentanyl and they be charged with murder. So now people are afraid to call 911 when somebody else.
Right.
Exactly. And I can't say or that's what happened in Layla's case, but I mean, it is obviously it's a possibility, so.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question that somebody's going to come at me with, and I've asked you this before, and you've always been very honest. You are working with the Proudfoots. If you found something that indicated to you that there was involvement, you wouldn't hesitate.
I would have, and I've had this conversation with Chris and Katie, and I literally, we've had it multiple times. Like, if I'm not working for Chris and Katie, I'm working for Sebastian. And so if somebody did something to Sebastian, that includes Chris or Katie. If I get any, not just hard proof of it, but if I get anything that's like, this needs to be looked into further, I will turn it over to TBI. There are things I have turned over to TBI and said, I think this needs to be looked into. I'm not saying that's from Chris and Katie, but I mean, it's things that people would probably go, wow, well, that's surprising. Absolutely. I have no, they're not my friends as far as, I mean, we're friends, but we're not, I don't have any loyalty to them in that way. If somebody did something to Sebastian, I'm only in this case to find Sebastian. And if somebody did something to him, to try and help gather evidence where district attorney can, prosecute that case, or law enforcement can do what they need to do.
Right.
I absolutely. And listen, when I came in, I told them, I'm like, I am going to turn your personal lives and your private lives upside down. And I mean, listen, I have all their phone and text records. I have all the Apple Watch data. I have I have heart rate stuff. I have everything. So they've never said no about a piece of anything. There's nothing that they have never not turned over to me.
Right.
So, but listen, I still have, he's not found. So I still have questions that, like, there's still questions, that get asked. And so, yes, I would absolutely, if I found out they did something, I've never once in my life worked for a defense attorney to help build a defense, and I've never worked for the prosecution. I'm only a missing persons investigator. I'm only interested in finding a missing person, and then I want out of the case the day they're found. Like, that's not my thing anymore. If more needs to be done, then that's for somebody else. But I've never worked for a defense or a prosecutor.
Well, I'm glad to hear, and I knew that's what you were going to say, and I believe that with all my heart, that if you found something, no matter what or whom it pointed to, you would turn it over. Your loyalty is to Sebastian, and
So what's
again?
I really honestly don't. So what's the 24-hour thing for?
Oh well, Chad and Lori Daybell.
Yeah.
Okay, they killed their Lori's 2 kids and buried them. Well, the reason why Chad Daybell moved his family from Utah is he felt like he knew when the end of the world was going to happen.
Right.
And he said it was going to happen on July 22nd, 2020. And then the only people left would be 144,000, and he would be their leader along with Lori. So it was going to end July 22nd, 2020. The world was going to end.
Yeah.
I just started my live stream that year. My internet was so weak, I couldn't have a guest on at the same time. I could just do, hold a phone up to the microphone to have a guest. And I thought, I got to do something. And I thought, hey, if the world's going to end, I should do a 24-hour broadcast, and we'll end it together, because we're all going to hell, apparently.
Yeah, right.
And so obviously it didn't end. And so every year, in case Chad got the year wrong, we do It's the End of the World Again broadcast. And we pick a charity. Like this year, we chose the school that JJ Vallow went to. And we had the CEO of the school on, and we asked people to donate to the school. And it was very moving. They talked about what a lovely boy JJ was. And so every year it's to remember, first and foremost, JJ, Tylie, Tammy, and Charles, all of the victims. And of course, to poke fun and just shove it down Chad's big, fat, stupid throat that he was wrong, that he is a nobody.
Broadcast everybody out.
Exactly. So every year we just wait. We do this 24 hours every year in case he got the year wrong. We'll all go to hell together.
Yeah.
So it's great. Every year it gets bigger and bigger, and it's really fun. And again, it's
24 hours.
I'm sorry, what?
You've been up for 24 hours?
No,
Yes.
I actually I go to sleep. I keep my camera on, and then I have somebody from Australia come over in the middle of the night and do like 3 or 4 hours. And Stacy did it with him. And then I don't get much sleep, let's put it that way, but I do sleep for a few hours. But I keep the camera on, and I put up a banner that says the host is not dead. Do not call 911.
Yeah.
Because the first year I did it, that almost happened. I didn't have anybody, and I was asleep, and my friend came on and saw it and thought I was dead.
Oh, no.
And was going to call 911, but didn't have my address. So but we've been up for basically 24 hours with a few hours here and there of sleep.
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
but it's a lot of fun, and a lot of people come together for it.
Yeah.
And it's a good time to revisit the case and to remember the victims first and foremost.
Sure.
And again, to shove it down their stupid throats that they were wrong and they're idiots. So it's really good. Yeah, D-Max says, we watch Trisha sleep. Yeah, it's really exciting in the middle of the night. So I just sit here and sleep. Steve, I know you're probably exhausted. You are so gracious to always come on. Whenever we ask you, you stop what you're doing and you come on, and we appreciate everything you do.
Thank you.
And especially for Sebastian, and I'm with you 100%. I wish they would come out. How about just give a little piece of evidence and let the good people work on it. And if you ignore the noise, just ignore it. Don't respond to it. Let them fight amongst themselves. That's what that needs to happen. Again, we know that, but they don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope that changes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I interrupted you.
I appreciate you having me on.
Always
talk about those cases.
anything. And yeah, and again, we'll put the links up to the cases that you talked about. And if you need any help, if you need publicity for any of the cases, we're here for you, my dear. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll be in touch. I have something for you.
Okay.
I need you to look into something. But I will definitely be in touch. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, my dear. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh my gosh. I just love him. I love how honest he is about Sebastian's case, you know, because it's so hard to get anybody to talk. And and he's absolutely right in everything he says. And people give him crap for working with, I don't say he works with the Proudfoots, but I absolutely believe 1,000,000% without question that if he found something that pointed to the Proudfoots, he wouldn't care. He would report it, you know.
Oh yeah.
It's not about protecting them. It's about finding Sebastian.
Yeah, that's his goal.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
and
Exactly.
that's all he cares about. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think this is
Or
a
the
great
main
way.
priority, I should say.
Right. I think this is a great way to end the end of the world again. We survived. Shockingly, the end of the world didn't happen. And Chad did not rise up to lead the 144,000. But Megan Connor, you did what a lot of us did today. And that was you went out, you opened champagne, you set off fireworks, you didn't pay off your mortgage, you ran up your credit card, you took all your money and just blew it, right? You just blew it. And because the end of the world was going to happen, why not? Why not go out and buy a whole bunch of stuff that you always wanted? Well, now that the end of the world isn't here, what the hell are we going to do? I don't know. I did the same thing. I ordered Amazon nonstop all day today because why? Why not? So, you guys, I can't thank you enough. And Megan, you are such a big part of what we do here on WebSleuths YouTube Live. You're always available. I mean, really, I don't know where you get your energy, woman. I don't know, but we appreciate you and everybody in chat. And I got to thank our wonderful mods. Oh my gosh, you guys, like Four Sons Mom, Lynn Gen 2, Moonlight View, Yuda, you are amazing. You are up all hours of the night. Also, Alicia Gallegos, ladies, I can't thank you enough. And Ping, thank you for coming in the overnight to give me a few hours sleep. And Stacy, I could not do anything without you. Thank you, my darling. And I'm going to, before I go to bed, I'm going to put up some links to Othram, and I'll put up the timestamp to where the CEO, Margaret, of JJ's school gives her interview, because I think that's important. And then I'm going to put the rest of the links up tomorrow, but I'm going to go to bed. So thank you, everybody. Hey, we'll be back again next year. It'll be our 7th year next year of the end of the world again. It didn't happen. We're safe for another year. So, and we'll be back tomorrow night too, because tomorrow it is the Brian Kohlberger sentencing and victims impact statements. So we may be, it'll be live streamed, I think. Do we know if it'll be live streamed? I can't remember. If it is, yes, we may stream it. I'm not sure. We'll definitely stream Lori's on Friday. Okay, definitely. So we'll be back here tomorrow night. I love you guys. And thank you to Phrase from WebSleuths and to David Middleman from Othram. You guys, we just love you all. We couldn't do any of this without you. Okay, tomorrow night. Or tomorrow night, check out websleuths.com. And then tomorrow night, meet back here, 10:30 Eastern on WebSleuths YouTube Live. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.